Two places in the MDI Global Finals are up for grabs today. We have 4 teams vying for those spots. It is going to be a bloodbath here at the Mythic Dungeon International. I'm Dratnos, joined by Nagura and Zyronic right now. And we have got some matches of dungeons ahead of us today. We are starting off with a big series, too. We have the upper bracket semifinals here. This one, right off the bat, we have a ticket to the global finals at stake here, so it's going to be a very, very high importance match right at the beginning of the day. It is MONKA versus Cheese. Zyro, MONKA came into this weekend as kind of the big favorites in this group. Do you think that's still true, or do you think Cheese have a good shot at taking them here in the semifinals?
That's a great question. I still think MONKA is the favorite here. They've looked a little bit better. Of course, we've gotten to see them a little bit more, so we have a little more information to go off of. In the 2 games that we did see Cheese plays, they looked pretty good, but they didn't look quite as refined as I would have liked them to do. But again, also small sample size, so it's kind of hard to judge based off of only 2 matches. But starting it right off with a banger, and of course the winner of this match automatically locks up that spot in the global finals.
Yeah, Nagura, here's some of our footage from yesterday. This is the MONKA versus Thundered series, where MONKA ended up looking pretty good in this one, although we still kind of have yet to see a perfectly clean Ruby life pools kind of from anybody. That's a dungeon where, with the bolstering that we've got going on in here, it seems like that's been a big problem. I'm not sure if we have that in our bracket today, though. I don't know, was there anything from this series yesterday that jumped out at you?
Yeah, I mean, this game was actually closer than I thought, especially this Ruby here, the very first one between MONKA and Thundered, because we saw Thundered actually be ahead of MONKA, and MONKA having some issues with bolstering, as you said. But then, because they wiped on the second boss later on, MONKA did take it pretty easily, also in a record time of 15 minutes, the fastest of this weekend so far. So, yeah, and then, of course, we also saw that no-code offensive, where MONKA also does have the fastest time. MONKA, in fact, has 3 of the fastest times this weekend, while Cheese only has 2, but Cheese only played 2 dungeons, so...
Yeah, because, of course, Cheese didn't have to play on day 1. Their opponent's Breaker were unable to compete on the first day, so Cheese ended up getting straight into the quarterfinals against Thunderstruck here, and with a 2-0 victory, they've been able to save a lot of their dungeons, so we don't know what their times are like in several of these other dungeons as well. Thunderstruck, of course, that's the Dr. J team that you can see. This is some footage of their Algathar from that series. They did not look bad, though, in these games against Cheese, right? This was a team that I think has a plan of getting there through the lower bracket, and I think has the ability to do it as well if they can play up to their potential in the next couple series. For them, of course, they do have a lower bracket to get through, though, which is always a lot nastier. You have to play back-to-back matches. You have to prepare for so many more maps.
Yeah, but you can't talk about Cheese without talking about the off-meta comps that they are running here. Yes, we've seen Warlock in a certain number of scenarios from particular players who are good at Warlock, but Dranako busting out the Affliction Warlock in the Algathar Academy and making it look busted, too. This is definitely a class that's been good in raids after its buffs and changes, but we haven't seen it in the MDI yet. It looked like a solid option for that dungeon. Wonder if there's potential for us to see some more off-meta picks that might shake up the gameplay in the first match of the day here. Again, a team that we haven't seen a lot of, and we've only seen them in 2 dungeons, so they could potentially play a lot of other things. But Thunderstruck, yeah, they just didn't quite look comfortable in that match against Cheese yesterday, and we're not showing it just yet, but they had more problems in their low bracket matchups.
Looking at their names as well here, I just quickly wanted to ask you, do you guys prefer ricotta cheese or feta cheese?
Okay. Those are 2 very close cheeses for me. I think I'm gonna have to go with feta, but it's really close.
Well, then I have to go with the ricotta cheese.
Okay.
Good decider, Cyro.
Oh no. I don't like either of them.
What kind of cheese do you like, Zyro? You like a nice Kraft single slice? American processed cheese?
No. I'm more of a extra sharp cheddar.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, okay.
I respect it. All right, well, so this was some of our lower bracket that we got into. We got into yesterday with the 4 back-to-back-to-back-to-back elimination series. It was a brutal end to the Saturday for a lot of these teams. Dismissed and Bone Buds ended up being the first two to compete, and Dismissed ended up being the first team to go home. We saw that Algathar coming out again. No more Affliction Warlocks, nobody else copying Cheese in this dungeon, although I agree with you, Zyro. That was a really cool pick for this dungeon, and it wasn't the only new spec that we saw yesterday as well. We saw a little bit of Mistweaver, we saw a little bit of Elisham, and I think we'll probably have some clips of some of those choices as well in the future. So it's an exciting time if you're an enjoyer of seeing some different specs in the MDI. You know, this MDI is the one where I think we've seen most of the tank specs, we've seen most of the healer specs. I think at this point we've seen most of the DPS specs as well. Kind of wild.
I think this is one of the first MDIs in a long time where we've actually seen every single class represented so far. We haven't quite gotten every single spec, but I doubt we'll actually end up getting every single spec. There are certain things that people just wouldn't want to play even if it's their main. Things like, I think we talked about it yesterday, things like a Ret Paladin that, you know, are due for a buff soon, but aren't quite in the meta yet. But again, this Ruby life pools, this has been a talking point throughout the entire weekend. Bolstering Ruby life pools on one of the higher key levels we have in the competition has been a problem for every team, not just the lower seeded teams. MONKA has run this dungeon twice this weekend, and neither of their runs have been a clean run so far. One of them they end up pulling Thunderhead on accident, cost them a ton of time. One of them they have 4 deaths at extremely inopportune moments, and it's just, again, in the lower bracket yesterday, this dungeon was claiming lives left and right. Nobody was able to get through this dungeon cleanly.
Yeah, the good news is there is more Ruby life pools as well in our series today. I don't know if it's going to get banned. It's bannable in all of our series, but it is there in all of our series as well, so we will get to see that. This is a little bit of the Thunderstruck versus Bone Buds. This was I think our only 2-1 of the weekend so far as well. Everything else has ended up being 2-0s, even though they've been a lot of very close 2-0s. And this was Thunderstruck holding on after an unfortunate Shadowmoon Burial Grounds debuff incident on the last boss with the rescue ability. So that was how we got to where we are now, but we are looking ahead at the MONKA versus Cheese series upper bracket semifinals. So winner here gets to go all the way into the finals of the weekend and also gets to go to the MDI Global Finals. Very, very important series because the loser is going to have to face the winner of the next lower bracket match and could potentially still be out of the Global Finals spot. The winner instead gets to just focus on that finals of the weekend. So, yeah, I mean, stakes could not be higher here. I think MONKA have got the edge on this one as well. Zyro, I know you agree with me. Nagura, what do you think? Do you think this is a MONKA favored series, and if so, by how much?
I think it's going to be really close, especially because we have a Halls of Valor at the very start, which is a dungeon that we haven't seen at all yet. So if either of the teams came up with a really cool strategy for Halls of Valor, then that is going to be a really important dungeon. And then we also see the Ruby Life Pools ban actually come out of MONKA, even though they've already played the dungeon twice. But as you mentioned, they had mistakes both of those times, so they just decided to completely ban it. But we also haven't seen MONKA in SPG or in Algathar Academy, while we have seen Cheese in those 2 dungeons, and Cheese has the fastest time in those 2. So the fact that MONKA is banning Ruby makes me believe that MONKA is really confident in their SPG and Algathar strategy.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, the thing that MONKA's been using their bans on, like we've already mentioned, is that Court of Stars all weekend, right? That's not in the pool, so they can opt to ban the Ruby Life pools. Like we were talking about in the previous segment there, they haven't been able to run that Ruby Life pools clean, so that makes perfect sense that it's a ban for them. The exciting thing is we finally get to see Halls.
Yeah, it's a 22 Sanguine Volcanic Halls as well. Sanguine Volcanic Fortified. Volcanic Sanguine, I wonder how they're going to handle the Wolves pulls near Fenrir, right? Because if you're standing some range DPS on one of those posts or on that rock, you get a lot of Volcanic there. And also those Wolves, you know, if you're doing them tightly stacked, Sanguine healing is going to potentially be a problem towards the end of that. So it's going to be really interesting. I always think of Sanguine as one of the most intense MDI affixes, because the difference between 10 seconds time lost on a pack to a little bit of sanguine healing and 0 seconds is huge. So we'll get to see how well the teams manage that, especially in this dungeon. You're taking all this trash onto the first boss. The sanguine management there is going to be so vital.
Yeah, Sanguine is going to be a difficult affix here for sure, especially as you said, they're pulling trash on top of bosses. Not only in the first boss, but also we've seen a lot of teams pull some trash on top of Hersha as well, and some teams even pulled some of the wolves on top of Fenrir too. So yeah, we'll see what they do if they just don't do that at all this time around, or if they just really try to handle the Sanguine affix well. Most of the bosses are movable pretty easily, except Hersha, of course, standing still for the Eye of the Stormcast, so that would be tragic. But there we go, the game has started, and we already see a difference in comp. MONKA running that Fire Mage with the Priest, interestingly enough, while Cheese is running with the Resto Shaman and more of a standard comp that we've seen in Halls of Valor before.
Interesting. Well, Fire Mage does actually heavily benefit from a lot of the pulls in this dungeon where you're pulling trash on top of bosses, or just pulling a big mob onto the boss, right? So we'll see the Fire Mage actually pop off for a ton of damage here. Don't have the damage meters for Cheese quite yet. We have the overall damage meter on right now, so that's not updating, but we'll get that in a second here. Both teams opting for the massive pull onto the first boss here, but look at the damage coming out from MONKA here, and how stacked their trash is, actually. This is looking much, much more clean for MONKA. All the trash is extra for the Storm Drake for them.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy for MONKA. I mean, this is where the Fire Mage shines, right? Getting all of that single target damage while also doing so much AoE, passively cleaving with that Ignite spread. So really well done by MONKA here, as Cheese is about to finish off most of this trash too, other than the Storm Drake. But yeah, looking at the boss's HP, MONKA being quite a bit ahead because of the difference in composition.
Yeah, of course the Fire Mage just pumping the majority of his damage, just doing single target damage to the boss, and of course his passive Ignite Cleave, very, very useful for helping deal with the trash. Also, it makes it so that when you're kiting the trash around, you don't really lose any uptime, right? Because your Ignite's going to tick for the next 10 seconds or so, right? So you don't have to worry about him being on top of the boss the entire time. So that's a very nice just difference in the very first pull. That's going really, really well for MONKA. Already up to probably about a 20-second advantage just off the first pull alone. Let's see where they progress from here. These affixes are pretty nice in terms of how big you can pull. The big difference is going to be in how you deal with the Sanguine at the end of every trash pull. So let's see where they go from here. Mind Soothing past these first two trash packs. Are they going to be back pulling them or not? I don't see them tagging anything behind them. So it looks like we're going to be pulling as much as possible up to the Shield Maidens. Are we going into the Aspirant, though? That is the question here. We already have the Purifier in combat here. Do we keep going, though? Skylark, what's on the table? Are we going to the Aspirant? We are. This is a ton of trash, Nagura.
That is basically everything being pulled on the left side there for MONKA. That is absolutely insane. Let's see if they can handle this. As you said, the affix is not too bad here, but they do have to worry about Sanguine a lot. Volcanic shouldn't be an issue necessarily. You can see all of their offensives are being used here, and their defenses, but Mode does go down. So cast not being interrupted by the Aspirant there, so Mode has to be picked up again, but they do have the Battle Rest, so they should be safe to continue. But yeah, no Battle Rest left is definitely a little bit of a problem for MONKA here. As Cheese, on the other hand, they did something completely different. They did not skip any trash early on and just pulled something from inside the hallway backwards. So they do have a lot of trash as well, but different kinds of trash that they picked up. So we'll see if Cheese now also does a big pull following this initial trash pull that they did.
Oh, a lot of Sanguine healing coming out from MONKA at the last second here. That Aspirant was casting a Blast of Light in one of those Sanguine puddles, healing for by about 2 million HP, and then a little bit of residual healing went out on some of the Shield Maidens, but it is being dealt with admirably by Skylark here, kiting around. In the meanwhile, though, Cheese has kind of caught up in terms of progression. I don't believe they've pulled this trash onto the Aspirant, though, so we'll have to keep an eye on how they tend to make up this trash difference here. MONKA is going to have less trash count after Herja, based off the pull patterns, but they'll have, it looks like they're just going much, much faster in terms of how they're dealing with it. But look at the Sanguine healing already at the beginning of this pull for Cheese here. Already at half of the Sanguine healing that MONKA had on their big pull, but just still trying to catch up on trash count. MONKA's going to be on Herja so much faster than Cheese as well right now.
Yeah, definitely. They might be pulling the aspirant pack into one of the mini bosses, possibly the right one. We'll see what they do, so they could make up some time there. But it is 22:45, so these mini bosses are actually incredibly dangerous. Especially the Eye of the Storm mini boss, the left one, can be doing so much damage to a group. But yeah, it looks like that is exactly what they're doing. They are mind soothing the aspirant pack here for now, and then they're pulling the mini boss. So maybe they're actually pulling the aspirant pack on the boss, or they skip it completely. That is also an option. You don't necessarily have to pull this aspirant pack if you don't want to.
Oh, that was like the typical Legion strat, right? Nobody ever pulled that aspirant plus the 2 shield maidens back then. Only after the updates to how the dungeon worked, this expansion of people decided that that's something that's actually pullable. So, yeah, that is a pretty typical strategy that people have been used to if they played back in Legion. So, I could definitely see them not pulling it all. I think you're probably right, though. I think it's much more likely that they end up pulling on top of boss for a little bit of extra funnel damage, as MONKA has here with this Thundercaller. A little bit of extra funnel damage here. Ooh, looks like MONKA was going for that skip here. Did they actually end up getting the, no, I don't think they did. They've got the lightning shield. Lightning tether during the Eye of the Storm, so they didn't actually get the crossover that they were trying to get there. Unfortunate for them, but it should be manageable. Just a little extra healing that Mode has to deal with.
Yeah, it should be fine. Did cost them a little bit of time, like the back and forth there with the boss and then not getting it. But from here on out, the boss fight is the same as usual. It looks like Cheese, on the other hand, is also trying the same thing. You can see they pulled Hersha to the light side and moved over to the lightning side, and it looks like they also did not manage. The Eye of the Storm is being casted on the right instead of orbs, the Sanctify that you would want to achieve with this strategy. There we go. Cheese actually not pulling the aspirant pack just now, so that means they might actually just completely skip it. Very interesting. Looking at the trash percentage, Cheese is a little bit ahead, even without this aspirant pack, but they're still pretty far behind in the dungeon just because they pulled Hersha so much later, and the 2% on the enemy force is not going to be that big of a difference, I believe.
They could not be pulling it at all. They could also just be pulling it later to make sure they don't accidentally
Maybe.
sanguine heal the boss. We'll have to keep an eye on them and see what Cheese does end up doing. Crims does go down at the very last second for MONKA here. They're going to spend time rezzing him up. I mean, at least he dies as the boss dies, so they don't actually lose any boss damage, but that is, an extra 5 seconds of death timer that they'll have to worry about. Remember, they've already used their battle res, too. They don't have another one available for about 3 minutes, whereas Cheese still has theirs banked up should anything go wrong. We'll see if that does come into play as MONKA moves onwards towards Fenrir here. Let's see what kind of trash pull they've got cooked up.
Interesting. It looks like Crims was walking through some of the mobs there. Huh. Alright, so now they're gathering up a bunch of trash. They're gathering it outside using that Ring of Frost to make sure it's easier to gather them and it's easier to get them all stacked, especially with Sanguine, right? Ring of Frost actually really nice for Sanguine because mobs come into the pool in a staggered way. So if you have a Ring of Frost, you kind of make sure that they all stack up immediately without DPSing some of them early and the other ones late, so they all die simultaneously, which is really good for Sanguine. And there we go. She's now also done with their pool, and it looks like they immediately walk to the Fenrir area. They're not even bothering with any trash on that side. So this is actually an interesting difference in their strategy now. Looking at the trash percentage, of course, Cheese being slightly ahead, but MONKA is going to be ahead again as soon as they're done with this trash. But if Cheese manages to pull trash differently and pulls it on top of bosses, it might still mean that Cheese has an advantage here.
Oh man, I'm trying to do the math in my head for what kind of trash... Is there even enough trash in this area for them to get the trash they need? To go up to the Kings, you need a little less than 84% trash. It's 83.7, I believe, is the exact number. Okay, they are pulling the double marksman, double trapper pull. This is a little bit scary, but as long as you don't step in the traps that the trappers throw down, it's definitely doable. I wonder if they might be going for that strategy that we saw a couple weeks ago, where you end up pulling the 2 sentinels into the Kings for your extra trash count. I have to see.
Yeah? Also, but they skipped the trash pack where one of the beer is at, right? So, because the reason why some of the trash in the hallway is pretty important to clear is because you want to pick up the beer to make sure you can play the quadra mini bosses at the very end. It requires 3 beer in total, so you need to make sure that the tables are cleared and you can pick it up. Because if you pick up the beer and then you enter combat, so even if you have Shadow Melt, you cannot pick up the beer, pull it, and then Shadow Melt, because then you lose the beer for entering combat, right? So having trash mobs around there can be pretty difficult. We'll see what Cheese does, as you're now done with that first phase of Fenrir. MONKA, on the other hand, also doing that same pull, where they pull Fenrir on top of the Strapper Marksman pack. They also have a bull there as well, so a little bit of extra trash on their side too.
One singular bull added to the trash pull. Interesting. Tiny bit of extra trash count there. Both teams are going to be phasing Fenrir at roughly the same time. Well, actually, no. I thought that Cheese was still in phase 1. She's already on to phase 2, not pulling any of the wolves, just going straight to phase 2. Huh. So
They did pull some on top of the boss, I think.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm not sure.
This is one pack of 2 of them pulled on top of the boss. I wonder if they're just going to use the rock spot that Echo showed off a couple weekends ago. MONKA.
Yeah, the problem with that is volcanoes, right? Like Dratnos mentioned earlier, if the ranged are standing on a rock spot or on the fence or wherever, you get so many volcanoes spawning, but it shouldn't be too big of a problem since they still have 2 melee players. MONKA using Bloodlust there and pulling all of the wolves on top of Fenrir. This is going to be a little bit dangerous for them. You can see the Mage and Disc Priest are standing on the rock here, making sure that the wolves don't jump. And it's not too big of an issue with their volcanoes, but you can see they're just constantly getting hit. There's no way for them to dodge the volcanoes. So they're just getting knocked.
The big thing, they really need to make sure that they pull the boss away as the wargs die, and they don't get any leaps up to where the ranged are. Look at that. All of the wargs dying at the exact same time to make one nice little sanguine puddle for the group to not have to worry about. And now the ranged players are back down, and they can probably just skip, they just use the greater invis to skip the leap. Wow, that was a sick pull from MONKA. Just great execution, and already pulling themselves back in the lead in this dungeon, because look what Cheese has to do now. Cheese has to pull all of these wolves on their own. Man, I don't think we've seen that before from anybody. That was nuts.
I don't think so either. That was really well done by MONKA, making sure they get... I mean, this was just so efficient, right? They finish off the boss with the Fire Mage. Fire Mage, again, just being such a great pick for exactly pulls like these, where you need a lot of single target damage, but you also want to pull trash on top of bosses. This is just absolutely amazing for that Fire Mage pick. And now MONKA getting the rest of the trash that they need, pulling some of the bulls on top of these bears as well. You can see it is a little bit dangerous on the tank here. Skylark using Last Stand and Shield while staying alive. Running out of cooldowns a little bit, so they have to be a bit careful, as they also don't have any pain suppression left from mode. So they have to worry a little bit about tank damage there. Yeah, Cheese still working on that Wolfpack. Now they're done. Looking at the trash percentage, MONKA definitely in the lead.
Oh, absolutely. They are very, very far in the lead. You can see they're finishing off this bear pull by the time that Cheese even starts it. Now, the question is, we know that MONKA is a little behind in trash count coming into this section of the dungeon, so where are they going to be getting... Actually, sorry, it was Cheese that was behind a little bit in trash count. Where are they going to be getting their extra trash count? Because MONKA should be just about done here when this trash count is dead. Let's see, remember, 83.7 is where they need to be.
It looks like they're pulling the dragon with the bears and the bulls. Yeah, Cheese is pulling all of the bears onto the dragon with the bulls as well. So this, and they're lasting this too. So they're lasting this insanely big trash pull here, which means that they might be getting all of the trash they need. But yeah, I mean, look at that. There's just so many mobs. And you can see Fem has to start kiting, running out of defensives. But some of the mobs don't want to move. You have the Storm Drake, and they want to make sure that Sanguine is not healing anything. This can be really difficult on Sanguine, because these bulls like to stand still and cast. You can see some of the bulls already healing. 4 million Sanguine healing coming out at some of these bears and bulls. It's taking them some time to finish this off here.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's definitely looking about the same as what MONKA's pull looked like. Maybe a little bit more sanguine healing. You can see we still have that meter from that pull on the left side here for MONKA as they move towards the King's RP. Just a little bit more sanguine healing, but it was a bigger pull. But look at that, both teams now neck and neck in their trash count. They've got the amount that they need to finish off the dungeon here, as you would expect from these teams, the 2 best that we've seen over the weekend. But just a little tiny bit of a time advantage here for MONKA here, probably in the realm of like 30 seconds or so once you consider the two death timers on the board. So we'll see. Does Cheese have the capabilities of catching up on time based purely off of damage and merit? I don't know if that's going to be possible. I think they're going to need a little bit of a mistake coming out from MONKA here. They're going to need one of these kings to heal from one of the ancestral walkers, or potentially just a wipe. MONKA's done a great job to keep themselves ahead here.
Yeah, MONKA definitely looking very clean in this House of Valor. So even though both of the team strategies ended up being somewhat similar at the end, MONKA just slightly more efficient. I believe mainly because of that wolf pull, right? If Cheese would have pulled their wolves on top of Fenrir as well, then Cheese might have even be ahead at this point. But yeah, MONKA just having such an efficient pull with that Fire Mage, just really playing around their comp choice, really working out for MONKA here as well. As Cheese now also made it to those kings, but yeah, just a little bit behind. I would say between 30 and 1 minute at this point, because it also took Cheese quite a bit of time to pick up all of the beer. They had to wait for the patrol, for the sentinel to walk past. Then they had to use Mind Soothe to make sure Satsu can walk past there as well. So it definitely took them a little while longer compared to MONKA.
Man, just the capability of this team to come up with a comp that people aren't really playing in this dungeon and craft strategy that purely lays into its benefits is very impressive to see from MONKA, making full use of that Fire Mage passive cleave with the Fenrir pull that we haven't seen from any other teams. We've seen teams opt to go for a crazy, pull all of the warg strategy at once and not use one of the rock spots, but we haven't seen teams pull it on top of Fenrir like that and make it look so easy. Honestly, the Priest kind of came into play too there. Mode was jumping up on top of that rock on his own, and then once he was in position, gripped his mage up there. Nice little play from Mode back then. But we're already on to God King Skovald on the side of MONKA, whereas Cheese are still finishing off these 4 kings, and even more of a problem for them. They didn't get all 4 of them. They messed up the beer, yeah. Only just now getting the kings out, so just falling further and further behind now. It almost looks like MONKA's just going to run away with this one.
Yeah, it definitely does look like it. That beer strategy, getting all 4 kings at the same time, is so beneficial. You can do them quite a bit quicker, and not being able to get the timing quite right for Cheese, meaning that they have to play the kings not one by one, but close to. So definitely losing a little bit more time on their side. As MONKA is now dealing with God King Skovald, of course, both teams are going to be at 100% enemy forces, so we're not going to see any sentinels being aggroed eventually. So just 2 bosses left for MONKA. And Bloodlust in 4 minutes, that's not going to be up for Odin, right? There's no way that that's 4 minutes on a 22 fortified, so they're going to have to do it without that Bloodlust. But having so much burst DPS, having the Fire Mage, I think they might be just fine.
Yeah, with their comp, they should be able to burst it to essentially as close as they need to a 1 phase, right? They might get like a couple extra Shatter Spears, but I don't see that being too much of an issue for them. It is a fortified dungeon, so the bosses aren't necessarily the most dangerous section of the dungeon for them to deal with. And as a matter of fact, I don't think Odin even scales with tyrannical or fortified anyways, so it's not that big of a deal for them to deal with. Just have to make sure they get to the runes when the runic brand comes out. We have actually seen teams die to that, so, gotta play it safe. But yeah, MONKA, God King Skovald already dead by the time Cheese just engaged the boss. This has just been a masterclass on how to do this dungeon from MONKA, and, again, showing why they are that #1 seed coming into the weekend. It's great to see.
Yeah, definitely. MONKA also utilizing all of their racials and their utility to not even get hit by those charges on God King Skovald as well. We saw Mode press Shadow Melt there whenever that charge was on him, making sure that it doesn't go through. Really nice. Of course, the charge wouldn't kill Mode, but having to heal more instead of doing more damage is always something. So I like seeing those small things, making sure they utilize everything in their power to be a little bit quicker. And there we go, Odin now being engaged by MONKA. As I said, Bloodlust is not quite going to be ready. Still a little bit too long on their cooldown there. But they should be fine. You can see all cooldowns are being available. Army should be coming back, possibly, because of the cooldown reaction they have on it. So that should be fine as well. And then we have PI coming up in 8 seconds, too. So they should be fine with that 1 phase. Or as close as to a 1 phase as they can get. Even if they get a second brand, it's not going to be the end of the world. They're pretty far ahead, as Cheese actually ends up wiping on God King Skovald.
I didn't see what happened
with the shields.
Something happened with the shield for sure during Ragnarok, but it wasn't going to matter. MONKA already on to the first set of runes here. Mode actually getting stunned by one of those balls here. Is he going to be able to heal himself? This is doing a lot of damage to him. Okay, he is able to make it to his rear, and that's a full heal, plus the ticking damage stops. Kind of scary there. A little bit of style points for eating the stun for fun. But we're on to the burn phase here. They had a little bit of thundering too, it looked like, when that came out too, so they got the little damage amp overlap. But look at Odin's HP melting. Maystein is vibing, he's payphoning in the player feed there. And Odin will go down at 80%. It's going to be the first map victory for MONKA. A sub 20-minute Halls of Valor time. Extremely impressive.
Wow, that is an incredibly fast time in this dungeon, and MONKA have found a way to do even more than we've seen here before. Really, really cool out of them. Good to see the smiles, though, staying on Fem's face there for the side of Cheese. They are keeping their spirits high, and the day he stops smiling, that's the day we know Cheese is really in trouble. Alright, so here's a look at some of the replay that we've got from this game. You can see even from the very first pull just how well things are going for MONKA in here, just how beautifully managed the Sanguine is, how well they did it, a good job of just killing everything with that Fire Mage so quickly, and also then kiting so well. We did have this death from Mode into an early battle res, which made things a little bit scarier for the rest of the first 10 minutes of the dungeon until they got their second res back, which could have been bad on Herja, but this huge pull, only taking their battle res, I think it's worth. I mean, that's a lot more mobs in one pull than we usually see. This stuff out of Cheese is a lot more standard, do 2 or 3 pulls towards Herja, a bunch of big pulls with a lot of enemies, including some enemies that MONKA skipped, but still, it's you get there a little bit slower, you get there a little bit safer. That being said, I actually am still not sure which team is faster in this part of the dungeon, right? This part of the dungeon, it's really hard to say who's getting the benefit, right? If you're getting somewhere a little bit later, but with a little bit more count, who's coming out ahead? Skipping these 3 as well, that Legion style, like you were saying, Zyro, skipping those front 3. See, it was interesting out of Cheese. Both teams, of course, like you were saying during the cast as well, went for this Herja skip, right? You could see they bring it over to the light side first, then bring it over to the lightning side, try and trick Herja into casting the wrong stuff. It didn't work for either team, so, maybe it's been changed, maybe it hasn't, who knows? That's always the tinfoil. Whenever you're tanking and that doesn't work, you just say, oh, maybe they changed it, maybe it doesn't work anymore. That's what I say, at least. Maybe it still works, though, and we just screwed it up. This was the big pull, right? This was the one where MONKA saved a minute, maybe, over Cheese and over anything we've seen anybody else do. All of these Ebon-Claw wargs onto Fenrir, it's just so crazy making that pull work out. And then one thing we didn't see, but that worked out, this is what Maystein was doing after that pull, grabbing a couple of bulls over here, casting a couple of Moonfires, running away from those mobs that are trying to beat him up. And that was how they grouped up that pull. Got a nice big pull going there. Cheese also had a cool pull here, though. I haven't seen this before. All of this onto the Storm Drake as well. That gives them a nice high health target to kind of focus as their primary target, though. Otherwise, that's something you're kind of missing in these pulls, and I actually think that's pretty cool. I mean, the Storm Drake, it's a little bit of a lethal mob, but you're already dealing with a bunch of lethal mobs. You're already looking at your feet to dodge these rumbling stomps. I don't think it actually increases the danger of that pull by too much. So, a cool thing there. Another thing that went a little bit wrong for old Cheese here was the Kings area. You could see some of the Kings went unactivated, went unfought. They didn't get to do the 4 Kings, which is another little bit of a time loss. And then, of course, the big problem here, that you can see the shields over by the X World marker. They didn't grab that shield. You have to go grab that shield. That's one of the big things about the Skovald fight. So hopefully something that Cheese can add to their route for next time. But there's the end of the dungeon. We can see the damage meters going in for both teams. Crim's atop the meters there at 163k. Not bad for a 22 key, right? We see some higher numbers sometimes, but that's usually in the lower keys, right?
Wait, so he's doing only that much more damage than the other classes, and he's getting every single power infusion? Dude, that class needs a buff. Dude, Fire Mage sucks.
Agreed.
Dang, dude,
Yeah.
imagine how much more the DK could do if he was getting PI. Dude.
Good point. Yeah, we'll have to have a talk about that for sure. You can see here. I mean, look how many more big spikes MONKA are getting than Cheese, right? You can see that, like, the 8-minute one, that big pull they do into the Herja area, and then they have the fact they do the wolves on the boss, right? And then they do the big bear pull. They just get so many more of these big spikes. That's a really good way to save time in an MDI setting, right? Is just do more big pulls. That's what MONKA did here. So really impressive. Okay, so
See that?
Yeah.
That big damage spike around the 13-minute mark, where Cheese was trying to just pull it back with that Stormdrake pull, but man, it just wasn't. I mean, this whole dungeon really came down to that Fenrir pull, right? Pulling all the wargs on top of it, really letting their DK and mage just abuse as much AoE as possible, and having your feral funnel a lot too. That was just a sick pull, and now that you've shown that off, every single team is just going to copy it for grand finals now.
Well,
Maybe, but maybe not, right? Because you want to play. I think you almost want to play mage for it, right? To make sure they all die. Well, it depends on the affixes too, I guess. So I'm going to make it a little bit more dangerous.
yeah, volcanic as well. I mean, your mage is one of the few ranged DPS that can be up there and still be doing good damage, right? Because during their combustion, they don't care about getting volcanoed around as much. Interesting way of handling that part of the dungeon. We are moving on though to Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. 23 Fortified Raging Quaking are the affixes here, and I'm curious. I wonder if this is also a mage dungeon for MONKA. It's interesting. You think about, like, Dr. J really wants to play mage whenever Thunderstruck are playing. The nice thing about mage as well, though, is it lets Mode play Disc Priest as well, which is a huge, main spec thing that MONKA can get there. Of course, Mode phenomenal at every healer, but Disc Priest is what he's been known for the longest, and it's something that he plays to an exceptionally high level. So pairing that with the mage, this is a dungeon where we've seen teams do it. I think we could see MONKA using the Fire Mage Disc Priest combo again in here. There's a lot of similar pulls, all that trash on the second boss, for instance, where that combo really shines.
Yeah, we saw Dr. J's team playing a lot of that in this dungeon as well, and I'm not too sure if it's like faster than like just playing the typical meta comp. I think if you can really abuse pulling trash on bosses in this dungeon, which you can do on the first 3 bosses, then it could be a pretty strong pick. There's certain things like in the second boss area where you can pull the trash on top of boss right when you get that damage amp from going downstairs, where I think it would be a sick overlap, specifically for that Fire Mage cleave. But I'm not too sure. Let's see. Oh, yep, they're bringing it back out again. Okay, so Dratnos, you were right. Let's see how it looks in this dungeon. We've already seen it from Thunderstruck. Let's see how it looks from MONKA.
Yeah, but Thunderstruck played this dungeon twice, both times with the mage, and they lost both times. So will MONKA break that streak? As they're not playing that Fire Mage, we can see them probably going to skip this pack here, but as we've seen a lot of other teams do as well. There we go, the Mind Sooth coming out of the priests on both sides, and maybe even the Shackle can be used as well to make it a little bit easier. And now they're gathering up some of these spiders, and you might notice that that one of the druids here, Maystine, is not with MONKA, because Maystine actually walked to the right side, stealthing past the packs, and then actually pulling the spiderlings and maybe even another trash pack onto the boss now. So MONKA is going to do an absolutely crazy huge pull. On Cheese's side, it was actually Satsi that walked to the right. So both teams doing a pretty crazy pull here, but Cheese engaging the boss first.
Here we go. You can see Fim and Skylark popping the grief torches right at the start of the pull because they know they aren't going to want to use that once they have 6 of these reanimated ritual buns wailing on them. We have to keep an eye on the tank damage here. That is the #1 focus for both teams here. The tank incoming damage is absolutely insane. You can see every single cooldown popped across the board just to keep them alive, but they're not out of the woods just yet. They've got this defiled spirit now that they have to kill off. If that reaches the boss, it heals the boss and gives it a 25% damage amp. But look at that, they're just passively cleaving it down with the Bloodlust and their cooldowns for both teams. It goes down incredibly easily. Now, every single one of those bones is raging for both teams. MONKA is the first to finish them off. Cheese does finish off most of them. They still have 1 of them left alive by the time the Dark Eclipse comes out. But look at the boss damage for MONKA, 20% ahead. just from the comp difference. That's just insane.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. So much boss damage coming out of MONKA here. And it also looked like Skylark managed to hold on to the defensive cooldowns for a little bit longer, having that pain step from mode. Now, of course, time dilation also being a very good cooldown, but it looks like that they overlapped time dilation with one of the shield wall stacks of Fem, and they ended up running out of all of their defensive single target cooldowns for Fem pretty early on, while the mobs were still at like 30-40%, and then Fem had to start kiting, while Skylark actually managed to tank them for almost the whole duration, using their defensives in a little bit more of a staggered way. So also working out a little bit better for MONKA there, as now they're already on that next trash pool. You can see Combustion, of course, being used by Crims here. PI not quite ready yet. They're probably going to be using it for the next boss, because I assume there's going to be another set of trash packs going to be pulled on top of the second boss too. While Cheese is getting lower and lower in Sedana, but yeah, that's a pretty big difference in favor of MONKA here.
Yeah, a little bit of a difference too. Cheese opting to cleave down that Bone Mender with the boss at the end there, whereas for MONKA, Mode Redominate minded it, pulled it up into this trash pack that they're working on right now, and they're cleaving it down with that trash pack. So just a little bit more efficient AoE cleave coming out from MONKA here. Now, the trash pack already dead for MONKA. Cheese opting to not pull any of that. They're just skipping right past it all, going straight into Knowledge here. Wow, they're going to have to make up that 10% trash somewhere else, but where's that going to be? Are they going to back pull it into the boss here? That's the only thing I could think of.
Yeah, I think they're going to be pulling... No, you can actually skip this. They don't need this. They're going to pull the right side pack here. On live servers, you almost never even look at that pack. But it looks like Cheese is going to be pulling that, while MONKA, on the other hand, doesn't need that right side pack because they've pulled this before. But technically speaking, Cheese's strategy is a lot more efficient here because they did one less pull. They just did 2 pulls now. This is the first pull into the boss and now second pull into the boss, while MONKA did 1 trash pull in between. So this is better for Cheese if they can execute it, because there's so many mobs here that they have to worry about. Now, after this downstairs phase, whenever your soul gets stolen, you can see some of these mobs are just like kind of AFK, not doing anything, but they're going to start casting pretty soon again, and then it's where it's the most difficult for Cheese.
They've got the double Puzzy B coming out from the 2 melee classes with the damage amp from the downstairs phase. Look at the burn damage coming out from Cheese here. That trash pack is melting. It might even just die before they start getting casts off again. They just start casting again, but they're all at 20% HP. They only have 1 Exhumer and 1 Dominator left alive. Cheese absolutely demolishing that pole and bringing themselves right back into this dungeon, neck and neck with MONKA. Both teams on similar trash count numbers. Both teams just now hitting the 20% mark on the boss here. Absolutely insane pull coming out from Cheese.
Yeah, but look at the boss's HP, right? MONKA pulled the boss quite a bit later, and they are further on the boss's HP. Now, it's still incredibly close, of course. But yeah, Cheese, because of the comp difference, I assume, and because they pulled more trash, they had to AoE more, while MONKA could focus a little bit more on the boss. So that means MONKA is going to finish that boss off first, and then they're going to be gathering up another pretty big pull, I would assume. We'll see if they're going to be pulling all of those spiders and all of those bats into the worms on the bridge. That is something we've seen a lot as well. It can be a pretty dangerous pull because it's a 23, it's fortified, it is raging, and there's so many casts that you have to worry about on these spiders. If any of those diseases go through on the whole group, it can be incredibly dangerous, especially if they have raging. And another thing to note about MONKA's comp is that they do not have Oppressive Roar. They don't have an AoE Raging Dispel. They of course have Soothe from their Druid, but it's not going to be as good as Sats's AoE Dispel.
Yeah, and that's going to be very scary once these spiders start getting into the raging range. If they miss a kick on a single one of those bursts, that's probably just going to be a wipe. There's not really too many great ways they can deal with that. I guess they can Mass Dispel, but that's about it. These Plague Bats also are going to do a ton of damage to their team when they do end up pulling them. But dude, look at these teams neck and neck as they get to the first Carrion Worm. Actually, it looks like Cheese might have pulled it a little bit earlier. Kind of crazy considering how far behind they looked at the end of the first boss, but bringing themselves back into it with that insane trash pull on the second boss. Ooh, this is going to be a fast one. This is going to be very, very close, I feel like.
I think so as well. Cheese now about to finish off that worm as well. Actually, MONKA first. MONKA did finish off the worm first. They can move on here. Now aggroing those bats. We'll see which one of their players actually does pull around the corner here behind the boss, because they don't have the evoker that can easily just hover around. They can, of course, use the druid to use that disengage in the Moonkin form, but it doesn't look like they're doing it just yet, so that makes me believe they want to pull it onto the boss.
Oh, I was wondering why there was less trash count for Cheese there. It looks like some of the trash they pulled from upstairs reset on them. Or they just skipped past it and are pulling it now. That's a little unfortunate if it did reset on them, but here we go. On to the second Carrion Worm, the second Danger Noodle for MONKA here. Cheese lagging a little bit behind as they have to go back and obtain that trash that they skipped earlier on. They also had to pull the extra 2 Corpse Spiders that we didn't see pulled from MONKA. That is what the extra trash count they needed is going to be. So once this trash pull is done, the teams will only have the remaining trash in front of them to finish off. I mean, Cheese pulled themselves back, but I think they're still lagging just a little bit behind.
Yeah, I think so as well, as MONKA now, he's going to engage the boss in just a second. Maysteen did wild charge around that wall there and pull the ads back. Mode gripping Maysteen back to safety, making sure none of those casts do go off on the Feral Druid there. And now they're pulling everything on top of the boss. This is still pretty dangerous for them, especially because I mentioned they do not have Oppressive Roar. So whenever those bats and those spiders start raging, they need to single soothe them. But of course, if they interrupt every single cast that the bats and the spiders do, then they don't have to worry too much about raging anyway. But we can see 2 casts going off here. One on Crims, using Dwarf Racial to get rid of that debuff immediately, because they are presumably in raging as well, so the Spit can do a lot of damage to you as a player as well, on top of it being a slow and the damage reduction, of course. But now it does look like MONKA are about to finish off those last 2 spiders, and they're looking really clean. That quaking a bit dangerous, but looking good for them.
So they've skipped the first potential submerge. Let's see if they can actually skip the second one, too. The boss hasn't cast a second inhale yet, so they're getting great RNG here on the side of MONKA here. And here's where you can see the damage differential coming in, where they are in the dungeon here. MONKA with Bone Mod, 40% by the time Cheese have just essentially started pulling the boss. Okay, second inhale coming in from MONKA. Do they skip another submerge? Let's see. Cheese has skipped the first one, so that's good for them.
Ooh, do you think they can kill the boss before they even get the ad spawn? But Satsi goes down for Cheese, unfortunately. They do have a battle rest. They have to get Satsi back up quickly before everyone starts dying here, as everyone drops low. I'm not even sure where Satsi is. Maybe actually fell into the water and died there, so maybe that's why we don't see a rest coming up just yet. But yeah, looking pretty dangerous for Cheese here, not having their healer alive, while all of the ads are there casting on them, plus the spiders. I mean, they might be fine, but they do have to get Satsi back up.
They've got to get him up as early as possible. No Nature's Vigil. Yep, Satsi is in the water. Oh, he's so far from the group. Can they actually even reach him here? I think they might be able to reach him if they go all the way to the edge, but that would be kind of tough. Oh man, Dranako was looking for him, but I don't think there's any way they're going to get the res off. They can do this without a healer. They've got the tools to do it. They used the Nature's Vigil earlier on. They've got the Vampiric Embrace active right now. They'll get the Nature's Vigil back up in about 20 seconds, so there might be about 10 or 15 seconds where they don't have one of those active. Actually, the VE just running out now. 20 seconds until the Nature's Vigil. That can top the team on its own, though, so they should be able to finish the boss. Oh no, Ricky goes down too! The spits from these extra carrion worms.
Yeah, they do
they've got the
rest
battle rest
Ricky. Dranako now tries to get the rest there. Oh, there we go, the wild charge around the corner. And looks like Dranako still cannot rest Satsi. There we go, now the rest is coming out. Really nicely done by Dranako, but Satsi can actually hover back. And maybe Dranako can get back to with a grip, or he has to wait for the wild charge cooldown to come back up. There we go, now they are back. But MONKA, they don't have any issues on their side whatsoever. They're now finishing off those void spawns. And yeah, I mean, MONKA looking just so clean. Only one void spawn left, plus the last boss. And they even have Bloodlust for the last boss too. They can commit to make that a little bit easier.
HP bars dropping low for MONKA here on the last Blueberry, but with just one of them alive, they should be totally fine. One final Void Pulse coming out before it goes into its next set of Void Eruptions. And they are going to be fine. They're going to have time for Mode to take a nice little sit and drink before the last boss here. There's no way they pull the boss with him on a 20% mana bar, right? Absolutely no way. Okay, he's going to sit down and replenish that mana a little bit. But they're already ready to go here. Half mana is all he's going to need. They've got the Bloodlust available, probably waiting to sync it with some of their cooldowns. They don't have the Power Infusion for 50 seconds here, but MONKA in a very commanding position here in this dungeon, easily a minute plus ahead of Cheese here. And this is huge for them, right? A win in this series is an automatic berth to the Global Finals and in that upper finals for this weekend. They're looking poised to take that spot.
They're looking so good, but we have seen teams wipe to Ner'zhul before this weekend. So let's take a look at MONKA, see if they can execute this. As you mentioned, they are saving that Bloodlust for all cooldowns to come back up. Incarnation back in 12 seconds, Army ready, PI 15 seconds, so I assume that's when they pop everything. Of course, they also want to have that Combustion ready as well by Crims. And it does look like Moat is also... Actually, no, it's Crims that is baiting all of these omens, right? Yeah. If you have a ranged DPS, it only goes on ranged. Even if your healer's a range 2. Looks like no issues for MONKA so far. And yeah, when are those cooldowns going to come up? I guess they really just wait for Combustion at this point.
Yeah, at the start of the pool, they were waiting on PI, now they're waiting for Combustion. But they've got the Combustion coming up in a few seconds here. Who are they sending the PI on? They've got the Lust. Got the Combust. Is it on the Mage? Can't quite see. Yeah, it's on the Mage. Okay, so the PIing the Mage for just pure boss damage plus cleave here. You know what? I honestly don't think it mattered who they PI'd here. They're 50% ahead on the boss. They've got 2 less deaths to worry about. MONKA, with the boss below 30% now, going to be taking this series, you know, unless 2 of their players die to a debuff at the last second. But they don't have an Evoker for that to happen to them. The boss now below 10%, absolutely getting shredded by MONKA here, and they are going to be taking this series 2-0 against Cheese.
Wow, what a run from MONKA. That is insane. 1343, 0 deaths here in that Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. After that Halls of Valor as well, this team has really come to game today. And that is their ticket to the Global Finals that they have earned right here. So, big congratulations to MONKA. Cheese are not out of it just yet, though. They are getting sent down to the lower bracket where they will have another shot to stay alive there. So, we're going to get to see some more of them later today, but wow, this is a crazy game, and right from the start, you could see how much MONKA were pulling ahead there. Look at that damage meter, right? It's not just the DK, right? You have the Mage keeping up, and the Mage is pumping so much single target into Sedana as well. When all those ads die, and they were like 20% ahead on boss damage as a result. It's not like Feral Druid, Shadow Priest is doing bad damage here or anything like that. It's just the Mage just doing something else to the boss that... The Unholy DK is doing a lot of boss damage, but that's also a lot of AoE. The Mage is doing a lot of AoE, but it's a lot of boss damage that's being brought there. You get to see on the second boss as well, right? Look at the overall damage here. That Ignite just spreading to all of those other mobs that are just stunned under boss. Really great moment to be a Mage. Although this was a part of the dungeon where Cheese were kind of able to pull it back with their incredibly impressive double pull onto this boss, right? That was a huge thing that Cheese were up to as well, but things went quite badly for Cheese in this boss. It went badly for Cheese before this boss as well. One of the bats like reset when they were trying to pull it, or they didn't grab it and or lost thread on Fem or something. I couldn't quite figure out what happened there, but ended up being quite bad for them. They had to go back and re-pull what they had wanted to all be pulled at once. So here, Zatsi died and actually got knocked by that far worm. And this is a really unfortunate place to get knocked to. Almost anywhere you get knocked to, you can get within range of a B-Res from the rest of your group. But this is one of those places. It's a little too far away. You don't have line of sight from the closest spot in the room as well. So very nasty spot for this to happen. Pretty much worst case, had to play without a healer for that fight. Luckily, they were able to do it, but... that was a sizable time loss, and they needed no time loss to keep up with MONKA, right? Anything going wrong in MONKA's run was going to just destroy you, right? That's how rough it is when you're up against a team like MONKA, and MONKA aren't making mistakes. You can't make any mistakes at all.
Look at Mode's damage as well. Almost 40k DPS on that Disc Priest. I mean, Satsi, of course, was dead on that whole pull, so definitely gonna lower his effective DPS overall in the dungeon. But yeah, still, 40k DPS on a disc. I think like the main reason why we've seen the shamans and the evokers, of course, they bring bloodlust, which is definitely a big reason. But another reason was that they do so much damage, right? So seeing that the Disc Priest does up to 40k in the SVG is really cool to see.
Especially because they're bringing power infusion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that doesn't even show up as, I mean, it does increase their damage too, but it's adding damage to somebody else, so that's crazy.
So the Disc Priest is actually doing like 100k DPS, beating the tank. That's really impressive.
Yeah, when you just have to factor in the power infusion and not be very good at math, and it's insane. So here's a look at that damage spike that you have. Yeah, you can see just the MONKA spike a little bit bigger at the start of the dungeon. Cheese, though, actually, if you looked at the first 5 minutes here, you'd be like, oh, Cheese have got something going here, right? This double pull onto boss is really big, That's maybe the biggest gap between teams. I guess the 3-minute spike for MONKA is also quite a big gap. But yeah, then we had the two medium-sized problems that Cheese ran into towards Bone Ma and on Bone Ma. Ended up really closing the door on them on this one, so that's unfortunate for Cheese, but a deserved victory by MONKA. This was such a flawless run out of them, and wow, that's going to be a scary team, and that is the MONKA that we've seen beat Echo before, right? That's the MONKA we've seen take maps off of Echo, and if they play like that, I think they could beat anybody in the world. Yeah, they're insane. Right. So
yeah, those
2-0. Good.
Well, Horus, now we have to think ahead to what we're going to see for the rest of the day. Now, of course, we have our featured, most anticipated matchup of the weekend coming up, the Thunderdome. Thunderstruck versus Thunder, and the winner of that will be taking on Cheese for that final spot for the weekend that we'll send to the Global Finals. But this matchup between Thunderstruck and Thundered, this is a spicy one. And as casters, we're kind of split on this, right? Our predictions for wildcards this weekend, I think we had 3 for Thundered, 2 for Thunderstruck. What did you guys pick? Because I picked Thundered, but I thought I was picking
Yeah.
You know what?
I picked Thunderstruck.
Okay. Are you still sticking with that prediction, Dreadnoughts?
Yeah, I picked Thunderstruck. I'm sticking with it. I like Thunderstruck. I think both teams are great, of course.
I'm gonna go with Thundered, and the only reason is that the first game in the series is an SPG, and Thunderstruck just really didn't look good there. And I think losing that first SPG, I mean, if it happens, obviously, then I'm just gonna give it to Thundered. I'm a Thundered fan now. I changed my mind.
Okay, yeah.
You can't change your mind?
Well, Zyro, maybe you could change your mind too, though, because you meant to pick Thunderstruck. You just picked Thundered by accident because their names, some would argue, are quite similar and easy to mix up. So that's what the matchup we've got coming in the lower bracket. Winner there gets to fight Cheese, and then the winner will get the rematch against MONKA, or potentially, if you're Thunderstruck, the first match ever against MONKA of this bracket. Although both Thundered and Cheese are in the lower bracket because of MONKA, so if either of those teams makes it to the finals, that's going to be a grudge match, a little bit of revenge that they're hoping to take there.
I'm really looking forward to this matchup. It should be a great one. I mean, like Nagura was alluding to, SPG starting off the series, and Thunderstruck has had issues there, but also, don't you think that they would have practiced that a ton since they've had the issues, between yesterday and today? That might have been like a major focus for their practice.
They probably also practiced it a lot before they failed twice, right? So, maybe the practice, maybe it's just not their dungeon, Sometimes you just have a dungeon where things work out in practice, and then on a tournament, things just go wrong,
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can break the curse of the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, if that can be the start of their Thunderdome victory, or if it's going to go the other way for Thunderstruck. We'll find out, but first, we'll go to a quick break.
welcome back to the MDI, and what happens next will shock you, because we have been brewing up a storm for you guys. We have the Thunderstruck versus Thunderdome coming up. We're all going to be enlightened after the series, Dratnos. You've been rooting for this event to happen ever since we saw the team names the first time come around. Who do you think is going to steal the other team's thunder?
Well, I think that it's going to go to Thunderstruck, but I do think that it's going to be a very close series between the two teams. Of course, we're starting off in Shadowmoon Burial Grounds, a map that Thunderstruck have played twice and have yet to win in, so that's a little bit of a downer for them, but I don't know, this team, both teams are so good. I have been rooting for this matchup since the start of the bracket. Production at the start were like, oh, there's no way we're ever going to get to this. It's good, we can avoid this fate. But I was like, oh, no, hang on. This can happen in the lower bracket.
No, wait a second.
Yeah. And
See,
indeed
the thing
it is. So.
Dratnos does a lot of the Dratnos routes for some of the teams, and so he just, manipulated a little bit of the script, made sure that the Thunderdome... No, of course, I'm joking. But, Tettles, you're one of the few people that's on my side. You think Thundered is going to take this one. Tell me a little bit about why you chose that team.
I think that Thunderstruck technically should be a favorite, right? So if you look at their roster and you look at like the players that they have, but especially like long-standing MDI veterans and stuff like that, and on top of that, their seeding, they look like a team that should be favored in this matchup, which is why I think it makes sense that Dratnos would favor them a little bit. But from what we've seen, I kind of reaffirms my opinion that they're just not going to be consistent enough. And I think that is going to haunt them a little bit. We've seen them like lose matchups and like be upset in rounds that they probably should have 2-0'd, right? Where it's like they have a wipe on Ner'zhul. These are things that don't happen to the absolute best teams in the world, but for some reason Thunderstruck's consistency, if they play well, they're able to put up top times, but if it seems like things go wrong for them also a lot, and that makes me think that Thundered is more likely to take this because Thunderstruck is kind of like self-sabotage a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't agree with the self-sabotage necessarily, but definitely consistency has to be a factor, and that also plays into having a new team constellation, right? It was the same for Cheese in the previous round, but we're going to have some bans here coming in. We will have the Shadowmoon Burial Grounds, and then a second map, the Knockout Offensive, stays open. Dratnos, how do you feel about that?
Interesting. Yeah, 23 not good with Sanguine and Explosive. Exciting that we'll get to see the two teams in there. There's a lot that can go wrong in that dungeon.
Interesting to see the Halls of Valor Thunderstruck win. Well, it doesn't say ban, that says win. Wait a second.
Oh, it does say win. Hang on.
Hang on.
So wait,
wow.
What is production trying to tell us?
Oh, they've changed it. Okay, they're so quick.
There we go. There we
so
go.
Fast, actually.
All right.
Gotta stay grounded in this matchup here.
It's curious, though. It's curious to see the Halls of Valor go. I'm interested because, you'd think that's a good mage dungeon, right? That's a place where Dr. J could play mage and be happy about it. So that does mean as well, if we get a game 3, it gets to be that Ruby life pools that we've seen be so tough for teams to have consistency in. So, wow, this is going to be a banger of a series. I was pretty sure that the Not Good was going to go, but no, we're going to get to see that too. So, yeah, perfect setting for our Thunderdome.
Just talking about ban theory a little bit more, Thunder has banned Algothar Academy 3 times prior to this, so I think it makes perfect sense that they're looking to slam it another time. Like, all right, let's make it 4 bans into this Algothar Academy. I think if you're gonna run into it that often and it's always bannable, we may as well just ban it every single time. Seems good to me.
I mean, that's what the ban is for. Sometimes you want to map out your way through the dungeons, and if there is one dungeon you really don't feel confident in, or you really want to avoid for whatever reason, then you can use that ban in that way, and we've seen teams do that again and again, but we can see that both teams are starting. I'm looking for an electrifying matchup between these two. I think it's going to be super fun, especially since I think it's the first time we're seeing Thunder in that Shadowmoon Burial Ground, and I hope they can really bring it.
Yeah, this is such a good dungeon to see these teams in as well. I'm curious how big Thundered are planning to go onto like the second boss as well. I also wonder what comp they're gonna run here too.
Would you say that we're gonna have to send one of these teams Thundered home?
Yeah, exactly.
I think that comp in this dungeon is actually pretty fluid. I think that mage is something that absolutely could see play. It seems like it's very, very powerful in this dungeon. I think that you could also play like a standard composition and not be too upset about it. Thunderdrip running that restoration shaman though, I think is the big difference. Whereas Thunderstruck are playing that fire mage. We've seen them play this dungeon a couple times. That fire mage is nothing surprising.
Yeah, a couple different teams have played the Fire Mage in here. They're comboing it with the Shadow Priest rather than the Disc Priest like MONKA did as well, which is an interesting difference too. So that's cool out of Thunderstruck. Thundered also running a cool comp here using that Shaman instead of the Evoker that we see a lot of teams using. So another slight difference. That's a little bit more control as well with the stuns and stuff, as we see both teams setting up a massive pull onto first boss, sending their druids to the side to go and gather the extra skitterlings and this extra pack. Since both teams have a priest, they will be able to cast Dominate Mind onto the caster here, get it on their side, and only have one of them putting out those debuffs, which is a lot safer than if you have two, right?
Bro, Thunderstruck is already 5 to 10 seconds ahead just by getting this first boss pulled faster. Not even anything to do with damage or anything else. It's literally just pathing. They just ran faster to the first boss, not waiting for people to group back up. I know it actually takes a lot of time. Like, you have to wait for that Feral Druid to get in a good position before you and that 4-person group start running. But I think that Thunderstruck has just timed it out perfectly to where they're able to get the first boss pulled a bit quicker. Huh.
Yeah, this should be an advantage as well to be the Fire Mage comp, right, against this boss. That's got to be something you're usually happy about, right? That's and you can see on the boss health, about 7% ahead are Thunderstruck. Actually, Thundered are doing some kind of insane boss dam here, though. Thunderstruck still have Trash alive as well. Lamike is having to kite here, not able to actually keep full uptime up on the boss as a result. This Whispers of the Darkstar really hurting. It looks like they're going to be able to survive it. They are going to get one more ad here, probably, as that Bone Mender is now exiting its MC for both teams.
They've just resent Combustion. We know that they've skipped this ad a couple of times. This is going to be really close.
Yeah.
I don't know. So the boss has a chance to consume the ad with 3 seconds left on the cast. Is this about to eat this ad?
Yes, it is. Wow, 11% for Thunderstruck. So that's a big time loss compared to if they'd managed to kill it before. Now it also does gain a damage buff as well. So this is going to be quite a nasty situation for Thunderstruck to be in. But they are going to survive it. Wow, that's scary though. That's cost them quite a bit of time. And as a result, Thundered are only a little bit behind on the boss. And actually, Yoda is going to go down for Thunderstruck as well. That's really bad here because you're not out of combat. Yeah, it's
it was the debuff from the Bone Mender. I was so confused as to what he died to because it didn't look like anything happened. Okay, but yeah, now they have to res him, and I think that this gives the slight advantage to Thundered here. Now Thundered able to finish off that Bone Mender. Thunderstruck are still resing Yoda, and then now Thundered has finished off that final mob. It looks like both of these two teams are going to be playing the Trash.
Yeah, this Trash is an interesting one. There's a couple different ways you can handle it, right? Whether or not you kick those two Dominators on their Domination cast, almost everybody's going to kick the back one to bring it in. But you can see Thunderstruck here are choosing not to kick the other ones for a while. And yeah, they're just there channeling their Domination, right? While Thundered instead have kicked them. If you kick them, they're going to start doing a bunch of nasty casts. When they do that as well, their souls can attack random people as well and can potentially be very lethal. But the upside is, if you don't kick them, that Domination channel that they're doing on those souls actually gives the souls extra health. So you can see on Thunderstruck's side, 50%. Those souls are still alive here. Yeah. And that's because they had to do a lot more damage because they didn't interrupt that Domination cast. So that's the trade-off that you're offered when dealing with that pull. I'm not sure what the right answer is. The two teams had different answers.
Look at the cycle on both of these teams. Thundered was a little bit faster on that Trash pack, but because of the cycle, both of the teams basically have to wait for that Exhumer Patrol to get into a good spot before they're able to walk by. So I think with this composition for Thunderstruck, every single time we see a boss pull, they should be able to kill that a little bit faster than Thundered, just looking at damage profile of their composition. Now, I think that Thundered on the Trash that is going to be following this boss should be able to catch back up a little bit, but I think that this is going to be a pretty significant lead for Thunderstruck coming off of Nalash here. That Fire Mage does a lot of work on this boss. Combusting with that damage buff out of the intermission is just insane amounts of damage.
Yeah, absolutely true here. You can see even on the damage meters, although Velo also doing something insane here to this boss on that Evoker. Unethical healer DPS coming out of Thunderstruck.
I actually kind of like the Resto Shaman pick. So the Resto Shaman allows you to have a very short interrupt in wind shear. On top of that, it gives you a little bit more just like single target boss damage. That's one of the advantages of that Resto Shaman. I think it makes sense that Bazooka's playing it in this instance, but I mean, obviously the Evoker is cracked in a lot of situations, and so I think that anytime you take somebody off that Preservation Evoker, you better have a very good reason.
Both healers are also using the Desperate Invoker's Codex trinket.
Okay.
Getting a little bit more damage as a result, getting a nice single target DPS button that they can press off of that trinket. It does hurt them a little bit, but especially in this dungeon, a lot of times when you're safe to press that, you know you're not going to get punished. So, very cool little tech choice from both healers. We've seen that become more and more popular over the past few weekends for healers in different places.
Dude, we've seen this a couple of times. Thunderstruck run this dungeon a couple of times. Every single time they reach this boss, they've always had a significant amount more single target boss damage than the other teams. But Thundered are somehow able to keep up with their boss damage. Look at Baby on the side of Thundered on that Unholy Death Knight. I wonder how much boss damage he's able to apply here. And it looks like both Thunderstruck and Thundered are going to be getting that last Soul Steal. And Thundered are using it to skip that Exhumer, I think.
Yeah, the Exhumer...
Maybe it's already been pulled.
Okay.
There's a chance it's already been pulled. Yeah, it's already been pulled.
Yeah, there's a patrolling Exhumer there, but it does often patrol so that you can pull it into that boss. You can also skip it afterwards, though, if you're in that soul phase. Okay, wow, so our two teams are neck and neck here. Both are now starting up this pull. It looks like both teams are planning to move forward as well. Landing their first few kicks are Thundered before they start walking, whereas Thunderstruck, Lamike is actually he's just going. He's leaving the rest of his team behind to do some of the kicks and starting this next pull. Yeah, leaping ahead. Velo's going to rescue the Shadow Priest Soda forwards as well. And they get this big AoE pull going. This is going to be combustion out of Dr. J into the worm as well. Lamike needs to make sure to bring everything close enough to that worm to catch on fire. The 4 bats are coming in as well. Thundered aren't going onto that worm until they've got this a little bit more grouped up and stabilized.
How do you feel about the slow chain versus the full sprint? I feel like the full sprint is definitely a little bit more dangerous, but it should be significantly faster for being able to get this worm killed off. The worm, in most instances, is going to be the limiting factor on whether or not you're able to like progress through the dungeon. And so Thunderstruck able to get that carrying worm to 20%. It burrows underground, and then they finish off the last remaining trash. Where on the right side of your screen you see Thundered here. They still don't have that worm killed off.
Yeah, this definitely does look like it went better for Thunderstruck. It's a pull where you'd imagine it's a good Fire Mage pull as well. Although it's also a good Unholy DK pull. That's the thing, right? Like Thunderstruck, their comp is Fire Mage, no Unholy DK. There are ways to play both, right? You can play both Fire and Unholy. Although usually when we've seen that, that's involved the Disc Priest coming in as well. Thunderstruck aren't aren't trying to do that right now. They are instead trying to play the Fire Mage instead of the Unholy DK rather than in addition to it.
I do think this next boss, I think that also should be in favor of Thunderstruck. I think the double ranged composition, just being able to do damage to Bone Maw is quite challenging for melee, just as a general rule, especially after that first burrow. And so, like, I think the double ranged composition should be fairly solid. Now, we've seen Thunderstruck have some issues on Bone Maw, but it seems like it's something that would definitely be inconsistent. And I expect Thunderstruck to be able to hopefully not have any body slam deaths this go around. But both Thundered and Thunderstruck are within a couple of seconds of one another. Who's gonna pull the trash into the boss for Thundered? Is it Subchris? Oh my god, he's in the water.
Uh-oh. That is not what that's supposed to look like.
That's hate water.
Yeah, that is very bad for Thundered. And honestly, that's the biggest time loss we've actually seen for either team so far in this dungeon, which is crazy, right? Is that mess up on the skip, and does manage to land the wild charge the second time, gets life grip back over. But you can see Thunderstruck have already pulled boss as a result. And yeah, it's weird. You'd think that Thunderstruck should be getting these pulls done faster, but it actually seems like Thundered have a tiny bit more damage, perhaps. Even though Thunderstruck are on that, mage plan. So maybe Thundered can pull this back here, but they are behind now by 20% of a boss's health. That is a lot to be behind this late in the dungeon.
It's just a bit confusing to me too, because like the last time we've seen them, like in every single time we've seen Thunderstruck and Shadowman Barrel Grounds, they've always been like DPS gapping the enemies. So it seemed to me like their comp was just like better damage, especially on bosses, but Thundered are showing up with a lot of damn. Look at this, they're catching up on the boss a little bit too. It's kind of wild.
Yeah, I mean, it was 20% when they pulled. It's 10% now
Yeah.
between the teams. At this rate, they're actually going to kill Bone Moth first. Now, they are going to run out of damage here in a bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, huh? What about that?
Their cooldowns are all out now. Although, you know, they do have a lot of consistent damage outside of cooldowns, right? I guess so does Dr. J, though. Dr. J's combustion is almost back. But yeah, look at the boss health now difference. It's only 4%. Thundered almost caught up here. Dr. J is about to catch fire. And that's going to help speed up Thunderstruck a little bit. He walks his way into that puddle and then hits that combustion. Starts blasting into Bone Maw. Although they're actually going to get a submerge during his combustion, if I'm not mistaken, which is always a bad feel.
Ignite ticks during it, it's probably fine.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world, right? As long as he got the full combustion off.
Oh, he did, and in fact, his combustion expired right at the end there, so we are just fine for Thunderstruck on that. And they've opened the gap back up to 10% between the two teams off of that combustion.
Thundered are going to be able to close it a little bit here, but now they're going to have a submerge, and I think it's going to open back up to, around that 15% mark is where Thunderstruck's going to be able to kill that boss ahead of Thundered. And then we just have the double Blueberry Pull and Ner'zhul left for both of these two teams. I mean, this is going to be a very close race.
I think Thunderstruck might be getting a 2% submerge here as well on the boss, and that, yeah, there's the boss submerging there at 6%. Whereas I think Thundered can probably kill before the next one, and they are by the exit already now. So that might be the equalizer here. The Inhale cast, it's actually going to be so close for Thundered. Right after the Inhale, the boss generally submerges. 3%,
kill the boss!
2%, please! They did it, okay. All right, so the two teams are now right neck and neck here, and there's actually one death on the board for Thunderstruck as well. When you factor in that one death, it's actually Thundered who are 2 seconds ahead right now. Both teams now getting started on this Blueberry Pull. LeMike dumps the Grief Torch into Skull. Alex heroic leaps into the middle, grabs both sides there for Thundered. No Grief Torch available for them, and this is such a vital part here, getting as much damage as they can while not dying during this. Thundering procs for Thunderstruck. They clear fairly early on Dr. J and Yoda. LeMike goes down for Thunderstruck!
LeMike died!
They have a battle res. But Soda dies as well here for Thunderstruck, and now there's a Raging Void spawn, and their damage has expired. They do have a Soothe. Yoda is there with a Soothe. They also have Overawe talented by Velo, so he can soothe in AoE, but Thundered are also getting to a scary part of this boss. Spirit Link Totem comes down to equalize the health of everybody on Team Thundered. And that's going to be enough to help keep them alive through these last couple of Void Pulses. And off of the back of that, somehow Thunderstruck are still ahead here and have actually gained time compared to Thundered.
So slow? Why are they so slow on these blueberries, man?
What is happening in my dungeon? I don't... Also, look at the count here. Thundered were already at 100% and are now killing that blueberry. So, okay, Thundered are behind in progression, but they have 15 seconds of boss timer. So, actually, I think the teams are tied right now. I couldn't tell you which team is ahead. This is going to be so close right at the end. Those 15 seconds of death timer might be decisive here for Thunderstruck. They need to kill this boss so efficiently if they want to win, because we know the Thundered have so much good boss damage. They have an Unholy DK here. I guess the Fire Mage, this is one of the best Fire Mage bosses as well, right? Because you're just cleaving onto those rituals with your Ignite. That being said, Ner'zhul now only 5% difference between the two teams. This is going to be right down to the wire.
Both of the teams have Bloodlust available to them. Army is available for Baby. He's been holding it for a little bit. I think that we're going to be using our Lust whenever Maskin's CDs and Subchris's Encarn come back up here in just a couple seconds. Actually, we're ripping it without Subchris's Encarn. Hopefully this is on a Thundering timing for Thundered. I think that
it doesn't need to be. They have so much damage that they have here, right? They have this army that they saved. They could have used it to maybe kill those blueberries a little bit faster. Maybe that's how they lost a little bit of time there. But look what they're doing to this boss. It's actually not... The blueberries was a sandbag. It was intentional. It was, you know what? We're holding our cooldowns. We're saving everything for Lust. We're going to have this army. And now it's actually Thundered who are ahead on boss percent as a result. Saving those cooldowns is just meaning that Ner'zhul is dying. And Thunderstruck line up their Lust and their Thundering with a Grief Torch. They try and catch up on Ner'zhul, but catching up isn't enough. They have to get 15 seconds ahead. And Thundered, if they can avoid getting pushed into the wall by this Ritual of Bones, which they can, they're dropping a bad Omen, though. That Omen is going to do a lot of damage to their team. Defensive's being used here. You can see Icebound Fortitude by Baby.
First. Thunderstruck is going to kill the boss first. Now we have to wait 15 seconds because of that death differential. Thunderstruck is going to be killing it. Let's see. Okay, 1534. 1535-ish. 1534, 1535. We'll get an admin ruling
6% on the boss. 10 seconds for Thunder to get this kill. 5, 4, and they're going to do it. They're actually going to overcome that death, or they're going to get it because of the death timer, rather. Thundered actually going to be faster here because of the 3 deaths of death timer. Heartbreaker for Thunderstruck. 3rd time in a row that they came up short in Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. Brutal ending to that map.
Yeah, and Thundered actually takes the first map here in our Thunderdome. And I think we didn't promise too much with teasing this series for the entire weekend. I mean, it came down right to the wire between these two teams. Something that I thought was really interesting, and we've seen this from Thunderstruck before, is that they keep this Bone Mander dominate mind controlled until like the very end to make sure it doesn't cause any additional problems. But then, unfortunately, it does cause some problems. Yoda going down there for them, causing them the first 5 seconds that go against the clock. And on Nalish, both teams opting to pull that left side. But if you're looking on that damage meter, you can see Velo's damage. And that is actually so crazy to have that additional damage on the Provoker. But then on the other side, you have the Resto Shaman, which obviously helps you keep big pulls a little bit more under control. And we know that the Bone Maw trash is coming up. It has those worms, it has the spiders, it has the bats. There's just so many interrupts that can make your run a lot safer. And if your DPS are not busy trying to do other stuff, then that also sometimes can save you time. Then on this pull was actually where Thunderstruck pulled ahead. So up until then, it was kind of like a small back and forth, but Thunderstruck really rolling ahead here with this worm pull and the insane fire mage damage. But also look at Yoda, like, oh, pumping. Very, very crazy, very fast in this area. And then additionally, Thundered lost some time with this skip here that didn't work out for Subchris, unfortunately. Fell into the water, then had to go back, had to go over again. You had to wait for a cooldown to be ready. It was a lot, and they lost roughly like 15 seconds doing this on top. So I was even more shocked that they were able to claw back that time during Bone Maw. Now, Bone Maw is not just any boss, and even though it is a fortified key, you're going to spend quite amount of time on this boss. It just has so much HP, but still, I felt like that was very impressive to see that DK really shine here on this boss, do that damage, making sure that they're going to get out. Wasn't even spec'd into Gargoyle, so not even like more prioritizing single target. I'm sure it was also the other 2 DPS and that Resto Shaman maybe. And then more tragedy for Thunderstruck, which in the end cost them the key. We had Lamike and Soda die here, giving them another 10 seconds. And in the end, Thunder was able to win on the back of that. And, I think that was really cool to see. We saw one team go a little bit riskier and then having them cost just a little bit more. And Thunder playing it down cleanly, even holding all of their cooldowns for this boss here, making sure that they have everything ready. Really nice series. And I am so excited to see that knockout between the two teams.
My heart, what was that? That run was... I don't know if we've had a dungeon run that close in a while. That went down to death differential. Like, my goodness.
Yeah, 5 seconds, and if it hadn't been the deaths, it would have been that skip. It would have been the wild charge skip as well for Thunder. So, wow, look at that damage. Look at that healer damage out of Velo, over 50k on a healer. That's more than some DPS do. That's more than DPS and my keys do when I'm playing with Devils.
Well,
I mean, no need to call me out like that, Dratnos, but all right.
Yeah, wow, less than 5 seconds between the teams as well. I mean, you're absolutely right, Makes. We're going to be in for an amazing knockout, I think, between these two teams. I think it's going to be one of those dungeons where we're just not sure who's even ahead throughout most of it, probably. Or maybe there'll be something big early in the dungeon, but look at the graph up until that 6-minute mark. I mean, that looks like the same team, 2 different runs, right? That looks like 2 different attempts at the same dungeon. Crazy how well matched these teams are.
That's not even the same classes. Like, I think, the bigger kicker for me. They're playing different classes, and they're still managing to have this similar of spikes. Is really cool.
They did run a very similar route too, right? It was so interesting that that Thunderstruck were the team that was I had to think about what the difference in the team were. The Thunderstruck were able to like push the first boss so much faster. They were able to skip killing an ad over Thunder. I felt like that was going to be like a pretty big deal. You know, that seemed like a 15-second time save. But then the death to Yoda, they had the single res. It was just a situation where if you're playing a similar route and you have damage graphs that line up like this, it is going to be quite close if you're having any deaths. And it was the consistency that we were talking about earlier. Is Thunderstruck going to be able to be consistent enough to kind of win this series versus Thunder, because they finished the dungeon first. They just lost off death differential.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, looking at the next dungeon that we are going to be heading to, it is going to be that knockout. And that's not just any knockout. If you remember knockout from last weekend, that's not comparable. We're in a 23 Tyrannical Sanguine Explosive. This dungeon has it out for the teams. It's really, really crazy. Fastest time so far in that dungeon is 22 minutes 27. But first, we're going to have a look here at the Nalish damage between the teams. And yeah, I mean, you can see the difference here actually between the Mage and the DK. That's interesting, because I would assume that both got PI here, but because it's more of a single target-ish fight, the army just ramping stronger.
Yeah.
The DK did 18.78 million damage to the boss there. That is a balanced, wild amount of damage to that boss.
Doesn't need a nerf.
Huh.
Wild
Dude,
indeed.
Alex, look at how much damage Alex did to the boss too. Wait, the prot warrior diff.
This can't be just damage to bosses, right? This has got to be overall as well, right?
Is that
or is this?
Oh, it's not to the boss.
Yeah, this is the ads as well.
Apparently.
Okay. Yeah. So that would be crazy. The 60k single target out of a healer would be something else. That is interesting though to see. I mean, the resto shaman DPS on this pull as well. Being so significant compared, I guess it's kind of the same overall damage as the evoker, but being able to keep up with an evoker that's really big.
I was hoping we could actually see
that's
just the damage to the boss. I think it would be interesting to see like what the breakdown of just to the boss would be. I wonder if Bazooka is doing like a lot of damage just to that one single target mob.
I assume a lot of it is, right? Because like it's going to be the Desperate Invoker's Codex is used on that. Although I guess all the acid rain damage, that's the big AoE that they're putting out on all the mobs as well. So same with Velo, right? The flame breath hitting all the ads too. So we'll maybe see if we can pull that up in a bit. But either way, very very impressive. I love the comp from both teams. Although I have to say, I think the MONKA innovation of Fire Mage and Unholy DK doesn't need to be an or, right? That can be an and. I think that was a really cool thing out of MONKA and really a winning strategy, I think.
But I mean, Jay's the person who plays Unholy for their comp, right? Unless Yoda can play Unholy. It's not impossible. It's just it comes down to practice.
So here is boss damage just to Nalish. And you can see again, it's
looking
actually
a little
the DK
bit more tame.
DK single to. I mean, those Festermite stacks, right? You got so much damage out of those on this boss.
I mean, you
have the army as
have
well.
to keep in mind it's an army that with a PI is going into that boss, and even though you have a lot of ads, that's not going to really change your rotation on to like how you're using army and cooldowns. It just allows you to rather than death code press some epidemics, but still that's a lot of damage that's just going to be added on to DK. I think like not necessarily in the talent build that Baby was running, but PI can have as much as 10k value, like 10k DPS value on a single target skilled Unholy. It's really, really good for that spec. So that definitely each other.
That's true. Nerf Shadow Priest is the conclusion you're coming to here. I agree. Get him.
Wait a second. We look at Baby and we say, oh yeah, he's doing around 30% of the damage here. And we go, yeah, that's the Shadow Priest, actually.
It is. It's the Shadow Priest. Unholy is totally fine.
Yeah. Oh, word.
Unholy DK is actually fine. Stop saying that. Yeah, I'm really excited to stop. It is fine. It's literally so good for polls like this, but it has a lot of caveats. So please don't put me. I'm going to advocate for my class. But next up we have yes. Ooh, wait,
4 graphs.
Oh, that's both of them. Okay, so that's
both.
With
that's
ads
all at once.
And without ads. Production is giving us a treat. I can see. All right.
Yes.
Yeah. I think teams are getting ready for that knockhood as we speak. Like I said, is going to be 23 Tyrannical Sanguine Explosive. Now, we saw that yesterday already out of MONKA and Thundered. And then Thundered went in there again against Mythic Meme Dream Team. So we know that Thundered has a time of 25 minutes 40, roughly-ish. We haven't really seen Thunderstruck in there, so we don't know what they're planning. But the fastest time came out of MONKA, and they were like 3 minutes faster. So that's kind of the time to look for, the time that is possible, I guess, within the realms of key running. Dratnos, do you think we're going to see some more innovative class choices here?
In Knocked, I don't think there's anything... I mean, at this point, nothing would surprise me, but the usual suspects do so much good stuff in here, right? Like, your Unholy DK is so good because you got the grips, in addition to just working really nicely on the pulls. Your Feral Druid, your Preservation Evoker have knocks against the Sanguine mechanic. Preservation really has an easy time dealing with Explosive Orbs as well. So, I would say... Unholy, Feral, and Preservation, I would be surprised if in each team at least 2 of those 3 specs weren't. Like, if you didn't see at least 2 of those 3 specs, I'd be pretty surprised, and I think 3 is the most likely for those. But let's see what the teams have decided to go with. Yeah, it is going to be the most standard of comps that we have in this MDI, which, you know, we don't see it in all that many series compared to some other MDIs, but it is... the Shadow Priest joining those ones, along with, of course, the Protection Warrior. This is a dungeon you can play Blood DK maybe in, but nobody's yet done that in here.
Ooh, this Thunderstruck first pull is really interesting with how they have the patrol walking into that pack, just getting that ballista setup. Where on the right side you see Thunder doing something a little bit different with their setup. I think that Sanguine management is the most important thing to watch out for here. If any major points of Sanguine healing pop up on that healing done meter, you're going to be kind of sad. Thunder do a great job of continuing to use displacements and grips to get those mobs out of Sanguine, but Thunderstruck get their first pull killed off 5, maybe even 10 seconds faster than Thundered.
Yeah, that's a little bit of an advantage building up this early, and remember, these 2 teams are so evenly matched that a 5-second advantage would have changed the outcome in the last series, or in the last map. Got to keep our eye on that. The thing is, this is a long dungeon, right? It's going to be a marathon, not a sprint. And this pull that Thunderstruck are doing here is one of the scarier ones for the range DPS. You can see Soda getting those War Spear bleeds. Ooh, a beautiful shockwave from the mic. So the way these War Spears work, if you're doing these pulls, they will charge the farthest person with their Swift Stab ability. After they finish casting their Swift Stab, they'll then go and start charging. If you stun them or fear them or root them or anything them during that charge, they actually will not recast it. But if you get them too early, if you get them while they're still charging up, then they will recast out of it. So you can see for Thunderstruck there, that first one's going to land on Soda. He's now got that bleed on him, starting to tick down. They now have another pack joining this one. Soda's making sure that he's always the farthest out person. Velo could be the farthest out person instead and taking those bleeds, but it's going to be Soda doing it, and then Velo can just pump heals into Soda, and Soda can use defensives on Velo's call there. But Velo's actually going to hit him with the Evoker Bleed Dispel as well as the Time Dilation there. Oh, it's the Stone Form and the Time Dilation, both being used on Soda. And that's one of the reasons you don't have the Evoker do it, right? Is because the Evokers don't have Stone Form, although Thundered are actually having their Evoker do it.
Yeah, Bazooka's just doing it perma. It's fine. Like, I think the big deal here is you just want to make sure that you're close to the pack to make sure those War Spears aren't just dashing out as far as possible. And Thunder here have down the last Ballista pull and are looking to get Granite pulled here in just a couple of seconds right as it spawns. And they have somewhere in the order of maybe 5 seconds advantage over Thunderstruck, so this is just neck and neck. Both of these teams are pulling trash from this boss, and hopefully we don't have a Sanguine Catastrophe here. They're definitely out of the hard part, though. Sanguine was very difficult the first 2-ish pulls of this dungeon.
Now I want to highlight a Feral Druid talent difference that we have between the two teams. Yoda has taken Ursul's Vortex, whereas Subchris has taken Mass Root. Mass Root is really nice for this boss in particular, because it's an extra way to CC one of the Saboteurs, right? You can just hit it with the Mass Root and keep rerouting it as needed. But Yoda with the Ursul's Vortex, that's actually really good against the War Spears in particular, right? You pop down Ursul's Vortex and they won't land their charge on whoever they're running at. And it can be good in some of the later parts of the dungeon. You can combine it with Typhoon to make a sort of build your own mass grip as well, which can be pretty nice for getting mobs stacked up. Although on the Sanguine Affix, that part of the package is a little bit scarier because you often want to save the Typhoon for an anti-Sanguine ability, and Ursul's Vortex doesn't help too much with that. So it's going to be an interesting thing to track. I'm going to be looking to see if Yoda has a good spot later in this dungeon to use that Ursul's Vortex. Otherwise, I think that Mass Root out of Thundered for this boss in particular might be a benefit.
I think that they only need to leave like one of the Saboteurs rooted or permanently CC'd, right? Because I think they're only going to get 4 shots of this Lance before the boss realistically dies, and so it's maybe a situation where we don't necessarily need to continue to reroute. We can just let the Saboteur just like dismantle that Ballista, and then we can like go Dominant Mind into like root on the second round to make sure that that last Ballista is the one that's not going to get dismantled. And Thundered here at 25% HP, Thunderstruck at 33. I think the bosses are going to die probably somewhere in the order of 10 seconds from one another. Because like a lot of the times, I don't say a lot of your damage, but 20% of your damage is just from those Ballistas-ish. 20 to 30-ish percent, depending on how many times you click it.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those bosses where maybe a 5% health difference actually doesn't matter because you were just getting to that last Ballista shot anyways that does 5% of the boss's health, right? We'll see how it actually lines up here. It does look like Thundered are going to be able to kill the boss off with a click here, but Thunderstruck have actually been accelerating in damage too. And they have this boss almost dead. Are they going to get to the next Ballista cast? It looks like they may have a Ballista that is not available for them. They need to kill before. Wow, okay. A little bit sketchy there. They were doing a lot of single target, though. Yoda has another interesting, back to my Feral Druid talent segment that we'll be doing multiple times throughout this dungeon. Yoda is actually playing a different Spectre talent build than Subchris is. Yoda has a point at the very bottom of the tree in Ashamane's Guidance, which is your melee attacks have a chance to activate Incarnation for 6 seconds, although without the ability to stealth. So he's getting Incarn procs. That can be a nice single target increase, but he has taken a point out of his Tiger's Fury damage bonus, so gonna lose a little bit of AoE as a result. Be an interesting thing to track. Maybe means that they can do a little bit more boss dam on the side of Thunderstruck.
I didn't know people play that talent. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, well, apparently it's one of the ones that like the Simcraft implementation is cursed. And so people don't really know how much damage it does, and its behavior is weird, and everybody's still trying to figure out exactly how much it does. So, I don't know. I think it's a single target choice, but I'm not 100% sure exactly how much single target gain or AoE loss it represents, and I could be wrong about which of those it's even better in.
Well, it's definitely better single target. It's definitely worse AoE because the Tiger's Fury damage one, Carnivorous
Yeah, it's
Instinct
big
or whatever,
AoE.
is good AoE. Yeah, especially since you have like permanent Tiger's Fury with resets and stuff. All right, Thunderstruck are I think getting a little bit of an advantage coming into this trash area. This trash pull here. I think this is their second pull of the area, where Thunder is also going to be starting their second pull of the area. Looks like it's slower, but not Thunder. Yeah, because Stormcaller Salingo is probably like 40% HP, where Thunderstruck is downing their Stormcaller.
Yeah, slightly different direction, slightly different plan here for the two teams, right? They're tackling these pulls in a little bit of
waterfall, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like it's a little bit of a different order here. Thundered are now heading over to the first one, the closest one to the entrance, and they're going to be taking the Kodo onto this one. Yeah, Thunderstruck also hitting their army for their pull, which is the waterfall plus some neophytes. But Thundered have Bazook going down. Bazook looks like with the corrupting rage dot on him as well, if I'm not mistaken. Ends up going down there.
He's a big corrupting rage enjoyer.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. Oh, look at Velo stunned there for Thunderstruck by the Sanguine Affix, if I'm not, or not by the Thundering Affix, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
maybe not.
God. Do you think that was maybe just the damage buff from the orb, from the totem, or do you think it was like?
Oh, it could be.
I didn't see exactly what happened.
I saw the debuff and I thought
same
that's what
icon.
that was, but yeah, okay, no, that's you're right. He just grabbed an orb. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Dude, I'm just like, wait, what?
I was trying to figure out who else was affected because it could have been like JAMZing his, but then there would have still been at least one more person stunned. So yeah, you're right. It was definitely just the Storm Surge Totem orbs. Which if you don't know, you can grab the orbs that the Storm Surge Totem puts out, and they give you that damage and healing buff just like the boss ones do. So can be a valuable thing to do. A lot of people, when we first started doing this dungeon, would just focus the totem, right? Because you're like, oh, it's a totem, I'm supposed to focus it. But actually, you can kind of leave that thing alive. It's not necessarily the most dangerous thing in this pull.
It depends on your composition and if you're going to get all of your kicks, is what I will say about that. Like if you're having casts go off, the totemic overload can be kind of dangerous, especially if you're getting comboed. But if you're in a coordinated group like these guys are, and they already have their kicks mapped out, they're never going to be in a position where they're getting shot by a Stormbolt or whatever, and so they can just leave that totem for as long as possible. Thunderstruck here, about to pull the Raging Tempest, where Thunder, they've already killed that Kodo, and they're getting a bit more. They actually have a bit more trash, but I don't know if I think I'd take the 5 seconds of pulling the boss earlier than the 1% trash gain, because that's more likely than not going to make a difference in what we're pulling. It's going to be about the same stuff regardless.
Yeah, interesting choices here by the teams. It does mean the boss is pulled at basically the same time. Lust will be up in 24, and I wonder if they're just going to click it when it becomes available here. Worth noting, there are 5 seconds of death timer in favor of Thunderstruck, and Thunderstruck are actually ahead on boss right now as well. Very interesting.
What is this, like 23 minute dungeon? So I think we just rip this Lust right here.
Yeah, I think you click the Lust on this boss. The question is, do you delay it a little bit? But if you look on the side of Thunderstruck, right, their PI is available, their army is available.
Yeah.
I think you're hitting this Lust once you have a nice little 10 stack, and you're going to combine it with all of those things. And that's got to be happening for Thunderstruck. Thundered as well, PI and army also available. So maybe just waiting for this next electrical storm, and maybe with the Thundering Affix as well.
Could absolutely be with that. Just looking at times, the fastest knockout offensive over the course of the whole weekend is 22:27. So yeah, it's a situation where we're definitely just going to see them rip this Lust here. Maybe if the dungeon was 19 minutes or something like that, you could see some reasoning. Or maybe if it was even like 20 minutes even, you could see a reasoning of not pressing it nearly on CD here. But I think it makes sense for both of these teams to be slamming it on the Raging Tempest. We're dead even. This is a very, very close map so far between these two teams.
Yeah, the damage meters here looking identical between the two teams as well. Really impressive damage numbers coming out from both. Both DKs, of course, getting that PI on their army with Lust, are just doing absurd amounts of damage here.
Soda is doing infinite. I think it may just be like a refresh difference, right? Like if
could be.
Like if you don't get a refresh, it's like very difficult to maintain high amounts of DPS on this fight.
Yeah, Thunderstruck actually
sometimes, like-
dropped their stacks here, except for Yoda. Yoda was able to keep his 10 stack. Thundered, are they going to be able to keep? No, they are not. Everybody's dropping stacks here. So Thundered also having their damage peter out a little bit towards the end.
This is the one where it's almost impossible for you to get a refresh on. Like there can sometimes be one player that gets a refresh, but coming out of that third one is like it's nearly impossible.
All right, so the clock is going to stop on the Boss 2 split for Thunderstruck. And they've gained quite a bit of time, plus they didn't have a death on this split. They were a little bit slower on Boss 1, but Boss 2 has really gone their way as they make their way now towards the Tira and Maruk area.
Yeah, look at the splits at the bottom. They were 10 seconds slow in split 1, but they're nearly 30 seconds fast in split 2, 25 seconds or so fast in split 2. Not bad.
Not bad at all. Now they enter this area. This is one of the areas where Preservation Evoker is at its best. Preservation Evoker with Overawe Talented, you can see right there, it's going to use Oppressive Roar and soothe all of those mobs in AoE. When they stand in that green swirly, they get a damage done and damage taken buff, right? They take less damage, they do more damage, but you can use Overawe to soothe it off in AoE, and then you don't have to move all the mobs out of that green swirly as urgently. So really nice choice made by both of the Preservation Evokers that we have here.
Sanguine management is going to be very difficult here. You really, really, really need to make sure that the chant of the dead from those death speakers and like the mobs get moved off of that death speaker as they're about to start dying, because if they're channeling that chant and they get sanguine underneath them, they could just be sitting there for 8 seconds inside of it. And so you need to be super diligent with your kiting. Look at Alex on the side of Thundered. He's just making sure that sanguine is getting kited out perfectly. He's maybe over moving, right? In the sense of your melee uptime is going to be a bit reduced with how much he's moving, but it's going to minimize the sanguine healing to a near minimum. Oh, we're having... Ooh, is that a Shadow Bolt volley that went off for the side of Thundered? Everybody dropped so low there.
Does look like maybe what's
Soul
happened.
Harvester getting healed.
Sanguine Ichor on the healing meters for both teams. Only 3 mil for Thunderstruck, 1.5 for Thundered. A little bit of an advantage going for Thundered. Dude, one thing that's interesting here, LeMike is actually not using an Elemental Lariat. I'm looking through the builds here. He's playing an extra potion embellishment, potion duration embellishment instead.
That's so interesting. So,
yeah.
By the way, there's actually a pretty big difference in routing from what we just saw from the two teams. Thundered played the double mound pull together, where Thunderstruck played it in 2 separate segments. And now Thundered are able to kind of move on a little bit faster.
Look at Alex!
And
he's dead!
Alex died! Wait! What did he die to?
He had 2 stacks of the Mortal Strike debuff on him. He was just at low health and could not recover. And now Bazook and Baby going down as well for Thundered.
Oh,
Alex comes back in, has an AoE taunt perhaps, but it's not going to be enough to save the rest of this pull. Now this is a pull. If you're doing this pull on live servers, you can actually kind of just kite that thing forever. You have the entire Onaran plains at your disposal to kite. And I have used most of it before on pulls in this area when people start dying.
Huh.
But it's not good.
It's like double Mortal Strike, and then if they have Corruptor Bolts going off as well at the exact same time, like those Corruptor Bolts, if they don't get spell reflected or they don't get interrupted, are very dangerous for your tank. Normally that's like a fortified thing that they can become a problem, but like Prower not necessarily known for being able to take a lot of magic damage quite well.
Yeah, spell block was up, but it was just not enough. I mean, the low health, the lack of healing, and Bazook now actually has to cancel his Mass Res cast twice. Not sure why the second time. The first time it was because the patrol was coming. The second time looked like it may have just been a finger hitting the D key when it was not supposed to.
Well, this opens up Thunderstruck to be able to kind of take this map down if they don't have a wipe in this area. Thundered, I thought with their routing was actually going to kind of come out on top. Their routing in this area should have saved them somewhere in the order of 20 to 25 seconds, I think. Just merging the double mount
Jay!
pull. Ooh, Jay down for Thunderstruck. They're going to commit a battle res here. I think that this makes sense to just commit a B-res on Jay.
Yeah, they are fine here as a result, but wow.
They basically LeMike can't die in this situation is what
Yeah.
we're looking at. They need to not have a catastrophe. They can even have like another death and then just have to like solo like master as somebody or something like that. They can have more deaths. That's okay-ish. It's not great, but it's okay-ish. LeMike needs to make sure that he is staying alive, and he's got the double stack of that MS on him, and he gets Dilation as well, right as that Mortal Strike falls off. LeMike doing a great job, like you were saying, kiting out through the Onaran plains.
He's not using the whole Onaran Plains yet. We'll see if they decide to go. There's so much of this dungeon you can go to that there's just no mobs in. You can kite forever if you need to. But yeah, they are getting this pull. There's a little bit of Sanguine Healing happening here on that. Oh no! And that's the worst mob to Sanguine Heal as well. That's the mini boss that they need to kill before they can start the RP. So they're going to lose a little bit of time there, but nothing on the scale of the time that Thundered have lost. Thundered are so far behind now, and these two teams are so closely matched at this point. For Thundered to get back into this, they probably need a big mistake from Thunderstruck.
Yeah, I think it has to be a wipe, right?
Yeah, unless they can do the rest of this like in one pull. Because right now, look what Thunderstruck are doing. They're fighting a Beast Caller and 4 Ghosts. That's not very efficient, right?
Do you remember the Perplex versus Donut series that we saw last weekend? How Donut just out-routed Perplexed in this area?
Yeah.
I think that Thundered is playing a similar route to Donuts through this area, where Thunderstruck are playing actually kind of a similar route to Perplexed. Now, Thundered wiped, and so that's why you're not seeing like a difference here. Oh my gosh, look at that Death Speaker sitting in the Sanguine. Please get him out of there, man. He's casting Chant of the Dead.
That's the exact case that you were talking about earlier. They're going to start this pull into the Beast Caller, but Tira and Maruk have been pulled by Thunderstruck. Sanguine Healing, though, lands on the bosses. Tira and Maruk are full health. They are full HP.
So
Tira is 100%. So, okay, yeah, Tira is 100%. Maruk is 83%. Hang on. Is this fine?
How does this work?
What happens if you kill Maruk now? Yeah. Does that end the boss fight still?
I've yet to sanguine this fight, but I don't know what happens. I guess
I also don't know how this.
Find out. Does it?
Yeah.
Does it die when Maruk hits 0? Do you have to kill Tira solo?
Yeah. I also don't know. Apparently, we're getting word from Makes and from production that maybe it enrages and kills you, which...
Well, the enrage would be from the soul link, right? From the link.
Oh, okay, yeah, like one would go friendly and the other would just start gaining stacks of the Ancestral Bond? Interesting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe that's what happens.
That sounds very bad for Thunderstruck. I mean, okay, well, the thing is, it would just be Maruk that would get the buff, so that's just tank damage, right? Maruk only does tank damage.
No.
Oh, no, it would be Tira. Okay, yeah.
Tira's going to be getting the buff, which is the mob that you don't want to be getting the buff.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm still not convinced. I don't know.
I'm also not convinced. I mean, I haven't seen this before, but 2 people are telling me that that's how it works. So,
okay,
I mean,
look at Thunder.
We'll have to see it. At least Thunderstruck don't think that's how it happens yet as well, because otherwise they would have just wiped and gone again, right? They would have just gone and reset boss. So they think
we
that
would just take Maruk in the Sanguine.
They think. Oh yeah, you could do that. You could pull a mob, Sanguine Maruk up 20%, and equalize the bosses. Hang on.
Hold on.
If you knew for sure that that's what happened here, that's what you would do, right? That would actually be the play.
Yeah, that would be the play, but not a good one. But it is a play.
Ah, interesting. Yeah. All right, well, we'll get to see here. This could be the opportunity for Thunder to get back in this. And even if that doesn't happen, even if the boss dies when Maruk dies here, Thunder are still closing in here. They are closing this gap. There are 30 seconds of death timer in favor of Thunderstruck right now, but we're going to have to see what happens on this segment. But we are about to find out here. 15% on Maruk's health. And this is about to be extremely interesting.
So I think there is a large chance that they are going to start getting this bond, and Tira's going to start one-shotting people with the arrow.
Yeah, if that happens,
that seems
then
like the most likely situation here.
Well, we're going to find out. 4% on Maruk. What happens right now? The Gale Arrow. Oh, the Gale Arrow is just coming out now. This is really good timing if you think about it, right? The Gale Arrow right before.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If Tira does start gaining the Enrage. Okay, so now Tira is alive and Maruk is dead. Quick shots are starting to come out, and she is gaining stacks of the Ancestral Bond. But if we kill her before the next Gale Arrow, we're fine, right? That's got to be the idea here. Yeah, every shot is now going to start to be super hurty. You can see those shots. But
wait, did the boss reset?
It looks like the boss may have reset for Thunderstruck.
No way, man. The boss reset?
What? Was it too far out of the arena? Oh no!
No. It wasn't too. I don't think it was too far out of the arena. I think it was an issue of Maruk. Maybe it was too far out of the arena. What just happened? What did we just watch?
Oh, God. Okay, so Thunderstruck, they have to sit here and wait for this boss to respawn. And yeah, you can see that boss is respawning now. Oh, no. Okay, I mean, now it's all about Thundered, right? Thundered can get back into... are way ahead at this point. Way ahead. They just have to cleanly kill Balakar Khan, which they are pulling with the 2 mini-bosses, but this is just the biggest disaster I've ever seen for Thunderstruck.
Are they supposed to reset the boss? Like, I don't even, what was their play there? I don't even know what they were supposed to do. Are they supposed to take
it seems
Maruk
like
out
a
of the
good
arena?
plan. It seemed like a good plan to push right after a Gale Arrow. I think they were going to kill it. I don't know why the boss reset. It may have just they had it too close to the edge of the arena and it leapt out, maybe, or maybe it was because Maruk went friendly and walked away. I don't know. I've never seen that before.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess that's, yeah, you just have to be really...
So,
the lesson we've learned is it is very bad to Sanguine Heal this boss. That is not good. Not something that you can do.
We would never see a remake in this situation as well, right?
No, yeah, even if it's something like that, right? Like, it's because the Sanguine Healing happened on the boss, right? That's
correct.
That's the main cause, and that's something that's under the player's control. And even if it wasn't, we only do the remakes ever if there's something where the dungeon's not completable, and this dungeon certainly is still completable here.
Yeah, so it would never be a remake. I mean, for Thunder, this is great for them. If you're a fan of the people on Thunder, they need to be downing these mini bosses here in a couple seconds. Hopefully, not sanguining up these Stormcasters on Balakar Khan, but they just have 60% of Balakar Khan's HP, 4 Stormcasters separating them from a 2-0. We have Lust available as well. This is a charge straight through the Stormcasters, which is kind of dangerous.
Wow, very, very scary moments here for Thunder. Everybody dropping super low.
I'm really worried now. Wait a second. These mobs are getting spread.
Zephyr is being popped. And this is really good, but Baby goes down for Thunder now as well. They do have a battle res. Subchris is their only res caster. Needs to land that res. Now Stormbolts are going off.
We've been
Emerald
in this
Communion.
forever. Please.
But Subchris goes down as well. Okay. We just have Alex and Bazooka alive. We reset the boss and we pull again, I believe, is what we do from here. You do have an engineering res that you could use. Okay, Bazooka's going to deploy it. I don't think... I mean, the boss is 60%. You're going to have a third of your DPS. I guess half your DPS, if you count Spell Reflect, is going to be in here.
Okay.
But you're going to have to do this fight for so long. It is quite lethal. I guess with only 3 players alive, the AoE damage isn't that bad.
Lara's still alive, man. Is this a throw? This feels like a throw.
It could be the old counter throw. They might be in trouble here, actually, Thunder. Thunder might be giving Thunderstruck the opportunity to get back in this one. You gotta remember as well, there are 45 seconds of death timer, so even if Thunder can limp over the finish line here, Thunderstruck can get back in this, and Thunder will not get another res, so they are just gonna have to deal with 23 Tyrannical Balakar Khan with only 1 DPS alive. Luckily for them, they have a Protection Warrior. So Protection Warrior can Spell Reflect those Conductive Strikes. They can Spell Reflect like 4 out of 5 of the Conductive Strikes and do huge damage to the boss if they time it properly. And that's going to be really important for Thunder. Although,
do not sing with the boss.
It looks like this may have been a late Reflect as well, which means I'm not sure they're going to have it for the next Conductive Strike. We'll see on the side of Thunder. That's going to be an interesting thing to look at. When you see Prot Warriors do this, you really want to try and Spell Reflect as early as possible. And yeah, this next Conductive Strike, they're actually not going to have Reflect available for. They wouldn't have had it anyways, even if the Reflect had been perfectly timed on the previous one. So this may have just been one of the overlaps that was impossible. And yeah, you can see that's just going to be dispelled, but that means that Balakar Khan now pulled for Thunderstruck. They have 100% of the boss's health to do. Thundered only have 25, but Thundered only have...
I think Thunder wins this, right? I think the three players in the Spell Reflect wins, but...
Three players in Spell Reflect...
Look at the death differential! Wait, we forgot about this!
Yeah!
Hold on.
Exactly, 45 seconds of death timer. It's going to be close. I mean, Thunderstruck have a whole intermission that they have to deal with, right? That is the downside for Thunderstruck.
Yeah.
But I think if Thundered can hold firm, I think if they can keep on reflecting most of these conductive strikes, I think they can kill the boss more than 45 seconds ahead of Thunderstruck.
We reflect.
Alex is executing.
Yeah,
AMS is available for Baby. Baby is really good at living these spears, at least. This one gets reflected.
Yep, good reflect.
Balakar Khan now 9% as the next Crackling Upheaval comes out. They're running out of room here. Blood Draw procs for Baby.
15 seconds, maybe 20 seconds or so should die.
Yeah, and Thunderstruck have a whole intermission to do. They do have Lust available. Okay. So they can hit the Lust and try and melt this boss down, but if they don't win by the time their Lust expires, they're gonna lose, right? That is gonna be how this works out for Thundered, or for Thunderstruck. Thundered are about to stop the clock. It's gonna be 28:50, 28:49 when they land this kill. Thunderstruck, there's no way, right? There's just no way.
No, there's no way.
60%? I don't. Yeah, they have to do the whole intermission and then kill the boss from here. I don't think it's possible. Thundered are gonna stand here. They are gonna wait with bated breath to see if they've somehow managed to win after that catastrophe on Balakar Khan and the wipe in the Tira and Maruk area against a one-death run from Thunderstruck, but the Thunderstruck Sanguine heal into boss reset on Tira and Maruk was just a little bit too much here. They are going to be having their clock stop at 58% on Balakar Khan during the intermission. Just a little bit too much. Thunderstruck are going to take this series 2-0. What a game.
Oh, the Thunderdome provides content. I love it.
You do say thunder never strikes twice, right? So there we go. Thunder actually equaling out the score between these two teams. And there was so much in that dungeon. I think we're going to be here for a while. But let me try and get us through it. So we started here where everything still seemed fine and all right and okay. Just us and the prairie of Granith. Now, I really like this first pull from the side of Thunderstruck. They actually finished it so quickly that they could take that Bloodlust over into the second pull and still have it actually be active there for like 5 to 10 seconds, which I thought was really good. Both teams equaling out on Granith. There was like 10 seconds that Thundered actually was in the lead. But then over in the Tempest area, we saw something that happened for Thundered that also happened for them against the MONKA team, which is 1, a lot of Sanguine healing, and 2, an oopsie. So that's where their first battle res was used. They didn't have that then available anymore. Niche little DK tech here on that boss. You can see Jay actually using his AMS here to avoid this eruption that is going to allow you to have a little bit more orbs that come through, which I think is really, really cool tech, especially on this kind of higher key level where players really need to try and get the most out of those orbs. But yeah, that's where it all went wrong, right? We had such a good old jolly time, and then the Ohuna area happened. I don't even know what to say about that. So, Alex, I think it was a line of sight to the healer. We were on Bazook's POV in the replay, and it looked like his cast got interrupted. So I'm not sure if that was maybe a little bit of miscommunication or what happened there. But on the side of Thunderstruck, there was even worse trouble ahead. They took this beast caller into the boss, and when they did, I was like, oh, that's not good. And it wasn't not just not good, it was absolutely terrible. It was one of the worst things I've probably seen in the MDI, and I don't mean like to flame the team, but that was devastating. The fact that they had the boss then despawn and go again. I don't know how they kept their mental about that. I would have alt F4'd.
Very
that
carefully.
Would have not been me.
Very carefully.
So
it was just crazy. So she leaps
What
out and she doesn't reset instantly. She does a quick shot, and I assume next up is the ability which she usually shares with Maruk.
right where she casts like repel on him.
Yeah,
She casts
I think
repel
that's
on Maruk.
That's what
and Maruk
happens.
isn't
and
there.
because Maruk is dead,
God.
it
Okay.
resets. I think that's what happened. But I mean, there's without the boss queue, it's very hard to tell. Maybe we can ask a team. But then you thought Thunder had this one in the tank, right? And then you look over and this happens. So they have 3 dead DPS. They have Balara still alive. They're killing the Stormcaster. And in my head, this was okay, we're just going to reset. You know, Balara isn't much of a problem. But then you kind of need to get everybody back up, and they already had 50 seconds against them. So they decided in that moment, no, we use the battle res we have. We pick up the DK. The DK has great single target. We still have Bloodlust available, which is going to buff the DK up. And we just send it. And that's what they did. And with that Prot Warrior, it worked out, even though they had 45 seconds against them. And if you're looking at that Sanguine healing here, I actually thought it was going to go the other way around. But of course, with the boss being healed up as much as it did for Thunderstruck, really, really, really unfortunate for Thunderstruck. But that also means we go one more map in this Thunderdome, which honestly, after these 2 series maps, I'm really excited. Oh wait,
That's
over,
the end, right? Yeah, there was Thunder that won Thunder won the Shadow Moon. Yeah, so that's
It was a 2-0.
The
that's
names
2
are
O's.
too similar.
Mix.
Right.
Mix.
Oh my
We're not on-
goodness. Yes. I was so excited. I got carried away. Oh no.
I was also excited to see that game 3 as well. And tragic for Thunderstruck. They're going to be out of this. The good news for them is that they're still alive to play in the Last Stand, though, which is very exciting. We've got the Last Stand. That's coming up next weekend. So we will potentially see Thunderstruck competing in that if the Tira and Maruk reset didn't sap their desire to compete, which I'm sure it didn't. Those are players that have overcome adversity in the past,
Dude.
and I'm sure we'll see them playing in that Last Stand.
Last Stand is going to be sick. So I think we're going to see some really, really cool teams in Last Stand. I think it's going to be very, very competitive.
Yeah, there's a couple of teams that
Absolutely.
didn't even
I
play
think-
in groups that are coming in for Last Stand as well. So it's going to be a blast, I think.
Can we get a Sanguine healing check real quick? Hold on, I'll go back to that.
We did.
Oh, wait,
It
we got
was
explosive.
This is
3-0
explosive,
on the
damn.
side of Thunderstruck, but this is explosive. So if somebody, you can take a screenshot of this. If somebody ever says you have to do explosives, you can hit him with a no. In the MDI, it's a healer's job. So there you go. We got that ready for you guys.
That's good. That's going to help.
You can just take this as you should invite Bazook to all of your keys on live, especially even on his alts and everything else, because you know that on Explosive Week he will carry you by himself.
Yeah, there's
30 million. 30.
Sanguine
Yeah.
healing.
Yeah.
Well, that's just because it hit a boss, right? When it hits a
Well,
boss,
yeah.
it's going to be so much.
30.
It's actually crazy as well that Thunderstruck would have won if they had more Sanguine healing and they dragged Maruk into that Sanguine puddle as well, right? That's
Yes. The boss.
I really
reset
like
was
that
the
idea in theory.
Oh,
I don't
wow.
think that was going to be it. No. But now, I mean, I think we all learned something, and that's on Sanguine Weeks, we do not pull anything into Maruk and Tira. That's not good. But yeah, with
Yeah.
that, I think that ends the Thunderdome. Very sad. I would have liked another game. I think that would have been really fun. But
Would've
we
loved
have
it
another
too.
exciting series coming up for you guys. And that is something we can all look forward to. Of course, earlier in the day, we had a matchup between Cheese and MONKA. And out of that, Cheese lost and they moved down into the lower finals. So with those lower finals, we have Cheese coming up against Thundered. And we're all very excited to see who wins between those two teams. So we're going to go into a short break and we'll see you guys right after that.
Thunderdome is over, and only one of the Thundered teams remained. Thundered will be taking on Cheese in our lower bracket finals, and the winner of this match goes on to the Global Finals later this year, and that's the most important thing of this weekend, which two teams we're going to be sending there. So, a lot at stake here. So let's talk about these two teams a little bit here. Thundered, just saw them go up against Thunderstruck, barely getting across the line. But Cheese looked a little shaky against MONKA earlier today. Nagura, what are your thoughts on this matchup? What do we think we're going to see here?
So I do think that Cheese are definitely the favorites coming into this, but as you said, they have been looking a little bit shaky, and Thundered surprised us in a bunch of dungeons, playing better than we thought they would. So I do think it can still be a very close game. And then on top of that, we have MONKA defensive first, which Thunder just means fresh in their minds, right? They just played it. Even though it went wrong for them here and there, that's, I mean, the perfect opportunity to fix those mistakes the second time around that they're playing this dungeon. And Cheese, on the other hand, haven't played MONKA defensive at all this weekend. In fact, they even banned it against MONKA. So either they just wanted to keep it a secret, or they're not too sure about their route in MONKA defensive. So I think that first dungeon is going to be very important in this matchup.
And I wonder, having just completed that MONKA defensive, do you think we actually even have a little bit of an advantage for Thundered going right back into it, like right afterwards? Because while the dungeon didn't look overall that clean, they actually were pretty solid on their Sanguine management. Remember, this is the dungeon that Thundered played against MONKA yesterday, and they had something like 24 million Sanguine healing, which ended up costing them that dungeon. Today, only having 8 million against Thunderstruck. So I wonder if just the extra practices help them out. Makes, looking at the map pool here, where do you think the advantage actually lies between the two teams?
Well, that's really hard to say, right? I hope we're going to see Court of Stars, because we haven't seen that dungeon at all in the entire weekend, and I really want to see it. But looking at that knockout, I kind of feel like Thunder know what to work on now. As you said, they definitely improved their Sanguine healing. They need to improve some other stuff going into that dungeon, though. There were a lot of oopsies. I think their general routing is really, really good in that knockout. But of course, with Cheese, we never really know what we get. We got a Havoc Demon Hunter from them. We got a Warlock from them. They're giving us traits. So I'm curious if we're going to see one more, but it doesn't seem to be that way. Both teams here running exactly the same comp. Nagura, it is going to be that Prevoker, Barrel, Unholy DK, and Shadow Priest going into the key. And both teams doing the pull that we've now seen a couple of times into Bloodlust right from the get-go.
Yeah, just using everything here in that first pool. You can see the Shadow Priests also baiting those bleeds as well. They also try to interrupt as many of those War Spear charges as they can with all of the tools they have available to them. And now we do see the kiting as well from both of the teams, making sure that Sanguine doesn't heal as much. But a little bit of Sanguine healing coming out on Cheese's side. You can see 2.16 million being healed, but they still did manage to finish out the pool, and they're going a little bit of a different direction, it looks like, compared to Thundered, but both of them pulling another Lance Master here. And yeah, I mean, of course, still really close, nothing really going wrong for either of those teams.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we want to hear after that previous key, right? I think that was a lot of going wrong for a while. We're just going to be a little bit of easy breezy pulling. Like you said, that Lance Master should be going down, and I think both teams are going to take a little bit of trash into Granith as well, and that should be it for now as they are making way. Now, one thing I'm always looking for on Granith with especially like with Tyrannical, there's so many of these saboteurs that spawn, and I love how they control them. It just makes me so happy to see the Dominate Mind, the Mass Root that we saw in the previous key, even like Ice of Chain. Like every time all of that comes out, I get really, really happy to just see it.
Yeah, it's definitely really cool. You're gaining so much single target damage if you don't have to worry about the saboteurs, and just making sure you're doing all of that damage onto the boss, being quicker there. And yeah, we'll see how they handle it in just a second, but they have to finish up that third Lance Master. You can see both of them now engaging them, and it also looks like neither of the teams did pull anything additionally here outside of that first patrol that they pulled onto the first Lance Master. So Thunder now done, and they might be pulling the boss first here, as the boss is going to be spawning in just a second. They are now engaging the patrol with the plane stomper, and it looks like they are going to be pulling it on top of the boss. Yeah, Cheese a little bit slower there, having a little bit more sanguine healing, and also just executing the pulls a little bit less fast compared to Thunder.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting. Now, we are going to see Frag's army being ready in just a few seconds. You can see him actually drop down the cooldown right now, trying to get it ready, but PI has already been used by Ricky. I would think it's on Frag. Yeah, it is. Okay, and then army should be coming in a few seconds. A little bit of an early PI, and maybe? We're not sending that. I'm confused. Why are we not sending that army? I guess we're waiting for more cooldowns, but then why didn't we send the PI? Did it not go in fact? He looked like he had it.
Fragrance I saw him cast the puzzle, the Algathar Academy.
I mean, that makes sense.
And he pressed army. So maybe he was just waiting for that.
But why didn't we delay the PI? Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Both teams are moving on. Here we can see Incarn being used by Subchris as well. They're sending their cooldowns into the boss, and both teams are trying to make way. But like you said, Thunder having a little bit of a lead here in this boss fight. And I mean, no sanguine healing so far. There is one plane stomper on both sides that they're just slowly cleaving down, but seems like the saboteurs are all under control for the teams.
And definitely looking good. They have to worry about that sanguine pool that is going to be dropping in just a second from that plane stomper. Of course, the tanks are making sure they're dragging it out. We see a control mind come out of Maskin here as well on Thunder's side. You can see the saboteur just not chilling there. They don't really do anything whenever they are mind controlled by the priests. They just chill there and kind of do nothing. Sometimes they even walk to the bazookas and channel the ability anyway. But of course, since they're friendly, they're not actually disabling them. And I've heard some priests say that it freaks out some people whenever you're pugging and you use that ability. The healers think that it's going to be disabled, but it's not how it works. Either way, yeah, as you said, Thunder, just because they pulled the boss earlier, they seem to be finishing it off earlier as well. Percentage perfectly even. They pulled the exact same amount of trash. So Thunder in the lead. Not too far though, it's just going to be a couple of seconds.
Yeah, I mean, those seconds are sometimes what it all comes down to for those teams in the MDI. Now, if they're staying with their route, and I think that's exactly what we're going to see, they're going to do the pull at the top of the waterfall first. Now, the first time we saw them in this key, that was where they had the most of their sanguine healing. That and the pull after that. And it's really not a very easy pull. You'll see all of the cooldowns being used right away, making sure they have everything ready for that pull. They're pulling up the storm shields and then just grabbing everything together. Baby taking so much damage here, but now everything is up, and that is going to be PI, that is going to be Army, that is going to be Incarn. They're sending everything they have into this pull, trying to make way as fast as they can. And on the side of Cheese, we are seeing the same pull being set up, but like you said, it's Ricky? A few seconds difference, and Ricky goes down for them. I think pulled aggro without wanting to. They used a battle res instantly, but that's a battle res gone and 5 seconds against the clock for Cheese.
Yeah, definitely not great, but it looked like Ricky hadn't used any cooldowns yet before he went down there, so not too big of a damage loss. Of course, the 5 seconds death penalty is going to be there, but PI, VE, and all the other cooldowns have been used after the death, so they are going to be alright to finish that pull. But yeah, some sanguine difficulties coming out there as well. We saw a Typhoon come out of Drenico, making sure there's no issue there. We also saw Drenico go bear form for a second because they ran out of interrupts, and Ricky goes down again. Look at the mobs just not dying. They're running out of defensive cooldowns, running out of to seize as well. Yeah, they just have such a hard time finishing this off, presumably because Ricky went down. And you can see one of those casters walking into the sanguine pool and standing still to cast, having to use one of those single target grips by fragments to get that out. But yeah, this costing them so much time, unfortunately, presumably because of the death early on from the Shadow Priest, not finishing off this trash pack as fast as they wanted to.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate, and you can just see how much time this is actually costing them. Fem now also taking so much damage here as he is trying to kite out those storm shields while still avoiding all of the sanguine patches. Thunder has chewed through that pull, the pull after that, and is on to the Kodo. They're making way for the boss. Cheese now finally also finished, and it is only 5% trash count between them, but those 10 seconds could be what it all comes down to in the end. We saw Satsi just drink, make sure he has mana ready for the next pull. This one is also very, very scary, and I just hope they have a little bit more coordination now and get this pull under control, and hopefully no more deaths. That's really unfortunate for Cheese, but Thunder looking good, making way. They will have their Bloodlust ready in just a bit, and I think after this pull we might have one more pull at the totem and then Tempest, right?
Yeah, so they did pull the patrol into this totem here on Thunder's side. They pulled the Thunder Beast on top of it, and now they have to do the totem that Cheese is working on right now. So a little bit of a difference in routing here. Cheese going to the right side after the waterfall, looking at the waterfall, and Thunder went to the left with that patrol. Cheese now still has a patrol left and that other pack that Thunder already dealt with. So we'll see if Cheese decides to pull the patrol as well, or if they just leave it up there. Some teams don't even do that pack at all and just play the boss without killing the Thunder Beast. It becomes a little bit more dangerous because during the boss you need to make sure you're not ninja pulling it, but usually not that big of a problem for these MDI teams.
Yeah, I think Cheese still has to do the totem that Thundered is on right now as well, if I'm not completely mistaken. But we're gonna see they are making way for those gusts. They have pulled the Thunder Beast on top, and so they're going really, really big here, trying to make up time. But Thundered have engaged the Raging Tempest, and there is one more ad that was about to die, but we can see Bazook making sure that does not happen, knocks it back, makes sure the Sanguine Puddle does not go into this elemental, because you cannot move the Raging Tempest. Very quick thinking, making sure it's under control, really like that. And she's still trying to get there, but let's see how they do. Something I like about the Raging Tempest is how teams deal with those buffs, and right now you can see that the DPS are actually stacking up on orbs, and Bazook doesn't even have a single one.
Satsi actually went down for Cheese, and now Fem followed because it took them a little while to get Satsi back up, and Fem just going down to the stagger from time dilation that has been cast before Satsi went down. But they only have the totem left, so they are alright. They can just use a normal rest on Fem whenever they are done with this totem. Yeah, just more time losses for Cheese there on that last trash pack they still had to do. Thunder, on the other hand, already on 70% on that Raging Tempest, and popping the Bloodlust now. You can see most of their damage dealers do have high stacks. 10 on the Unholy DK, that's the most important one because the army has been popped, the PI has been used as well. So Baby is going to be doing so much damage here through this Bloodlust, and Cheese now working on their last totem. But yeah, so many problems for Cheese, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I mean, even though it is just one death here and there, and they're really good at recovering these types of oopsies, it is going to cost them time, like you said, and that time is not going anywhere for Thunder. They're just passing through this boss, they're just passing through this dungeon, and hopefully can continue to do so. We saw that the next area was actually what did them in for in the previous round, although they were still able to win that key, but it was pretty close, so we'll see how it looks. Maskin taking so much damage here. Come on, he is going to survive. Empiric Embrace popped last second as well, making sure everything is up here for him. Does not want to go down and won't go down either.
Let's see if they can refresh their buffs here. 10 stacks on all damage dealers. Looks like Maskin's running out, DK1 running out as well, and Feral 1 running out too. So they lost all of their 10 stack buffs here, which means it's going to be a little bit of a time loss for them. Well, not necessarily a time loss, but they could have done it much quicker if they didn't lose the stacks there. But yeah, as you said, it looked like the last storm, Lightning Storm, did a little bit more damage to them than they maybe anticipated. And we can also see the mana on Bazook is really low. Just seeing an Evoker being low on mana like that definitely meant they had a little bit hard time. But now the buff does go down.
It does, and Thunder moves on with 7 minutes and 1 second on the clock, but Cheese is trying to catch up. Now, Fragnance is playing that Gargoyle on the DK, which allows him to have a little bit more single target priority over Baby, but I'm not sure that's going to make up for an entire Tyrannical 23 boss. They will, however, try, and that is, of course, something we hope they succeed at. Thunder now going into the next pull, and they're taking a double pack here right from the get-go, which I really, really like.
Yeah, this is the pull they actually almost swiped to, had their death go down last time around. We just saw that earlier, but it looks like Alex is okay for it now. Did use Last Stand and 1 stack of shield well to make sure he survives that initial gathering of the trash pull, which can be the most dangerous when you try to gather them all up and maybe some of them are hitting you in the back. You have casts going off left and right. Now that they're all gathered, they should be okay. They still have to worry about Sanguine in just a second as the mobs go down, and you can see those plane stompers unfortunately just standing in those Sanguine pools and just not moving out. Death Speakers, I'm sorry. But yeah, that's a lot of Sanguine healing there. 5.2 million.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to, right? That's what happened in their first run, that's what happened in their second run. It's just a little bit of, oh, this pull is getting out of control, and suddenly there's Sanguine everywhere. You can see that, like you said, that Death Speaker is completely healed up. The Corruptor in the background as well. They are trying to make it up. They're pulling the next pack into that to make sure that they're not just doing DPS on one single mob, which I technically like, but still, I would have liked it even more if that 6-7 million Sanguine healing didn't happen in the first place.
Yeah, definitely don't like to see all of those Sanguine heals go off. Now, they can carry them up forward if they want to, and the ones that got healed. But yeah, this area in general is so difficult with Sanguine because these Death Speakers, they just stand still and cast their chant, and it's actually not possible to displace them. You cannot use Typhoon, you cannot use any of those knocks that they have plenty of available to them. So what you want to do to make sure that Sanguine doesn't heal is grip the mobs that you can actually displace away from them before they die. But that can be a bit tricky sometimes, especially when the tank is kiting, there's multiple mobs dying at the same time, and then it just can be very hard, especially because they have all of these different kinds of health pools. You have the birds with a little bit of less HP, you have the mini bosses in those packs, the ones that spawn the boss. Once you kill them, that they have more HP as well. So yeah, definitely not easy, but Thunder are doing a pretty decent job. Cheese now also in this area. But yeah, looking at the second boss split, 2 minutes in favor of Thunder.
Absolutely right, and they are finishing off this poll really, really nicely. No Sanguine, that warrior is going to go down as well. Maskin making sure he picks up his mirror image here after that debuff had been applied, and on to the next pack they go. Now Cheese, they probably know that they're quite behind at this time. Are they going to try and pull bigger in some way? We saw them pull the first pack by itself, and it seems like they're going to continue on that trend, playing this one on top of the hill here by itself. On one hand, I like it because it avoids the Sanguine situation, but on the other side, you're going to move pretty slowly through the dungeon, right?
I think they should pull some trash onto the boss.
Please, Nagura. Please. Don't do that to me. I've been through a lot today already. I was so excited for that Thunderdome, and now my fifis are a little bit hurt. But we will not be pulling anything onto the boss. That is now banned by me personally. So therefore, teams must oblige. We're gonna see if they do.
Too soon? Okay. Well, Cheese is now moving on to that second mini boss pack, while Thunder is still working on that third one. And you can see they're actually just moving on. It looked like Alex was about to pull another pack, but changed his mind halfway through. Now pulling that Beastmaster, Beastcaller, while Basook is deep breathing all the way over to the bosses to make sure they start that RP and the bosses spawn earlier. And it does look like Thunder is going to be pulling that Beastcaller on top of the boss, but it's only going to be one Sanguine pool, and that should be
that's the same Beastcaller that happened for I'm not allowing it. They will finish this beast collar on the side. It is not not happening. On the other hand, they do have enough trash count after finishing this beast collar to just move on. So that's exactly what they're going to do. They'll finish this beast collar here on the side, nice and easy, making sure Sanguine doesn't cause any problems, which we love.
Come on.
And then they're going to pull Maruk and Tira by themselves. Very nice. And Cheese, they're on the way there too. They still need... Fem! I just looked over there and he's dead. Come on. I want to praise them, but stuff continues to go wrong. This is not ideal. They have one more Corruptor. Maybe they can actually just kite it out, frag tanking it, trying to make sure that they can finish this pull and just rest Fem up to save a little bit of flying time, and that is going to be successful. Thundering helping as well as the team clears it up, and Fem is rest up, but that's another death for Cheese.
Yeah, definitely not great. And at this point, Thundered only has this boss and the last boss left. Of course, they have to pull the 2 mini-bosses as well. And we also know that Thundered had issues on the last boss just the match before, right? So there's definitely still things that can go wrong for Thundered. But we are at the point where if Cheese wants to win, they need Thundered to make mistakes, to have something go wrong. Because if Thundered does the rest of the dungeon cleanly, then it's going to be incredibly hard for Cheese to make up that difference that they already accumulated with all of those deaths, plus the Sanguine heal going off, and plus just issues all around. But yeah, Cheese, of course, recovering now, got Fam back up. They're still dealing with the last couple of trash packs they have to deal with before they can do the boss. Thundered, on the other hand, had no Sanguine go off on the boss. They are fine. Boss is on 50% HP. You can see they're splitting up for the arrows here as well. You can see the melee are stacking with the tank, and Maskin is stacking with Bazook there for those tornadoes to come out. So looking really clean by them so far.
Yeah, absolutely. 41% to go, 40% to go, and you can see them get through here. The Earth Splitter is going to appear. That's always of a tough situation, as you need to run so much, but the teams are managing to get through there. Thundering once more coming in, allowing them to have a little bit of extra damage. Little DK trick. You can actually stand in the fear here with AMS, and then also with Lichborn, you're going to be able to just tank it if you wanted to do that ever. I do that sometimes. I don't think my healers like it, because you still take a little bit of damage, but you don't get feared, so you can get a little bit more of melee uptime. But Cheese now on to Tira and Maruk and Nagura. If I'm seeing correctly, they're doing something that I didn't allow. There's a beast collar on the boss. That just might save them some time.
Yeah, this is an absolutely illegal move being done by Cheese here, having that beast collar on top. They need to... There we go, the knock comes out, plus the Stormbolt by Fam. Doesn't look like they're finished it off just yet. There we go. I hope the boss doesn't jump into that pool.
No, it's so far away.
No,
they won't. They won't. It's okay. It's okay.
We're
on the safe side for Cheese. Yeah, Subchris going down. They will be able. Actually, are they going to send the battle res? I think they just release, right? Oh, they're just okay. They're normal resing. That's also okay. So they're moving towards the final boss. Ooh, Fem dropping so low, but is able to get healed up. They're moving to the final boss on the side of Thundered with 3 battle reses, which after the last key, I think that's really good that they have them, but hopefully they won't need them. Cheese, however, saving some time with that beast collar into the boss and also getting through the area, but still they have to deal with half of Tira and Maruk's HP, and then kind of be 25 seconds, or 20 seconds rather, faster than Thundered still to make up for that penalty that they have.
Yeah, Thundered, I wonder if they... Okay, no, they're not. I was thinking that maybe, maybe they can do the mini-bosses by themselves, not necessarily have to risk pulling them onto the boss. But I guess the first phase of Belakar Khan is really... like it's the easiest phase, right? The mission phase, there's so much damage coming out. The last phase, there's so much going on. You have the spear that grips you in. You have the swirlies on the ground. So that first phase of Belakar Khan, they can definitely allow them to pull those 2 mini-bosses on top. It shouldn't be a big deal for them at all. And as I said, that Subcra actually does go down to a charge. They look like, as you said, they do have those 3 battle rests now only down to 2. But yeah, they have to be a little bit careful. Maybe they want to focus down those mini-bosses before they push Balakar Khan into that intermission phase, making sure they're playing as safe as possible, considering that they're so far ahead. If anything goes wrong here and they're running out of battle rests or they have to reset the boss, they will still lose. So I want them to play as safe as possible here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see if that happens. I think the last time they did this key, they still kept Balara around going into that intermission. This time, looking like the mini-bosses are getting a little bit more loving, getting a little bit more damage focus from the rest of the team, trying to get them down, like you said, before we enter that intermission. But Cheese is making way. They also have racked up enough trash count to actually engage Balar Khan and either the trash pack or Balara attack, but I think it's going to be the mini-bosses as well for them as they finish off the boss here, and then we'll see them flying over as well. Both teams notably have that Bloodlust available. We know Thundered is planning on sending it after the phase here is over, but in that phase, they will go in a few seconds' time. They finish the mini-bosses really nicely. You have them laying outside of Balakar Khan. You can see Sanguine didn't really do anything here in this fight, which is what you always want it to do.
They actually gave me a little bit of a heart attack there for a second, because one of the mini-bosses went down and Balakar Khan was standing, casting a spear, standing in the pool there. But there's a little bit of a... there's a second or two before the Sanguine pool really starts healing, and they manage to get the boss back out. So no healing has been done by Sanguine, but now they are in that intermission phase. You can see just how much damage the space does on a 23 Tyrannical. Everyone dropping incredibly low. They use all of their defensives. VE coming out of the Shadow Priest, plus the Nature's Vigil from the Feral as well to make sure that they help out the healer as much as possible. There we go. This is the phase that they actually struggled with last time around and ended up losing four of their members. This time around, no issues for them. Bloodlust is still running. They actually used it for safety in that intermission phase. Really like to see that. And now all they have to do is get through that last phase. They have to spell reflect to do the extra damage to the boss. They do have defensives available to deal with that static spear. They even have a Shadow Belt in 30 seconds as well. In case it does go on the Feral, they can completely remove the spear. Yeah, it's looking really good for Thundered, playing so clean.
Absolutely right. That Bloodlust is still going, albeit it will run out in a few seconds. 20% to go. And like you said, all of the danger zones have been avoided on the side of Thundered. They're only needing to do a single target damage to Balakar Khan. Incarn will come up in 15 seconds. I don't even think they will be able to send that one in. One more time, the grip comes here. The Iron Stampede is going to be avoided by Thundered as they claw and chew and fight their way through this Knocket 23 Tyrannical. That is one of the hardest dungeons this weekend. And after 2 goes, Thundered have managed to really put down a time that looks super, super good here with their first win in this series.
Who'd have thunk it? After coming out of the Thunderdome, fighting against a plate of ricotta and feta is actually not that bad for a team like Thundered. It's a pretty uneventful dungeon. They did really well. Only a couple spot deaths here and there. You have to, going back to the discussion we were having before the dungeon, you think that they actually benefited from playing the dungeon literally 30 minutes ago? It seems like it had, because that dungeon was great for them. Let's take a look at some of the problems that we saw for Cheese here. Most of the problems for them weren't necessarily Sanguine related, which is what we've seen for the most part this weekend in this dungeon. Usually when a team is significantly behind, it's because they had a massive amount of Sanguine healing. They did have a decent amount here and there, but it tended to just be the most random of spot deaths. Fim going down at the end of that pull there, costing them a little bit of time. There were a lot of random deaths earlier on in the dungeon here. And I wouldn't say that Cheese played this dungeon bad in any particular way. It's just that Thunder generally looked better throughout the course of the entire dungeon. And, remember, we win this series, you make it to Global Finals instantly. You lose this series, you have to battle it out in the Last Stand tournament next weekend. You really want to be the winner of this series if you're these two teams. There's a lot at stake here. Thundered's showing up, playing great.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, it is going to be the ticket for the Globals on the line. And Cheese was unified amongst all the casters the team that everybody said was going to be the one that moves on, gets that second slot to the finals, looking like Thundered might actually take it.
Yeah,
Oh my
it's
god,
actually
I just
looking
now
really close
realized. I realized that with this series going to Thundered, and the next game is going to be an SPG, which is Cheese has a faster time there. And if that would happen, if Cheese wins the SPG, then we would actually see a Court of Stars, right?
Yeah, that would be so
Ooh.
cool.
I'm excited.
So we're all rooting for a Cheese win now, right?
Yeah. Wait, we can't do that. Makes. Whoa, calm down.
Sorry, I just want to see Court of Stars, okay? I didn't mean it like that.
Me too.
It would be our first time seeing it this weekend. It's been something that's been banned out a lot. Do you think there's any particular reason for that? If I'm not mistaken, the affixes aren't necessarily too bad, right? Looking at Court of Stars, it's a 21, so on the lower end of things. Tyrannical, Spiteful, Quaking. Do you think it's being banned out because teams just aren't comfortable playing it? Or do you think it's because the affixes are bad, or if it's potentially teams just trying to hide tracks for global finals?
I just love that camera though, with mine being so delayed. Sorry about that.
It looked like you had a full-on conversation to yourself. Yeah, Nagura's unfortunately a little bit on a visual delay, of course, in communications. She's right here with us. But coming back to your question, Zyro, I think the court ban is actually the opposite. I don't think teams are intimidated by it. I think teams want to keep a secret, because the one team that has banned that Court of Stars every single time is MONKA, and they're the clear favorite in this weekend, actually a favorite for the global finals overall, and I think they probably have some tech that they're trying to hide.
Yeah, you're probably right, but we have to, table the conversation on Court of Stars for just a little bit. We have to talk about this next map coming up, Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, which we do have times for both of the teams in this weekend right now. Looking at our handy spreadsheet that Nagura's put together. I know you have one too, Mix, but I'm used to Nagura's. We have a 1509 time from Cheese. That was against Thunderstruck that they beat them on. And then we also have a 1530 from Thundered. So actually pretty close times, but just slightly faster for Cheese. Do we think that we could actually use that to extrapolate out? Could we potentially see a Court of Stars here? What do you think, Mix?
I mean, I think that is well among the things that are realistic. You said it. It is a little bit more of a Cheese favorite dungeons here in this matchup in the SPG. They looked really good the last time we saw them, but I wouldn't count my chickens before they hatch. That's one saying I learned. We have seen a lot of wiping on Bonema and even on Nerzul. So towards the end of the dungeon is where things can go really wrong. And because it is a dungeon where you have to walk quite a bit, depending on what point in time you die, it can go either way really fast and can swing back and forth. So in my opinion, I really would like to see the court, but we'll have to go through the Shadow Moon Burial Ground first to see whether or not that can happen.
And notably, neither of the teams are playing the Fire Mage in this dungeon. Both of them opting to go for a more typical team comp, going for the Unholy Feral Shadow Priest comp that we've seen kind of played as a default comp throughout the entire weekend. And I wonder if there is any chance that one of the teams could have picked up the Fire Mage between now and then, because it does seem like it's overall a faster strategy, right? You get a lot more prio boss damage on 3 of the bosses in the dungeon. But we also have seen teams that decide to play the Fire Mage without the Unholy DK coming from behind, right? They don't have as much boss damage. So, well, no Fire Mage here, but go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, no Fire Mages to be seen, unfortunately. We do see the difference in healers, though. The Resto Shaman of Thundered and the Provoker from Cheese. And we also know that they have a pretty similar strategy going in as well, which means that one of the most difficult pulls of this dungeon is going to come up in just a second. We see the teams split up, everyone going left except one player, and that player pulls up the spiders on the right side. They skip past this trash bag, and then we'll see all of this trash being gathered, the rest of this trash, onto the first boss. And the one thing you want to watch out for here is, of course, the damage the players do. You always want to look at the damage meter, but you also want to watch out for the defensives of the tanks, because they're taking so much damage from these void slashes that these ads are casting here.
Absolutely right. And you can see that Cheese just has a little bit of head in making it here faster. Fem pulled the boss just a little bit before Thundered was able to. Both teams will now have the trash coming in. And you can see the markers being deployed on the Bone Mender that is getting Dominant Mind casted. It is coming in for Team Thundered here, and that could cause some trouble. I think it broke the Dominate Mind on the side of Cheese. The caster is still safe and sound under that orange mark, standing next to Fem, just hanging around, making sure he's with the gang, you know, and Bloodlust is pumping for both. Look at that beautiful unholy damage. That is Bloodlust for you, that is PI for you, that is Army. It's everything going in there and just completely pumping.
Look at Fem, though. Fem had to start kiting pretty early on as he was running out of defensives completely. There's still one Ritual Bones alive that is actually enraged too, so Fem cannot get hit by any of those Void Slashes from that mob. They already used one AoE Fear to interrupt it, and another... Oh my god, that last Void Slash scared me because there was no defensives available anymore, and I feared for Fem's life there, but it finished off the mob before that last cast went off. So now they only have that... Oh, two people actually going down as the cast wasn't interrupted. Drenico and Ricky going down. They only have one battle rest available, and they're getting back up their Shadow Priest. But this is a big time loss for them. Thundered, on the other hand, look at their boss's HP. They didn't have as many issues as Cheese, and they didn't have to start kiting as early as Cheese either. And now, again, Thunder's in the lead.
Yeah, don't jinx it, Nagura. The boss isn't dead yet. Subker is taking a lot of damage here towards the end of Sedana. They're still dealing with that Bone Mender here. It needs a little bit of love and it needs a little bit of interrupts, but the team seems to have that under control. AMS coming out of Baby, making sure no additional damage is taken here by anything. One more interrupt on that Bone Mender, and the Dark Communion can be ignored on the side of Thundered as they finish off Sedana first. Cheese now once more needing to catch back up. They also still have that Bender alive, Bone Mender Bender, and Sedana still alive, and it is going to take them just so much more time because they're down 1 DPS. You can see how much the fight is elongating just by having that one player down, and notably they also have Zatsi going down. That's terrible. I don't think Fem can lose this. He's trying to at least kill something off the Manic Grief Torch. The Spell Reflect, he is trying to fight for his life, but they need to kill the Spirit. Otherwise, all will be worth nothing. Frag and Ricky will try to support. Vampiric Embrace will be coming up in just a few seconds, providing a little bit of healing. Frag should be good on himself. He does have IBF in 10 seconds. He does have Death Strike.
Boss, they can't do it. This Whisper is going to kill them because the boss is actually buffed now. You can see they're using all of their defenses. Frag actually using a health pot as well to stay alive, and they managed to get through the Whispers, but the boss still has this permanent buff from the Dark Communion because they didn't manage to finish off the ad with the 2 players down. And this was just so unfortunate because Satsi died during the Whisper cast. The ad that was still alive casted a magic debuff onto Satsi, which does an insane amount of damage. Didn't have Dwarf Rage, of course. As an Evoker, you cannot be Dwarf. But they actually managed to finish off the boss after.
Come on!
There we go. Cheese managed to do it. With only Fem and Fragments alive. But oh my god, that almost would have been a disaster there for Cheese. That was just so unfortunate with that debuff going out on Satsi there. No battle rest available anymore. Having the ads heal the boss. And they still managed. So really big shout out to Cheese for being able to make the best of it. But still, they're 130 behind in the first boss split now, of course, with all of those issues.
Yeah, and I mean, look at Thunder. They have been running ahead in that dungeon. They're on to Nalash. They're in the Soul Steel phase. They have already pulled the left pack on the side of the pillar into the boss, now making sure that they have a little bit of extra uptime on them. You can see the puzzle boxes coming out. That is going to be the cooldowns of Subkers and Baby into this, as well as Maskin, of course, into this little buffed phase while the Dominators and the Exhumers are not really doing anything, making sure that that they can finish them off. And Nalish is taking so much damage here. They're already down to 33%, looking really, really good as Bazooks goes down. They do have the battle res. He should be having an Ankh as well, but I think he's in one of the patches. Subchris also going down. They will use the battle res there and then try and Ankh for Bazook. That's exactly what's happening. Careful, don't quake him. He just came back to life, but the team seems to be able to get this one back and salvage it.
Yeah, good job by Thunder recovering from that death on the healer there. The rest was actually, I think it was, what happened was that Bazook went down and Bazook had Ankh available, but the rest came out immediately by presumably the DK, just instantly casting the rest as like a reflex. And then the shaman had to like click it away, and sometimes it doesn't work instantly that he can Ankh afterwards. And I think that's why they had to wait a little bit, plus the pool that you mentioned being on the body of the shaman there. But they did manage to recover. Now they're moving on. This is another area that we have seen some issues with, because sometimes teams pull these spiders further down onto the bridge worms. And then sometimes we see some of these spiders reset if you walk into like in an area where they just reset and can't move on. So we'll see if Thunder manages to do this pull. Maybe they could even take it a little bit slower, just a little bit. They're not that far ahead that they can do things like one by one, but they could maybe like not pull it on top of the worm. And I think that is also something we've seen done before. Doing before.
Oh,
right?
one of the spiders went through. That's really bad. They need to survive this somehow. The debuff is gone, but so much damage has gone out onto the group. The team is recovering this, but that was really scary there for a second for Thundered. Now on the side of Cheese, they're now also on to Nalish. They pulled the same pull that Fem going down. They don't have a battle res. Can they once more fight this boss without having their entire team? Can Fragment actually tank it? He is death striking for his life. Satsi trying to support him. IBF is on as he is taking a lot of hits from Nalish. Stagger growing red, and the Void Vortex comes out, gives him a little bit of time. The leap from Ricky saving him there, making sure he can actually reset. But Nalish still has 14%. The Soul Steel is coming out. If they can get the buff, time it right, and just blast this boss here, they might just be able to finish Nalish without having a tank. Frag is now back with the group. Nalish is now being interrupted, and the team is doing such good damage onto it, making sure that they can actually finish it off. Wow.
It's a miracle that Cheese manages to finish off these bosses here with so many things going wrong for them on both of the bosses. So really good on them that they managed to do that. But I mean, still, they're losing so much time because of all of these deaths, because the players are down, because they have to use all of their defensives to make sure they can somehow stay alive with all of these either healers that or tanks that. Thunder, though, they are already on that second worm. They finished off all of the spiders and the bats from the earlier pool. Still have to deal with that second set of bats that they just pulled into that worm as well. And we know that after this carrion worm, they can still pull the spiders over the wall. They do have a druid that could jump over, and it does look like that's exactly what they're doing. You can see the wild charge actually failing for Subchris there. Subchris not managing the wild charge, so they have to try again.
Come on, Subchris. We all believe in you. You can do it. There we go. But yeah, in the meantime, actually, Cheese had another death. Fragment's going down for them. I'm not really sure what happened. I think he might have gotten aggro or spit on by the bats. They are moving towards Bonema as well with the ability to recover all of those pulls. They are still on path to maybe take this map back if something should happen to Thundered. Now, Thundered are doing a pull that is not super easy. Remember, we're on a 23 tyrannical fortified raging, and so these bats are a little bit of a problem sometimes, as Bazook actually takes a little swim here. Hopefully can be back with his team, is going to get ported up, and seems like nobody took any damage. Really good interrupts. Baby having a debuff will probably get healed up and should survive this spit. But in a little bit we'll have the images from Bonema, and those caused a lot of trouble before Nagura.
Oh, definitely do, but Cheese having some issues there on their trash pool. I saw Satsi having 2 of those stacks of the spit on him and managed to dispel it at the very last second before he went down, thankfully. But Basuk jumping, falling down again, thankfully not dying.
tech.
So that is tech, yeah, I agree. Nice tech by
Intended.
Basuk.
I'm not really sure. I don't think it's tech, but going twice in a row, you have to proclaim it at some point. Now, the team needs to be a little bit careful. Those slams, they can hurt, but Bonema has so much HP. They're going to be here for a while. Bloodlust will be ready now, but I assume they're going to hold on to it for Ner'zhul. Cheese on the other side, you can see Satsi in the background has a little moon marker, is running away to pull the spiders already. As the team finishes off the worm, you can see him come back now in this little dragon. Hoppity hop across the platform he goes, and the spiders and the bats are following. Cheese is not going to give up here. They're trying to recover this run, but they have 20 seconds on the timer against them. That Thundered is just leading by default, and they have already chewed through so much of this boss here.
Yeah, they're doing an absolutely amazing job of finishing off Bone Maw. They do have their Bloodlust available, but we do know that they actually like saving it for that last boss for Ner'zhul. The last time it took them quite a long time to finish off the 2 blueberries. I believe it was Thundered that took so long because they were holding on to all of their offensive cooldowns. We'll see if they do it differently this time around. It looks like Subchris is holding on to Incarn here, not using it on Bone Maw anymore. So maybe Subchris is going to be using it on those 2 blueberries. Yeah, Cheese now on Bone Maw as well. And yes, of course, Cheese is behind, right? But there's definitely still a possibility for them to catch up if anything happens for Thundered.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Thundered could still have stuff going wrong for them. They will kill the boss, though. That is really good, because now you have the lock-in point. If you die, you will be able to spawn here and just run up. But the blueberries, as Tettles likes to call them, are coming up. Ricky goes down for Cheese. One more death on the timer for this team as they try and get through Bone Maw. But Thundered making way for the void spawns. And like you said, they're not easy. We have everything available. Are we going to send it is the question. Army, will it be put into this? We see PI going out. We see Incarn going out. Unholy Assault has also been used, but it seems like Baby might be holding on to that army, trying to save it for Ner'zhul, make the most out of that bloodlust that is waiting for them. Void Eruptions are coming, and now they need to be so good with the Soothe. They are focusing Skull Marker. They did soothe it. They will be able to kill this one, and then from here on out, it should be okay.
Okay, so there's a big problem for Cheese. If you look at the trash percentage, they're missing trash. And what they're missing is this skull-marked spider. It actually fell into the water. Now it snapped up, but it killed Dranaco. So this spider was in the water this whole time. They had to move to the edge to interrupt the cast of the spider because it actually was still casting. So they had to go to the edge, interrupt it in a rotation, and now it snapped up to the platform. But because it snapped, it killed Dranaco instantly, and now it's raging as well, and it's just costing them even more time. They don't have any battle rests available anymore, and just so many issues, unfortunately. That spider not being there, and now Thundered, they are on Ner'zhul, as you said. They do have Bloodlust available. They're waiting for their offensive cooldowns to come back up. We see Army already being ready, but the PI is what they want to wait for in combination with the Army, plus of course that incarnation as well by Subchris. And yeah, it's looking so good for Thundered. If they win this, they're going to be qualifying for the Global Finals, which, I mean, everyone thought it's going to be Cheese that is making it to that Global, right? So seeing Thundered perform so well and take out Thunderstruck and now close to taking out Cheese as well is incredible.
Absolutely right. And I mean, Thundered are no new players in the MDI, right? They have competed before under different names with a little bit of different combinations, but they know this game. They're back, and this time they're really fighting for it. They put a lot of practice in, and it is paying off for them. Although the runs are maybe not on MONKA timer just yet, they are looking incredibly promising here. Now, of course, on the side of Cheese, there was also a lot going not ideal, but still, I think Thunder are doing really, really great, and you can see Bloodlust now being popped, like you said, with the army, with the Incarnates all going in there, puzzle box on top of it, PI getting everything, and you just need to dodge everything now, have a little bit of happy feet, make sure the Ritual of Bones does not clip anybody. Bazook standing very close to the Ritual of Bones wall there, but it should all go well as they get through Ner'zhul. 14% to go in what seems like an incredible underdog overthrow from Thundered. They will be the one that takes the 2-0 inner lower finals and guarantees themselves the ticket to the global finals. And we will see them one more time against MONKA today in our upper finals, which is something I'm definitely looking forward to. Congratulations.
Wow. Impressive. Thundered taking the 2-0 sweep over Cheese and punching their ticket to the grand finals. Imagine the swing of emotions for this team, coming from that not good offensive where they 3-manned the final boss. And an hour and a half later, you qualified for the global finals. They must be on cloud 9 right now. It's hard to imagine feeling that kind of way. But let's take a look at what happened in this Shadow Moon Barrow Grounds. And I kind of want to focus on what a different scenario playing MDI-style keys is compared to just doing your typical live keys. Because I'm sure there's a lot of viewers that are watching the MDI and wondering, why is it so hard for these teams to execute in a 23 dungeon? I pug 23s, I do 23s with my team, what's going on? And when you go for these insane strategies where you're pulling massive amounts of trash, even with BIS gear, having to perform in the moment is just on an entire extra level. So even though Cheese had a terrible time in this dungeon, this is definitely a team that can come back next weekend in the last stand tournament and still sweep away the competition. This team and their pedigree is that good. But man, Thundered coming in, playing clean in 2 dungeons, having a great time of it too. It's just really impressive to see where these guys have come from. You know, I believed them all the way. I definitely did not think that Thunderstruck was the team that was the wild card this weekend.
all right, Zero. But yeah, looking at that, I'm feeling pretty happy with myself. Although we all got clowned a little bit on the runner-up, it will be Thundered and MONKA moving to those global finals. Looking at the overall here, I'm always so impressed when the Resto Shaman somewhat keeps up with the Prevoker, because I feel like Prevoker in a whole different category in terms of healer DPS. But Bazooks this time and in the previous time actually doing so much DPS.
Yeah, I mean, the running meme is that the Resto Shaman is just brought for a decurse, right? But realistically, it does do good overall damage, and it's more known, as you know, we've been told by several of the teams now, that it's great at doing pure single target damage. But the fact that it's committing and doing more than Evoker on overall is really, really impressive.
Yeah, really cool to see the Shaman performing so well. And then, I mean, the fact that they had the Ankh also really is, you know, helping them out on that boss where they had 2 deaths and only 1 battle rest available, right? So really cool to see that the Shaman's working out for them.
It's hard to kind of extrapolate any of the data from the graph here. You can see that they're pretty close together for the most part, but Thundered really pulling ahead at that 8-minute mark around the second boss, right, and right afterwards. They really, really turned the gas on there, and the fact that they were able to complete the dungeon with only 2 deaths, we haven't really seen that many clean Shadow Moon Barrow Grounds this weekend. This is about as clean as it gets at this key level. Of course, the highest that we offer. So finishing it off in style this way, you love to see it for them. But they're going to be moving on and facing up against MONKA up next. And of course, both teams already have qualified for the global finals, but we have to figure out what seed they're going to do it in. There we go. There are 6 teams that have qualified out of the group stages. We've got Echo and Sloth from Group A. We've got Donuts and Despair and Perplexed from Group B, and now MONKA and Thundered coming in from Group C. Still gotta find out those last 2 teams, though.
Yeah, absolutely right. Last Stand will be also something coming up. You can mark your calendars for it. But first, we're gonna have a look at our finals here, and I think MONKA, they've been waiting all evening to get that one going. Maybe, just maybe, okay, I think there's a high chance we're going to see another Court of Stars ban, but if we don't, we might see Court of Stars, which is something I'd love. So hopefully they leave it open. Maybe Mode. I think Mode's been watching, so if you hear this, Mode, can you please show us a Court of Stars? the casters would really appreciate it. And I'm sure if chat
Yes,
just all
please.
spam hearts right now, MONKA will just feel pressured to do it. So just everybody spam hearts. Maybe you can tag mode too. I'm sure that would give us a Court of Stars.
What is the
Yes,
missing
please.
dungeon?
And we haven't seen halls before
We only
today.
want to see Court. We don't care about the rest.
Oh, you mean the
Okay.
missing
There's
dungeon
no
in the last
temple
series?
in the finals.
Oh, temple,
There's no
yeah.
temple in the finals. Yeah.
No temple. Okay, got it. Interesting. Okay. So we're pretty sure that Monk is going to be banning court. What do you think? What do you think? Thundered bans out here.
Academy.
Against-
They've banned it 5
It's Academy?
times.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
gonna go Academy ban. No Doubties here. So I think we're gonna see Halls and then maybe Knockut. Although I would really like to see that Court, so I'm gonna see.
Same.
Please, 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 Mr. Mode. Please, no banning that. I beg. I
I'm
actually
just gonna-
really do want to see a court.
I'm just gonna say it. If MONKA bans court, then to me, the winner of the hearts is gonna be Thundered, okay? No matter what happens in the final.
Okay. But yeah, with that, I think we have our break ready. We're gonna go there. Don't go anywhere. Well, not global finals, but finals of Cup C are coming up, and we will be right back after. welcome back to the MDI, and I'm here with Dratnos and Tettles. Now, both of you had a little bit of a break as Thundered actually won this map against Cheese. Now, how are you feeling about the map that is approaching us, Tettles? It's going to be MONKA, which was everyone's favorite for this weekend, against Thundered, who's kind of like a wild card.
Well, I did pick them as my wild card, so I feel pretty good about that. We did see MONKA play that Halls of Valor earlier today, and I think that wolf pull in the Fenrir area that they do all of the wolves on top of Fenrir on Sanguine is actually quite impressive, and I think that is like a pretty big pull. I don't know if Thunder is going to be able to match MONKA's time in Halls of Valor. I'm really concerned after seeing just the route that MONKA was able to put up. It was something that, like, I just don't know how you're going to be able to match that without like significant either innovation or just a mistake from MONKA's front. Thunder has been the most consistent team Thunder and MONKA have been the most consistent team that we've seen all weekend, though. So I think that does play to Thunder's advantage a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think their Halls of Valor was sub 20 minutes by like 4 seconds. And I really like that huge pull that they did leading up to Herja. Dratnos, I think you were casting that match. How do you feel about, I mean, come on. All of the hearts the chat spam didn't work out. We're not going to see Card, going to see another knockout, which of course we love as well, but we really would have liked the court. But first, Dratnos, Halls of Valor. How do you feel about that matchup?
Yeah, I think that the MONKA, the Herja, the way they do the Herja part of the dungeon is definitely cool. I think the big time save, though, is that Fenrir wolf pull with all the wolves onto Fenrir. I mean, it's impossible to lose time. If that pull goes cleanly, I think MONKA just have maybe a minute faster than anybody else in this dungeon. That being said, Thundered, like Tettles was saying, that's a consistent team, right? If MONKA make a mistake on that pull, which I don't know, but I suspect it's quite a dangerous pull. It looks like a lot of tank damage in particular, and of course you have all the boss mechanics going on as well during that. Maybe there's RNG about who's being targeted by the leap. I don't know. I feel like there's ways that pull could go wrong for them. If MONKA wipe, I feel like Thunder are a team that is very likely to be putting up a consistent 21-30 or something in this dungeon, and that's going to be something where that will beat MONKA after even one mistake, I think.
If you look at just how we got to this point, Thunder was the 4th seed on the weekend. They were the 11th seed overall for time trials. Yep. And so like they had to upset both Cheese and Thunderstruck to be able to even get to this point. They played 4 maps in a row where they 2-0'd both Thunderstruck and Cheese, but a lot of that wasn't necessarily them having like insane routes or anything. It was them just being so consistent, right? I think that they had like one mistake in the knockout, but beyond that, they really haven't had any like major mistakes, and they played fairly solid. And I think that consistency is something that is a big shining spot for this Thunder team.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'm still a little bit sour about that Court of Stars. I'm going to have harsh words with Moat later, trying to figure out their tech there. But MONKA and Thunder, like you said, are very different in terms of how they approach keys. Of course, MONKA has played at the very top of what the MBI has to offer. They even took maps off against Echo in the previous season. And Thunder, kind of a newer team, but it's, I believe, the first time they've made way to the Global Finals in the fashion that they have now. So I'm really curious how much they can actually scale up. They already have their tickets saved. So they're going to put a lot of practice into the time that is between now and the Global Finals. I'm just so curious what form of Thunder we're going to see from them once that rolls around. But first, going to go into that Halls of Valor. I expect that Mage to come back. I expect that Disc to come back on the side of MONKA with a comp you love so much, Dratnos, the DK and the Fire Mage, as well as the Disc Priest, giving us everything we ever wanted. Are we expecting something similar from Thunder, maybe?
They look like they're not Mage players.
Yeah, Thunder, I think they have the ability to play it. Maskin has been seen on it, but that is exactly what they're doing. They are running the exact same comp as MONKA in here, and I wonder if they have the same route as well. I wonder if during the MONKA series they were like, okay, quick, write that down, and they're going to try and have that same wolf pull as well. We'll see. First off, it's going to be all of this onto boss. This is a Sanguine dungeon, so what we're going to be looking for here is good Sanguine management and good damage onto boss, and mostly boss, right? Stormdrake doesn't matter too much with these affixes.
Yeah.
The Stormdrake can die whenever later down the line. Even if it gets Sanguine healed, that's fine. No Sanguine healing is allowed onto the boss, though. That is time loss.
One of the big things, too, that the mage is actually very, very powerful in both sanguine situations and bolstering situations, as they're able to get mobs killed off, fairly evenly or dump a lot of damage into one high priority target. Crim's going down on the side of MONKA, losing their lust. They do have that battle res deployed to him, so he's going to be able to take that in a second once things stop being so hectic.
Oh, no!
Moon steps into Sanguine and that blade and instantly falls for MONKA. Skylark should probably be able to... Oh, he doesn't have spell
He can live this.
up. We don't have spell reflect?
Well, we don't necessarily... Oh, yeah. So, okay, we have alter time for this AoE Horn of Valor. And so there's two challenges here, right? The tank needs to live,
Yes.
and the rest of the group needs to live. Now, the rest of the group should have a fine time, right? Crims is going to have alter. He's got block if he needs it. He's got ice barrier or fire barrier, blazing barrier. Maystein can cast regrowths on himself and his friends. He'll have Nature's Vigil in 15. RX has Death Strike as well, so cannot be slain. Also has got some style points from a beautiful transmog that you can see there over on the side
Worgen.
of MONKA. A Worgen in a dress. That's really just pushing the limits of what's possible with the transmog system. So down goes the Stormdrake for MONKA, 19% on Heimdall. The boss dies at 10, so you just have to hold on a little bit longer. That's going to be Ice Block committed by Crims for the Horn of Valor there. So they dodge these Stormdrakes. They are losing healer damage as well, but you know what? Not a wipe. Not a wipe, we're fine. We are behind, though, as a result of this, right? We're 10 seconds behind if we're MONKA here. And we also have lost, 3 seconds of time and 10 seconds of death timer, plus however long it takes Mode to run back here and set up this next
Look at the meters real quick. Look at the meters real quick. The reason that boss died for the exact same time for both of these teams is that Sanguine Ichor healing differential between the two. It just ends up, extending your pullout. You end up having just, the slightly less boss damage on the side of Thundered. But Thundered here, they're able to get in on this pull significantly earlier than MONKA because of having to single res Mode, just taking a little bit of time. You have to wait for that patrol to be in a good spot. I wonder how bad this kills their vibe Dratnus, because whenever these teams have been doing MDI, they've been mapping out their thundering timings perfectly. They've been mapping out patrols perfectly for their strategies on where mobs should in theory be. How much of a difference do you think that this death on Mode is really going to cost them in the long run? Do you think this is something that, okay, yeah, sure, it may have cost them 15 or 20 seconds. This is going to end up costing them another 20 seconds later on to patrols?
Well, there's only the one patrol that they have to worry about, right? It's that big patrolling sentinel. So I think it's not too bad from that side. Maybe their thundering times got a little messed up, although when they were waiting after the boss, they actually weren't in combat, right? So thundering timer was paused. So they would have only lost a little bit of their thundering time. Wow.
Thunder had a little bit of a Sanguine Ichor incident on a couple of these Shield Maidens. But
they're going to have some more here as well. Shield Maiden is dying, and a lot of mobs are now running through that Sanguine. That's okay, though. They are bringing this Rune Carver up.
Healed a lot. Yeah,
Maskin's just gonna... Oh, he's gonna invis the jump on him from that Valajar Aspirant. But that Aspirant has full healed in the Sanguine Puddle there for Thundered. Very big time loss. Meanwhile, on the side of MONKA, they kill the Aspirant first, it looks like. Really good. That's the one that will root itself the most. So usually a good idea on Sanguine Week is to kill the mob that roots itself the most first, right?
Yeah.
That way you won't get into trouble later. You can knock all the other ones.
I think Thundered has some voodoo against every single team they play. They just make every team that they play against play slightly worse and have a little bit more mistakes. Is that going to work against MONKA? We've seen a couple of deaths. They don't have a battle res here on Herja. Now, is it going to work?
Yeah,
again?
no battle res could be relevant. I mean, this is scary boss. It's a scary mini boss section as well for MONKA. They are still doing fine here in terms of time, though. They got a big pull together. They've got a nice enemy forces count advantage now. When you factor in the 10 seconds of death timer, I suspect they probably have maybe 20 seconds of a lead right now, do MONKA, which it's impressive they're still in the lead.
I would agree.
But it's not a huge advantage, and the safety net of the battle res that's missing for them is very relevant. Oh, Maystein goes down. They don't have a battle res for him. And so you can release Spirit here. You can click Release Spirit, but the problem with that is you spawn really far back at the start of the dungeon.
Does Mode meld res here? Is that the play?
Yeah, that's what you could do. Mode could go, he could go get far away, meld, and then res. It looks like that's what they're setting up to do here by pulling Ulmir away.
I'm down
Mode
for
is
this.
now going to go hit Shadow Meld, hit Resurrection. He's out of combat. Hopefully he's in a spot here. Geometry, yep, the geometry's working well. None of those orbs are going to connect with where he's channeling that res. Beautiful
heads-up play.
little
That's a really good
maneuver
heads-up play.
there. Yeah, get their friend back online. Thundered, on the other hand, Bazooka is going to go down to the AoE.
Thundercaller cast. MONKA have a
brutal.
Thundercaller that wanders its way and a little bit late. I
Interesting.
wonder if it was polyed off to the side. I think it had to be polymorphed, right?
Probably, yeah. That's cool. That's some cool tech. Now they get to do that
Maybe
while they're waiting
dying.
on boss RP here. Thundered have had another death here. Their first was a battle res. Their second is going to be an out-of-combat res here while they wait for this boss to spawn.
No B reses on either
And
end.
MONKA are actually in combat first here.
Okay.
MONKA trying to set up the... Oh, no! Herja is being channeled by both Ulmir and Solstein here.
Oh,
That's
God.
So it's not a wipe. People see this and they think, "Oh,
Yes.
we're dead. It's a wipe." It's actually not that bad. So what happened is, okay, Herja cast Sanctify.
They're about to kill the boss.
What we need to do is bring her over to the light side because now she's going to cast Eye of the Storm next, and we do not want that buffed by the lightning buff. The problem is the Expel Light orbs now have so many stacks. Each of these Expel Light explosions, you can see on Crims here, when that expires, it will do a huge amount of damage if you don't pop a lot of defensives and have a big barrier and power word shield up, which he did to try and survive it. Now there's going to be one more Hurdy set of Expel Lights coming out here. You can see it's going to land in a little bit here for MONKA. That's going to be the scariest moment of the fight with this overlap system. Out comes the Expel Light, and it's on RX here. Pow! Not too bad. Only 22
It should
fortified.
reset now,
Hits
right?
Maystein as well. Oh, hits Maystein. Well, it's ticking down, but she still has a lot of stacks.
Yeah.
So Crims there loses 60% of his health. Maystein lost 70% of his health. Now the boss is stable, right? Now the boss is in the lightning side, only has lightning
Yes.
stacks, but is about to cast Sanctify. That is the goal of this strategy, but you still get there. If you have the boss getting channeled by both beams in the beginning, you do still eventually get to a safe version of the boss fight where it's casting the wrong abilities on each side.
Yes,
but
that is true.
the process of getting there involves some Expel Lights that are supercharged, and that is the
Holy
challenge,
moly.
especially if you're doing this at a higher key level.
Okay, so MONKA able to kill Herja around the 15-second mark ahead of Thundered, but here comes Thundered as they down that boss as well. They make their way out of this area. Looks like MONKA are setting up for a pull. Skylark is double pulling this pack, and they're doing a line of sight strategy to try to make sure that all of the Thundercallers, all of the Mystics, all of those marksmen make their way all the way in. And Maystein drops a great Ursul's Vortex as well to make sure those marksmen aren't going to disengage themselves out of the pack, and you're able to deploy as much AoE damage as possible without the marksman being desynced. This is going to be kind of difficult with Sanguine on the marksman, but if the pack dies even, hey, it should be great for MONKA.
Yeah, absolutely here. MONKA moving in towards the portal here. Have to be careful to not accidentally take the portal as well, so they have a...
Would be
It's
weird.
important, especially with Sanguine Kiting, that you don't run in there, right? You see there's a lot of mobs on that portal. They can't actually go right on top of them right now. Maystein walking very close to it, but does manage to avoid accidentally walking in there. Not that I've ever seen that happen before.
RX is doing a great job of gripping mobs as well that are about to get sanguined. MONKA is looking absolutely phenomenal with that, with their sanguine management there. As you do see Mode taking that portal into the Fenrir area, and this is where things start to get really spicy for MONKA with some of the pulls that they're able to deploy in this area. On the right side of your screen, we got Thundered pretty hot on their heels. They're going to be downing the last Shield Maiden and also make their way through this portal. I'm really interested to see what Thunder pulls. I have a suspicion that it's going to be similar packs, but they do have a 4% trash count advantage. Do you think that makes any difference realistically in the amount of pulls that happen in this area?
I think it just means they don't need to do as big of a bear pull, or maybe they can skip a pack of wolves or something, but I suspect they need
Bears are so
mostly the same
free, though.
enemies. Yeah, but the bulls onto the bears, for instance, is something that MONKA does, and maybe you don't have to do as many of those bulls if you are Thundered.
Sure.
Looks like they're going to start with Fenrir, and Alex is now walking towards the Valor Jar. Channels a Grief Torch
Doing the-
first.
Maybe they
They
don't
could
need the
just be
Trapper.
doing Fenrir by itself. No, okay, he's
they're
going
pulling
over
it
there.
out.
So they were just waiting for the first Ravenous Leaps to go off. And I
That's
respect
fine.
that. Looks like no bulls are coming into this pool, though, so maybe that is where the count is going to equalize between the teams. And the question now is, are Thunder going to do wolves onto Fenrir? If they can do that, they can stay even with MONKA here. They can stay in range to win this one. If not, it's going to be MONKA pulling ahead if MONKA can execute that cleanly.
By the way, okay, so something that we actually didn't see happen in the last run that I really want to see this time. So we know how MONKA is about to set this next pull up. We're going to be watching them gather all the wolves. We're going to be watching Mode and Crims hop in a safety spot to where they're not able to be left on by the wolves. That means that the wolves won't leap at all because there's no eligible targets or like there's no path available for those wolves to leap. That's fine. What happens if Crims or Mode get targeted with the Fenrir fixate? I really, really want to see what happens in that situation if they get targeted with the fixate. Does the boss snap into the spot? Can Skylark intervene and the boss will melee them? Like, what is realistically going to happen there? Because we didn't see it happen last time, but I do want to see what is the situation and what realistically happens if that is something that is going to be a problem for MONKA.
Yeah. I mean, in theory, you could invis and meld, but in practice, meld is on cooldown here for Mode, so we will see what happens if that happens. RX gets targeted by the first Ravenous Leap, runs out and shadow melds it. These wargs are getting beaten down now, and they only have to survive a little bit longer. Centiblood is going to go on RX, and RX actually here is just going to face tank it. Very easy. He's got some plate armor. He is going to kite a couple of the autos a little bit, but it does have Death Strike as well. Actually, he was just not kiting the autos, he was kiting for Sanguine.
Mode and Crims are out of the spot now as well, so this is fine.
Yeah,
it was only that first one that I was really worried about. Is just what exactly happens. Oh, look on the right side of your screen.
Look at Thunder though.
Something similar. Yeah.
They are going for. Oh, they're going for a different. So look at this. Maskin is out. Maskin is actually baiting aside. Bazook is on the platform. he is dealing with the Volcanic, but Maskin's like, you know what? I would rather dodge than get knocked up by Volcanic. So I'm just gonna stand out here. I'm gonna play Ice Flows, right? I'm gonna walk around. I'm gonna run away as these wolves start jumping. And there's a reason why we don't see people do that as often as go on the spot. Oh no!
Oh.
And it's the old res into death combo by Maskin there. Now the problem is as soon as you res, that wolf is off CD. It's ready to jump, right? It is immediately going to jump at you. And that was tragic for Thunder. They are going to be able to still get this boss taken down, but wow, brutal turn of events there for Thundered. Maskin, though, I like what he was doing, right? In theory, he's going to get more damage if he doesn't have to get knocked up by Thundering all the time, or by Volcanic all the time. Although, if he has to keep moving the whole time, maybe it's the same? I'm not sure. I guess you can find some time to plant when they're all on CD if they're jumps.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they vortexed to the very beginning, right? That was the big thing, and one of the biggest reasons that Maskin was able to do that is because it's like Vortex 1, and then 2 we run and dodge, which is a possibility. It's just, if it goes wrong, then it goes very wrong, and it's very difficult to battle res. MONKA able to get all of their bulls and bears finished off. They have 83.7% enemy forces, which is enough to go up to that King's area. On the right side of your screen here, we have Thundered finishing off the last little bit of trash that they
This is not even...
area.
Is this even count for Thundered? I don't see that many Grizzlies here. 73%. Is this going to bring them to 80? 83.7 is the magic number.
Yes.
I'm not sure this is enough Grizzlies.
Is this 10%? I don't know. I don't think it is either.
I think this is going to bring them to like 81.5 or something. We'll see.
Oh, God. Okay, if they have to do bulls on top of this is quite bad. There is a world where if this is count, they run up to the Skovald area.
Okay, no, yeah, I think this is count.
If somehow MONKA messes up their 4-king pull, that actually loses them a pretty significant amount of time.
No,
okay. Yeah,
it's not. Oh, it is. Yeah, okay, yeah, they're good. They're chilling. It was good. It was good all along. I don't know why you were scared. It was count. It was count.
I thought it was fine. I was getting griefed. Co-commentator griefing me on my math. Yeah, okay.
83.7. That's the magic number. They're chilling. All right, so here comes MONKA. Have they gotten all of their beers in? All right, we're good.
I don't know.
Yeah, all the sometimes kings are ready.
Yeah, sometimes it can mess up, though, is the problem, right?
Haldor. All right.
Okay, so Haldor took a while to activate. Now we have to move Hopefully Bjorn is good.
Oh,
Okay,
Bjorn?
Bjorn's green. That's okay.
It's good.
And
We got
then-
Bjorn. Do we get Tor is the question. The answer looks like no. It looks like Tor is not going to be hostile yet. So this is going to be a time loss for MONKA. Their 4 King strategy did not quite work out this time. It looked like probably because Haldor just took a while to get in combat there. And they weren't able to get all the way over to Tor by the end.
This is normally like a minute time loss whenever you mess this up, by the way. So for Thundered here, if they're able to get all 4 Kings activated at once, this could be a situation where they're able to catch up and potentially pass MONKA. Like that is a massive time loss because now they have to effectively single down that last king. He's still not active. He's literally still not active. He's standing there.
Yeah, as soon as you kill 1 king, you can go. Oh, it looks like they've thrown on a different king than... Oh, I see. Okay. Alex is actually standing by one of the neutral ones, and he's going to get life gripped over as well. I love this from Thunder. They are really trying to set this up as quickly as they can, trying to make sure they get combat with all 4 of these kings.
Come on.
Have they got the 4th one, though? No, where...
Are we not going for 4?
We're going for 3? Okay. So maybe it's intentional. I don't think that... I think Haldor at least was supposed to come in here for Thunder, though, so... Looks like Thunder have had an even worse King's Catastrophe than MONKA have. Okay. You're right, though. That was the way for them to come back into this, right? Was to do 4 Kings.
That's bad. Yeah.
And, with 22 fortified, the Kings do hurt, but you can definitely do all 4.
Yeah, you absolutely can do all 4. I don't know. That's tough. But now Thunder is going to be able to do 2 and 2, which is it's okay. But I think for them to win, if they did all 4, I'm pretty sure they win this map.
Well, I think they would still be a little bit behind here, but yeah, it would definitely be really close between the 2. They're going to have to finish off those last 2 Kings now. MONKA are starting Skovald RP. They get their feasts down. Everybody's getting their food buffs back. A couple of deaths are on the board, which is actually in MONKA's favor. MONKA have 1 fewer death, so they have 5 extra seconds at the end of this. So Thunder need to not only catch up, they need to overtake by 5 seconds. I don't think that's going to happen here. I think MONKA, now with just 2 fortified bosses ahead of them, should be in pretty good shape. Although I've heard that it's possible to die on Skovald several times even.
Shh, hush, hush. Cease speaking immediately.
I know it's a possibility. I've seen video evidence of it happening in the past.
That's the old Skovald. This new one, he's got nothing on the old one.
I see.
He's less verbose.
I see. That was the problem.
Yeah. He talks a lot less, too.
I see. All right, well, Skovald is going to be at almost 50% here before Thunder can even start the RP to summon him. MONKA are just making such short work of this boss. And Odin is going to fall so quickly to them as well. They're going to have Army.
Yeah.
Actually, are they going to have Army? Maybe they're not going to have Army. I think they will. I think they'll get back to Army.
6 minutes?
It says 6 minutes, but you get 5 seconds of cooldown reduction all the time.
Yeah, it's like a 3-minute CD, isn't it?
Yeah, effectively. It does depend on what's going on, but I think they might get back to it for that first runic brand. We'll see.
I guess we'll see. They don't have Lust, which it could be a problem, but I think on 22 fortified, more often than not, one phasing Odin, especially with like the composition that MONKA is running, shouldn't be too much of a problem. If they have deaths, they would have to have multiple deaths for them to start to really be in deep trouble.
The thing is as well, like even the triple spears aren't in one-shot territory at 22 fortified, right? So they aren't going to need. Yeah, they well, even if they have a couple people die, they can still get over the finish line.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Mode has to die multiple times. I think is like the edge case where MONKA loses from this position. So it's just they need to make sure that Mode needs to make sure he doesn't die. Skylark also can't die, I guess technically, but it's kind of hard to die on this fight as a tank.
Yeah, I know there are ways to see. Of course, I've never seen it happen in my runs, of course, but it is possible.
There's that big circle that
there is the big circle, and now I'm not going to say exactly how I know, but I will say if you're playing Brewmaster on that fight, Celestial Brew plus Dampen Harm plus Fort Brew is not enough to stand in that on a 24 tyrannical.
Can you spell block it though? Is the question.
Spell block probably is that's probably enough. If you Diffuse
maybe
or
die.
Zen Med to the set that I talked about earlier. That would be enough. All right, well, Thundered are going to have Baby going down. Yeah, like you said. They're going to land the battle res, but now they are out of battle reses. This is not going to really change their win condition, right? Their win condition is pretty much still a MONKA wipe at this point. MONKA are getting really close to that first Runic Brand. They have to deal with this first run out. Kill that Stormforged Obliterator. And once they do that, they should be in good shape here if they can get to the middle of the room and cleanly get to their Runic Brands. Their Thundering is going to proc at a somewhat inopportune time. They actually probably want to clear here before the Runic Brand comes out. And yeah, here it comes.
Brand. Oh, we got the second B-Res too, even. We'd have to have a lot of deaths.
Yeah, Rapture pop by Mode to just keep everybody super safe during that. And here comes the damage from MONKA.
Oh, look, the army. It's up now.
Army's up. Here it is. Algathar Puzzle Box. All of the cooldowns being used here.
We got Lust in 15 as well.
Yeah, I mean, so presumably they'll just hit Lust when it comes up,
CD.
because this boss, they are going to fall out of their Valkyr form, but they are still going to be able to kill this boss before the next Runic Brands. They are in triple spear territory, which means Mode does need to have everybody pretty close to top tier. It looks like there was maybe a commit call being made. Oh! RX actually dies. Mode made it out, but RX committed. He stayed in the circle. He was like, you know what? It dies or I die. And he was right.
All right. Where's Makes?
We're in our finals.
Oh, here.
We know you now. Yeah, you're good. Welcome.
Ah, fantastic. Lovely. So MONKA takes that first win in the series here, getting that Halls of Valor down. And I mean, we kind of expected MONKA to do really well here, but there was a lot going on that I didn't really expect, to be honest. Like, at the very first poll, and that's actually a poll that I talked to Mode about, he was saying that this is super, super scary of a poll, just because of how much there is going on that you can't necessarily see. You have to dodge all of the AoEs, you have to take care of all of the interrupts. There's so many in this pack, and sometimes it's just very unfortunate how things hit, and that's exactly what happened. Sadly, we had 2 deaths here in the beginning. They then managed to actually finish off this boss fight here without their healer present, which I think is a feat. However, they had to wait for Mode to walk all the way back to them. So they lost a little bit of time here in this pathing, but Thundered going a little bit more tame when it came to these pulls here, which I think is, for me, the biggest kicker in the MONKA route. I mean, I love the wolves as well, don't get me wrong. We've seen that before. I love this pull. They're just taking everything and more, and they're adding it onto Solston and to Olmir. It's just, to me, that's crazy, and I love that they get away with it and actually make it work now. There was a little bit happening here as well. I'm not sure if it's just, you know, it's not, they're both qualified, so maybe they're taking a little bit more chill. There was a death on the side of MONKA here in these orbs. Unfortunately, I believe it was one of the orbs that clipped Maystein. Then, really cool tech, Mode actually running all the way out, trying to get away, far away as possible from the Sanctify, and you can see him cast that Resurrection. He was only able to cast that because he used his Shadow Meld, being able to get out fight here and get Maystein back into the fight. I thought that was really, really cool. And then during the fight, there was more going on, but on the side of Thundered, Olmir and Solston were also a little bit mean. Bazook going down here for them, and yeah, so both teams having a little bit of trouble with these mini bosses here. It was a little bit of an overlap that maybe not necessarily something you want to happen, but they managed to kill it. And then here, Team MONKA actually having Herja take both beams, which is not something I believe we've seen in the MDI before. I like that they then prioritize the Sanctify side, because obviously you can dodge that damage, but both teams deciding to go for this huge Wolves pull. And I love how Mode set that one up, because it's not that easy. He's using Fade to get back up on that stone here. Both priests are, and although that's not the easiest tasks, then Mode grips off his mage, but Maystein actually staying out here, not trying to take any of the stone's benefits. Not working out, unfortunately. He does take a few wolves to the face, takes a few deaths, and MONKA moves on while Thundered loses a little bit of time. there was a moment to come back for Thundered because this king here that you can see marked did not want to activate. They did not get all 4 kings, so lost a little bit of extra time. But MONKA in the end was able to get that win and bring it home with a little bit of a commit call here. Not everybody made it out alive, but they did get that win.
So, Mix, I had a question, and Dranos and I were discussing it for a little bit. Did Thunder not go for the 4 kings strat? Was that like intentional? It looked like they didn't beer the far right mob at all. Like it looked like they were intentionally going for 3, not 4. Is that what was going on?
Maybe. I'm honestly not too sure. I just looked at the MONKA route
weird.
for the most part back then, but it might have
We'll have to ask
been
them if
that
we can.
Maybe we can. We'll have a look.
Yeah,
So
I'm curious
Wait,
as well because
I'm
it
checking.
seems like so they wanted at least 3 and they only got 2. I just wonder if they wanted 4 because 4 is a lot better than 3 if you can live it, but it's 22 fortified, right? That is sketchy. So okay, we have our top investigators on the case, so we'll find out what the plan was.
Very
there.
good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Maybe they missed
Okay,
a
so,
brew or something. I don't know.
That could also have been it. Where they didn't grab the brew, or somebody accidentally got
Yeah,
combat
they missed
Okay.
a
and meld
brew.
off
So
combat.
we got word. Bazook got in combat. They lost that beer because you can't use it when you're in combat, and then they just didn't click the other one to kind of make up for it.
That's the
Awesome.
problem. Whenever you're skipping a lot of the mobs in the middle area of the dungeon, right, is that you have a bunch of things that will put you in combat. Even if you meld off combat, you drop your beer when you get in combat. So, yeah, I mean, nasty time losses for both teams there. And we saw almost a 22-minute run. That's almost 2 minutes slower for MONKA than their previous run. And that's definitely slower than a perfect run out of Thundered would have been. So MONKA, I think, got a little bit lucky there that they weren't up against a perfect run out of Thundered because Thundered have been very consistent. Worth noting, though, that Thundered have just upset 2 other teams already to even get to this point. So they've been gaming a lot. They're probably just delighted to be here as well. So maybe they're a little bit less ready for Halls of Valor in particular, right, for some of these maps. That's going to change, though, if we go into this Knocked offensive. Because Knocked is something that they played
The
in
third
both
time's
of
the
their
charm.
previous series. Yeah, so
Yeah.
this is something that they are warmed up on Knocked offensive.
Absolutely
I have
right.
From
I
production
mean-
as well. Apparently, they do every single time they zone in a Knocked offensive. They actually fly to one of those towns and they perform a séance to curse the other team to inflict as much sanguine
come
healing as
on.
possible. Well, I mean,
Lies,
I'm just relaying the
deceit,
information from production.
heresy. Live on broadcast from Tettles. You heard it here first. But
Here's a
at them.
live
Are-
look at them doing that ritual right now.
you're literally
You can
just
see
standing
it's Alex
there.
walking around
Look,
in a
Alex
circle.
Is having
No, that's
fun.
It's a ritual circle that he's doing there, casting a curse
It's not a
over onto
ritual
MONKA.
circle.
It is. That's what he was
No,
doing.
Lies. No.
The next thing you know, Tira and Maruk are going to be
Here's-
healed by
oh.
sanguine.
Here he is flying over.
Stop it. You need to be stopped. Somebody stop this man.
Those are the mobs that are going to be healed.
Okay,
It's the Knocked
off
offensive
we
begins.
go.
Let's watch. Oh, did anybody take off early there? Get their extra global into the
Dude.
thing there? It didn't look like it. It looked like everybody waited respectfully for the barrier to come down.
They're all noob flyers.
Yeah, minus 2 seconds. All right. Here they go into their first pull. Alex is going to grab 5 into the patrol. Same with MONKA. This is a nasty pull here for both teams. It is the Bloodlust, though. Sanguine healing is going to be the big thing we're looking for. There are a lot of casters in this pull. A lot of longbows in particular, so even worse than casters, archers, the worst mob for dealing with Sanguine. At least they are knockable. You can see that's being used over by Thundering there. Bazook going to fire off that Evoker Racial to help control these longbows best as he can. But there's also Explosive for them to be looking at. Oh, Typhoon comes out from Subchris, but unfortunately it's going to land one of the longbows into a puddle. Looks like they've done a pretty good job, though, have Thundered, but MONKA already finished with that pull into the next one. 2 million Sanguine
just
healing for
perfect.
Thundered. Not bad.
Perfect sanguine management for MONKA on that first pull. Just making sure that they were able to get out pretty much unscathed. And then Skylark, I thought his positioning was also great. So he was already running to that next pull right as the previous pack was dying, and so that allowed his group to finish off the last couple of longbows and then just join him on top of this pack. The second pull is going to be down so fast for the side of MONKA. Again, they're just making sure to grip the mobs. Sanguine management's the name of the game in this first area, trying to make sure that you don't have those mobs die underneath, particularly the longbows, as those are the hardest ones to move.
Yeah, longbows. The other downside is the Lance Masters or the Plane Stompers, which are not... They don't respect knockback effects, right? So if they're war stomping in the middle of one of those, then that can also be a fail case, but it's a little bit easier to manage, and those mobs often are the prio target anyways.
As I say, it looked like Thunder was about to tag that patrolling pack and do a little bit of a different route, but instead they're playing both of these teams are playing virtually the exact same route, and they're going to be taking the patrolling pack that's underneath Granith into the boss. Now that opens them up to a little bit of extra potential for Sanguine healing, particularly on the boss, which we know is really bad. 5% HP ticks on the boss is a significant amount of damage. But I think the big thing to watch out for is like CC rotation on these ads. When are the teams going to let the ballistas get dismantled? When are we going to start CCing with things like Dominant Mind? When are we going to root? Are we going to kill 0 of these ads? But it looks like for MONKA, they're just stunning that Saboteur in the middle of this pack while they're cleaving down all of the trash.
Yeah, it can be hard to avoid dotting up the Saboteur that's the first one anyways, and you're in your cooldown, so it usually can just die. What you want to avoid is situations where you have to swap to the Saboteur, right? If you're swapping damage onto a Saboteur, that's usually pretty inefficient if you can instead just keep it CC'd for a while. So MONKA are letting these first couple of Saboteurs just get stunned under boss while they're AoEing anyways, but once they're down to just single target, we see them instead swap to a CC-oriented plan. They have Dominate Mind from Crims, they have Entangling Roots, they have probably Mass Root as well, and then they just have, bullying slows and stuff for the later ones to just stop them from reaching their ballista once.
Okay, look at that. Thunder on the right-hand side of your screen. Maskin is already dominate minding that Saboteur, where MONKA killed that second Saboteur. I think that Thunder... Okay, and then there's also one that's off to the side that's being rooted by Subchris. Subchris is also deploying that mass root strategy, which we talked about in the Thunderdome series, the difference between the mass root and the Ursul's Vortex, just like CC-wise.
Yeah, it's a different choice that Druids are making in here. In this one... It's actually going to be Ursul's by Maystein as well. So Maystein's playing Ursul's, whereas Subchris is playing the Mass Entanglement, which, we'll see an interesting difference here. The Vortex does give you a lot of utility. It lets you set up that Typhoon Vortex combo that is really powerful. But Mass Root is really good on this boss in particular.
Thunder still have the Plane Stomper, bro. I think that both the Granth should die for Thunder. Probably somewhere in the order of like 20 seconds behind where MONKA is, but they also have to make sure that they DPS down this Plane Stomper. It's going to be dying mostly to dots at this point, but it's kind of weird that it's still alive. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to die until the boss dies, right, if you think about it.
That's true.
Yeah. Looks like Maystein is actually a full-on disciple of the Yoda build in here as well. Maystein is not just running the Ursul's Vortex like Yoda did earlier, he's also playing that Ashermane's Guidance Incarnation proc talent for these tyrannical bosses. So very cool little Feral Druid difference between the two teams. I'll investigate the other roles as well, see if there's some other build differences to potentially highlight.
That guy, before he was doing MDI or TGP or anything, was rank 1 Feral Druid on Warcraft logs by like a lot, right? He has always done infinite damage as Feral Druid, and this is the first season that Feral has ever really been meta, and he's on his effectively main spec, main class. So this is something that Maystein's theory crafting for Feral Druid is always something that other Ferals should probably be looking at in regards to what they are going to be doing talent-wise in dungeons and gear-wise in particular. That guy is very, very good. Very smart as well.
Yeah, Maystein playing Ashmane's Guidance. Maystein and Yoda both playing it definitely makes me want to use that in high tyrannical keys as well. This seems like a good move. Other than that, most players are playing pretty similar builds to each other between these two teams. There's Grief Torches on both tanks, Desperate Invokers Codex on both healers, and Yeah, some slightly different evoker talents. For instance, Mode has move while casting Emerald Communion, whereas Bazook has Emerald Communion giving him increased max HP. So little slight differences like that, but other than that, the two teams are on pretty similar game plans. Notably, both evokers also playing Overawe, the AoE soothe that lets them. It's really effective in the Tira and Maruk area.
I think that the Emerald Communion and giving max HP thing is definitely more, like, it's super popular on live keys, and in addition to that, it's very good for 23 Tyrannical because, like, Tira Maruk's Gale Arrow, like, that is a great use of Emerald Communion HP.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so the Gale Arrow damage is actually not reduced by stuff like Zephyr or Feint or Avoidance as well, right? So there's a lot of tools that some classes use to survive mechanics like that don't work against it because it's not AoE damage. So you'll see rogues also struggling with that, often being forced to play Elusiveness instead of Cheat Death, which they are not usually happy about. All right,
so look at this on the left side of your screen. MONKA have pulled this Thunder Beast plus these Storm Shields into this pack with the Stormcaller. It's a very dangerous pull, and Thunder is actually kind of mirroring it. So very similar routes between these two teams are being deployed at this current time. This pull is very dangerous for a couple reasons. I think the tank damage is going to be the biggest part. That Thunder Beast absolutely wallops your tank. On top of that, like the Arc Blade's Arcing Strike can also be potentially very, very dangerous. You need to also make sure that you're rotating kicks on the Thunder Beast and Stormcaller, and at the exact same time, you have to watch out for Sanguine. And so that pull that MONKA just made look easy is something that I don't know if I've ever seen before on live, and it's certainly an MDI-only kind of pull. Thunder are also making it look pretty easy. I love to see it from these MDI teams. It's very difficult sometimes to be able to describe just how challenging some of these pulls are without having done them before. But it's just crazy that the MDI teams always make them look simple. Whenever they're like, oh my god,
pulls like
if you
that.
pull this on live, you wipe.
Oh yeah, you wipe it. It's just like, oh, we didn't kick one cast. We died, right?
Yeah.
Oh, our tank got hit for 300% of their health over 5 seconds, right? And it's like, oh yeah, the MDI teams, they have a way to survive that, right? Like they've planned out for this. They've got a time dilation that's assigned there. They're using cooldowns, but yeah, on live, that sort of stuff is just, it's so volatile as MONKA heading into the Raging Tempest now. Their Lust isn't available for 2 minutes here. They are so fast in getting to this boss.
Lust just gets sent on CD here at some point during the Raging Tempest. We know that this fight's around the 3-minute mark, ish, especially at this 23 Tyrannical level. And we've seen from other teams and from MONKA themselves that that 22-minute mark is about the time that we're looking for in this dungeon, and so you get like a bonus Lust. And so this Raging Tempest as the second Lust has normally been it's normally been like the focus point for that second Lust, right as other CDs come available for them. Army should be up as well on that Lust, but right now we're just making sure that we get through the Raging Tempest. We should be fine to heal this through. Preservation Evoker is one of the best healers at dealing with this boss, assuming that all players are being mindful of range.
Yeah, exactly. You want to make sure that the entire group is standing such that you can all get hit by the Dream Breath, right? You all want to get hit by the Dream Breath. You all want to be in range of your 30-yard healer. But that's not usually too bad, especially in a group like this, right?
Yeah.
Mode just needs to make sure he stands near Crims and aims at the melee, and usually he'll be able to hit everybody that way.
Yeah, it's tough whenever people aren't always stacked, but then, like you said, once you start to get grouped up into melee, it should be fine. Do you know that apparently you can have five players in melee of this fight if everybody's max melee?
Oh, wow. That is, that sounds like something you would learn if you were playing with a Holy Paladin or a Mistweaver. Yeah, you just
I was
trying to
playing
make
with
sure
Holy
that
Paladin
everybody
last
gets...
night.
Yeah.
I was playing with the Holy Paladin last night, so everybody can clump up well. You just have to be super diligent about making sure that you're staying stacked. And look at this, everybody is grouping up, getting ready for this next thunderstorm from the Raging Tempest as the Electrostorm cast begins. Lust has been popped. We also got Zephyr being deployed on the side of MONKA, and Mode should be able to keep everybody top fairly easily here.
Yeah, this one not too bad here. Zephyr's gonna expire, but everybody's still okay. They've got Vampiric Embrace rolling.
Do we get refreshes?
He's not even gonna... Oh, he's gonna hit the Nature's Vigil right at the end as well to help top people out of this. And yeah, everybody's gonna be trying and grabbing an orb right as they spawn here. It's not gonna work out for anybody, though. Maybe Maystein? No. Oh. Misses it by a millisecond there. It's okay. Boss is already dead, though. Not a huge time loss at all. And that one, it's really hard to refresh on that one in particular.
Yeah. Typically, you only get one person that'll refresh there. It's like you have to be as close to the boss as possible, but not in his hitbox, otherwise you're going to die. But it is definitely something that can happen. Let's see if Mask can get a refresh on his side. And it looks like it's going to be a no for Thundered as well. Mask can get one just a couple seconds late. They're going to be, what, 30 seconds behind MONKA coming out of the Raging Tempest? Both of the teams at 0 deaths.
Yeah, we'll get a little bit of a count there. The best way to know this is going to be just look at that boss 3 split that's starting to count up for MONKA. Whatever time that says when Thundered stopped the clock on boss 2, that is the lead that MONKA have here. So 40 seconds, a 40-second differential between these two teams after boss 2 goes down. Similar count, actually exact same count, identical count from both teams. 0 death runs from both teams as well, but MONKA just a little bit faster.
I think that Thundered is the team. I do think that Thundered is also the team that does the double mound pull here. Let's look on the right side of our screen and see what Alex is doing and how he's setting up this pull. It looks like they're going with like the donuts pull that we saw last weekend in Group B, where they were able to double mound, where MONKA are doing these mounds one at a time. This is much slower on the left side of your screen, which is not something that we commonly see from MONKA. If Thunder are able to do this, I don't want to say that they'll completely catch up, but they will certainly claw some time back as Bazooka goes down. We're battle resing him. Subchris dies to an explosive going off. Are we going to deploy another battle res maybe? But this is why this
we're gonna for sure.
Just anything that can go wrong is just catastrophic.
Yeah, Bazooka died, and then nobody else in the group could target an explosive, of course. So while he was dead, that explosive just went off and ended up killing another player. They were able to use 2 battle reses now, though, and they're back in it. And yeah, they should be okay here. Now, with 2 deaths in this, if they can survive otherwise, is this still a time save relative to what MONKA are doing? Maybe, right? This is a lot of count.
Yeah, it is a time save. It's a pretty significant time save, probably somewhere in the order of like 15 to 25 seconds, assuming that there's like about the same amount of sanguine healing. But it's a very challenging pull to pull off. I don't know if I would have taken the deaths over it, though.
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't factor in the safety of the battle reses, 10 seconds of death timer, the time of the battle reses, Bazooka going down now for Thundered, and that is going to be deadly for them. Baby is going to die as well, and Alex is now in the unenviable position of trying to survive this pull and manage Sanguine, and do damage, and avoid pulling extra stuff, and kill explosives. Can he do it? He is playing a warrior. He's going to try and live here. There are some explosives in the back here. He's looking okay.
Oh, we had to pick up
Soul. Seems like Thundered are maybe stabilizing. But MONKA certainly are in the lead now. They get this pull together.
That's why that pull is so dangerous. That's the pull that they wiped to in the Thunderstruck series, by the way. That was that pull that Alex died on in the Thunderstruck series.
Yeah, that pull is I mean, it's big. I respect it out of Thundered. I like to see them go for it. I think it's really cool. They were really close to surviving it as well. But yeah, with a little bit of death there, they are going to lose the time that they would have gained from it. You can see on the enemy forces percent that they are indeed quite a bit behind now compared to MONKA, who are nearly done with their dungeon. MONKA now, once they do this last Beast Caller, which is a bit of a cooldown recovery pull, while they wait for this RP to finish, they will be at 94%, and 94% is the magic number. That lets you go to the last area and kill the 2 mini-bosses and be at 100.
So we don't Sanguine Tira. That is... a priority number 1 here is do not Sanguine that boss.
Sanguine healing needs to land on an even number of bosses. Yeah. 0 or 2.
0 ideally.
1 is very bad.
We are waiting to pull the boss. We are playing this slow. We will not Sanguine this boss.
Dude, how troll would it be if Tira just immediately turned and looked at the Sanguine puddle and jumped right into it? Wouldn't that be cool? Okay, she jumped the other way.
I don't know if cool is
That would
how
be
I would
so funny,
describe
though.
that. It would certainly be a play. I'm not
That
sure.
would,
if
that would be
cool
fun.
is
I
the
wonder if
word
that's a
I would use.
possibility. I wonder if you're just if that's a risk you're running there. Maybe
is
you
a
can kill it in a
possibility,
spot
I'm
where she
sure.
doesn't jump. Yeah.
All right. Things are looking great for MONKA here, though. 0 deaths. They have all of their battle reses available to them. They're on to Tira and Maruk with offensive CDs. This is a fairly... I mean, this is just... If you've played live, you've done the boss the exact same way that MONKA is doing it right here. You do see that they're 94.23% enemy forces. The either final 5-pack of the dungeon or the final 2 mini-bosses both give 6.15% enemy forces. And so we know that that's where teams have historically been getting the last remaining little bit of their count. It's likely going to be those 2 mini-bosses into Balakar Khan. Is there anything really stopping MONKA from winning this series? Or not this series, but winning this map, you think, Dretnos? Is it that pull into Balakar Khan? Is that... How dangerous do you think that is with 2 battle reses?
I mean, it's not as dangerous. It's maybe in the top 5 most dangerous things in this dungeon, but it's not top 3, I don't think. I think some of the pulls in here earlier are probably a little bit higher lethality. Although we have seen teams struggle against Balakar Khan before. Thundered, notably, one such team, so it is a scary fight on 23 Tyran. Yeah.
I mean, that came down to like sanguine management because what MDI teams do is that they run a pretty risky strategy of taking the 2 mini-bosses into Balakar Khan, and that increased the opportunity for sanguine to heal the boss. In addition to that, if you're only focusing down the boss on... I know this is true on Fortified, and this also may be true on Tyrannical. If you're only hitting the boss and you're only letting Incidental Cleave hit those ads will live for most of, if not pretty much all of the fight. Now on Tyran, you're probably just gonna have them cleaved down right as the boss phases into that 60% window. But if they weren't focusing them at all and instead playing the most optimal way of doing the boss, which is again just hitting the boss and letting Incidental Cleave hit those ads, that could potentially open them up for a mistake.
Yeah, that's definitely the big way for Thunder to get back in this, because if you look at the boss HP bar here, 60% of a boss's health is the difference between these two teams right now, plus 20 seconds of death timer for MONKA.
Yep.
That is a very big advantage for the favorite here in MONKA. And this is going to be really hard for Thunder to overcome without a wipe from MONKA. That being said,
this has been a good recovery.
Even if MONKA win this map as well, it is a best of 5 rather than a best of 3 in the finals. So this will not be over just yet. And that is still Balakar Khan as well, standing between MONKA and victory in the Naka defensive here. They fly towards that final area of the dungeon, and we'll see how they decide to handle this. I suspect it is going to be 2 mini-bosses into the boss.
Is this the Thunderdome that was foretold in lore?
I think
this
this
area
is the Thunderdome, yeah. Knock it on
goodness.
hold. Look at all that lightning striking.
I see it. I understand. All right, MONKA on the left side of your screen here, going to be tagging Balakar Khan, going to be bringing it into these 2 mini-bosses. They're likely to pull this up against the wall to make sure that all of the dashes are aimed in a good spot. You also don't want to aim Balakar Khan in a bad spot if you don't have like Meld available or the circle that goes onto you, the Shattering Spear. So they're gonna take those bosses and the mini-bosses up against the wall, ideally to make sure that there is no way that the boss realistically resets. And Maystein does a great job of melding that off there. And no dash going to be going out.
Yeah, that is a useful piece of Night Elf tech in here. A lot of solid racials you can play in this dungeon as well, right? Dwarf racial also very good in here. You can see Crims has opted for that instead. You look over inside of Thundered as well. They have a couple more dwarves than Night Elves, but MONKA have elected to play that Night Elf on Maystein and also on RX, so they have a lot more dodges of that mechanic.
One of the coolest things, too, is that we've seen a lot of different racial combos across dungeons since Alliance and Horde are able to be on the same teams this season of MDI. It's like something where in like Ruby Life Pools in particular, I think we actually end up seeing a lot of Blood Elves in addition to like Dwarves and Night Elves.
Yeah, we've seen a High Mountain. We've seen some regular Tauren out of Feral Druids and a lot of keys as well, just for War Stomp. A lot of these comps don't really DR stun very much, so War Stomp is pretty valuable. You know, only the Warrior Shockwave is really stunning in AoE. We've seen a Volpera too. Don't forget, they got a nose for trouble.
I don't know. They played that darn rat.
Yeah, they did indeed. Here's the intermission for MONKA now. Their Lust is available, but they're going to hold it for P2. Oppressive Roar comes out to increase the length of the next CC
It's
on
so
these mobs.
sick.
That's cool. Yeah, a little wombo combo.
Oppressive Roar. Okay. Preservation Evokers on live very infrequently use Oppressive Roar unless called for it, but Oppressive Roar is one of the buttons that I see like MDI Evokers press pretty much all the time right before they're going to be deploying like a massive CC chain. And it's absolutely spectacular. MONKA have their Bloodlust available for them again as they enter this phase 2. They're going to be having all of their offensive CDs come up in just a couple seconds. Rims, my lord.
Oh, Mode!
By the boss. Do you get
All
struck
right,
by lightning?
that's one battle res. I think so, yeah. I'm not 100% sure, but often that's it. Mode gonna come back alive, though. They still have 2 battle reses because we are over 20 minutes in the dungeon as well, so...
Yeah?
MONKA still somewhat safe here. 19% on Balakar Khan as well as they run towards the finish line. Skylark sends the Manic Grief Torch into the boss. They are sending this boss on home here. This is going to be a 2-0 lead in the series for MONKA if Maystein and RX also go down here. Maybe I... Hold. Those were the 2 battle reses as well.
Nobody's ever...
Now,
Nobody's ever
luckily
wiped from
Skylark
here.
had
Nobody's ever
Spell
wiped from here.
Reflect. There's just no way. There's no way they could wipe at 5% on Balakar Khan. Manic Grief Torch, thank you for resetting my Manic Grief Torch, says Skylark here. Gets another one in just seconds after his previous one. This time he doesn't have Reflect for the Conductive Strike, but it's not going to matter. He is gonna die! He's gonna die, Tettles!
Kill the boss! Oh my god!
Alright, well, a Pyrrhic victory, but a victory nonetheless. MONKA are going to take down Balakar Khan, and that's going to lead them to a 2-0 lead in this series.
Holy...
Yeah, I was going to open my analyst segment by saying MONKA just had an incredibly clean run, but they really had to go there and do that, right? I don't know what happened there towards the end. It's just a lot of oopsie daisies, I will guess, but let's start at the beginning, shall we? At the very beginning of this dungeon, we saw MONKA actually just not really CCing that first Saboteur, even gripping it back in by RX, making sure they're just going to DPS it down with all of those cooldowns running. You probably dotted it anyway. Makes a lot of sense to me. On the side of Tempest, actually look for their orbs here. So they're all very low on their orb stack. It is about to run out, and now the orbs spawn, and everybody in the group, I mean Skylark, okay, but everybody that's big DPS damage or healer is getting a reset on that orb. It's those little things that it comes down to when teams are so close, like Thundered and MONKA. And I do want to say I'm so surprised how well Thundered are keeping up. I love this pull here. Didn't love how it played out for them. It's the second time I've seen this pull. I love this route, but just look at what happens. It's so volatile. It's so dangerous. There's so much going on. It doesn't always work out. Unfortunately, something that did work out on the other side was killing off these mini bosses here before going into phase 2. Which I think is just very nice little tech, making sure you don't have to deal with Sanguine, you don't have to deal with them charging around, you have it under control, you're finished with it. And then towards the end, yeah, I mean, first it was Mode, I think it was Lightning, and then I don't know what the rest was. Skylark just taking so much damage, and then they killed the boss, yeah. Well, we're gonna pretend that didn't happen. But Sanguine looking pretty good, a little bit more on the side of Thundered. But I'm very pleased with both of these teams.
Ah, man. I mean, I think that Thundered's route... Okay, I think that MONKA... I'm surprised that MONKA weren't doing that double pull in the Tyr and Maruk area. But I think that Thundered, having 2 out of 3 times that they pulled it, having either a wipe or a partial wipe to it, it makes sense as to why MONKA was like, maybe that's a bit too ambitious for us. We're going to play something a bit safer in this Tyr and Maruk area. But I mean, that pull is absolutely phenomenal. Both these teams did a pretty good job with Sanguine healing, though.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
7 million for Thundered, 4.9 for MONKA. That is crazy low amounts of set. We saw more Sanguine healing on a single pull from some teams yesterday. Like the first pull of the dungeon, we saw 9 million yesterday. This is crazily well handled. A very slowing affix if you play it wrong, but these two teams really, really showing why they're in the finals here.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to look at our graph here. And once again, of course, Thunder falling a little bit behind right after Grenis, right? You can see it in the graph. But overall, those spikes are looking so similar. They have a very similar route despite the wipe, well, not a full wipe, but the deaths on that double pull. They are keeping up. And I kind of have to mention again, Thunder came in as 11th seed. MONKA came in as 2nd. Now, 11th is not bad, but it is kind of middle of the pack, right? And the fact that Thunder is keeping up for the most, I'm just so impressed. But of course, MONKA doing exactly what we expect of them, and that is dominating the series. And with that, we have one more map coming up. It is a best of 5, and that 3rd dungeon is going to be Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. Tettles, how are we feeling about that one?
I mean, Shadow Moon is a dungeon that I feel like is pretty volatile. I mean, some dungeons are more volatile than others, and Shadow Moon in particular is one of the ones that, like, the first pull of the dungeon, there's always a 25% chance that a team wipes to it. It's not set in stone. It seems like teams are starting to get a little bit more consistent, but on a 23 Raging Fortified, it's just a part, like, so much tank damage is realistically going out just on all of the players. They're using, like, Dominate Mind to make sure that it goes well, but it's still just not going to be consistent. I mean, we just have to watch out for that first pull and how the teams are able to navigate it. Watching, like, perfect tank defensive rotation, I think, is a really key point there, like rotating between spell block and then when you're going to get, like, dilation and stuff like that.
Yeah, look at that bar on that pull right below the prop warrior. When we get to that first pull, look at those defensives, right? And see how they're staggering them out. The big one is going to be the 20 seconds that spell block is up. That is the big safety margin that the prop warriors are going to have in here. Once that is down, they're going to need multiple things to survive multiple void slashes. So it's going to be sketchy. It's also fortified raging, so look for good timing on the soothe effects. If we see the Preservation Evoker out of these teams as well, look for that AoE Soothe on the Overawe talent on the Oppressive Roar. Although, is this a dungeon where Mode plays Disc Priest? I forget. Is this a Disc Priest Fire Mage dungeon? If so, they won't have that AoE Soothe.
I mean, that's a good point. Thundered has been playing the Restoration Shaman in here, haven't they? The past couple times we've seen this dungeon.
Yeah, they have. They were playing Resto Shaman on Bazook.
Yeah, so maybe we're just going to have some Fort Raging and just some single soothes off of, say, the Druid. I don't know. We'll see what compositions our teams bring to bear here.
Bring to bear? I mean, a bear tank
probably not
would
the
be
bear.
very fun.
Yeah.
But that's
please don't
not
bring the bear.
something... It's
Please
something...
do.
I mean, you could. You could.
Yeah, well,
you'd make a lot of people happy. I just don't think it's realistic, but you could.
I don't know about a lot of people. You would make some people happy. I don't know. I think the word "a lot" is maybe stretching it a bit.
You would make at least 5 people very happy on the other team.
Exactly.
On the other
Don't come
team.
for the whole bear community, Dratnos. Anyhow,
Oh
teams are getting ready for the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. We have seen both teams in that dungeon before. MONKA with a whooping 13 minutes and 43 seconds, which I believe is the fastest time we have. But Thundered just had 2 back-to-back runs there, so maybe that experience will go in their favor, even though their fastest run is somewhat around 15:35. We're gonna wait and see and figure that one out, and I'm really curious. Here we go.
Yeah, so it is indeed no Evoker gaming. They're going to deal with the raging AoE fortified mobs using just their defensives here, and 1 soothe from their feral druids. We're starting off with the pre-invis pot.
Yeah.
Into the shackle skip here. The mind soothe
MONKA's
run past.
I think that MONKA's composition here, by the way, is going to be super sick. We saw a Thunderstruck. They ran the mage, but they ran the mage without the Death Knight. And we were looking at the numbers back on the just the lack of the DK. It seemed like both in combination with one another were going to be so sick. Obviously, that forces you to run that Disc Priest if you want access to Power Infusion and Dominate Mind. but it's definitely something that MONKA, I believe their composition is going to be super sick for that. How is it going to match up versus Thundereds, as both of these teams are going to be pulling the first boss around the same point of one another? I think that MONKA maybe pulled it 2 seconds earlier, but no notable difference between the two teams as to when that first boss gets pulled. And now look at the tanks. Look at that bar underneath the tanks, the Omni CD that you were talking about earlier, Dratnos. Rotating spell block first. Now what's going to be next?
Spell block and last stand for Alex as well. He's got 2 wall charges next. It's going to be last stand and wall for Skylark here. Just wall up
And
now
spell
for
reflect.
Alex. These mobs are going to start raging now. We've got the AoE stun from Bazooka.
Oh my
Ooh,
God.
one raging slash nearly ends Alex's life there, though, for Thundered. Blinding
Oh my
Sleet
God.
now is the next one, and it looks like Thundered are relying on stops against some of these Ritual Bones casts. Wow.
Look at the difference. Okay, look at the difference between the two compositions here. With MONKA, they have enough kill power to be able to get all of the mobs dealt with on a 23 fortified, even through raging, to where Skylark doesn't have to kite at all. On the side of Thundered, they have just slightly less AoE damage. And because they have slightly less AoE damage, then Alex has to walk away from the mobs and spread them out a little bit longer. In addition to that, MONKA on the left side of your screen, very importantly, look at that Dark Communion cast. They're going to be able to kill the boss before that Dark Communion finishes. On the right side of your screen, Thundered are going to have to dump around 3 million damage into this Defiled Spirit to be able to get it killed off, which means that that's 3 million damage that can't go to Nisadana Blood Fury. Very unfortunate on the side of Thundered. It's going to be probably somewhere in the order of a 25-second time loss, I would have to wager, just based on
a little bit
compositional
more
differences
here.
and slightly worse damage. Okay.
Subchris is going to die for Thundered as well. Do they send the battle res here? If they don't, they might not be able to beat the next spirit, so they are going to hit the res. They're into the Dark Eclipse here, but now they have a Raging Bone Mender. Bazooks needs
Root to
to
them.
insta-dispel the debuff. If that debuff gets 1 tick while it's raging, it will be lethal here. They are going to be okay, though. They get through the boss and the ad, and it's going to be a 41 second difference, plus 5 from Death Timer is 46 seconds in favor of MONKA just on the opening exchange. And I think it is that combo, Mage and DK, so well combined in this dungeon.
I mean, it's just the killing power, right? You're able to get that pack dealt with so fast to where Skylark is then able to not have to kite the pack. We've seen tanks this weekend have to kite that mob so often. MONKA are a bit slow and they miss a cycle on this Exhumer, man. They have to sit here waiting for for probably like 15 seconds because they were 2 seconds too slow. It's kind of unfortunate timing, and maybe if there was another team that had like, if they were even, or maybe even like 1 or 2 seconds ahead, that would actually be a pretty big time loss for MONKA, but it looks like Thunder is not going to be able to take advantage of that as MONKA pull Nalish here. They're going to be pulling trash into it in just a couple of seconds as well.
Yeah, here comes that Nalish pull for MONKA. They're just taking the one side into Nalish. They're not interested in that double pull that we've seen some teams go with. It is a very nice pull for the Fire Mage as well. You just have this boss that is on fire and all these little ads nearby. They're dangerous enemies, but you can use AoE CC effects on them, and then once Nalish reaches this Soul Seal phase, all of those ads get stunned for like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
It becomes quite easy to take them out. This is also a bit of a disc-free special. Do you know those Possessed Souls? They take 50% extra nature or holy damage, which most healers actually have a good way of doing nature and holy damage, so, but Disc in particular can just dump some holy damage into them and get them out of there real quick.
So importantly as well, these ads, they kind of evade for like 2 to 3 seconds whenever you come out of this phase, which it can be a bit dangerous whenever they come out of the stun, depending on their like threat situation and whatnot. But overall, MONKA able to get all of those mobs dealt with in that pack as well. Very clean. Crims didn't have his combustion up for that burn. Kind of unfortunate for him CD timing wise. I wonder if they're going to beat the next Soul Sever cast from Nalish. It doesn't look like
surely they will here. It's Void Blast into... Actually, you know what? Maybe they'll just be running during while they're downstairs, but it doesn't matter, right? Yeah, it's going to be shift into Vortex, into Soul Steel here, and they're going to beat the whole thing by quite a bit here. Yeah, they're good. Yeah. And there's going to be the Mind Soothe on the Exhumer as they run past. Beautifully done. Yeah. Stampeding Roar also helping the team just zip past. Where is our Death Knight? Our Death Knight is there, but behind. Wearing a beautiful dress, not in Worgen form, though, currently.
This is a 5 spider pull, I think, for MONKA. This is actually quite dangerous. This means that we're not going to have enough kicks, especially with the Disc Priest. A lot of healers have access to kick this expansion. Disc Priest, not one of them. And doing 5 spiders here can actually be very dangerous because you're going to have some of those necrotic bursts going off. Now, I wonder if maybe MONKA is not going to elect to do 5 spiders all at once?
Yeah, 5 is a lot of spiders, right? Like you said, that's one too many kicks. Now, you do have AoE interrupt on Skylark that can be used against those spiders, but it does look like MONKA are not interested in that.
3.
They're just going to go into the worm here with 3 spiders, 2 bats, and the Disc Priest, even though they don't have a kick, they do have a disease dispel. So against the bats, that's actually pretty nice. But against the spiders, it's an AoE disease. They don't have an AoE disease dispel, so a little bit more dangerous potentially. You can see Crimson RX there, both just going to tank that disease. Not a big deal though. It's a bit of a move speed slow as well, so it can be dangerous in some spots when you get it, but not too bad here.
On the right side of the screen here, though, we know that Thundered actually does 5 spiders into this worm at some point. They slow chain this, but we know that they're going to be grabbing that. And that's kind of off the back of this, having this Restoration Shaman. The 12-second wind shear is going to be great utility. Just basically Maskin's second kick is the one that's going to have to go through on that Corpse Spider, but Bazook knows that that's coming, and so they just drop, like, Link, or they just heal through it, or they pop VE, and they're able to deal with that second cast of that spider going through. So for Thundered here, this 5 spider pull, very impressive for them. On the left side of your screen, though, MONKA is still continuing to maintain that 40 to 50 second lead that they had coming out of the second boss.
Thundered actually used dwarf against the against that disease. Love it out of them.
Love it. That's good.
Nice
That's good
way of handling that. Yeah.
Priest Dispel.
Yeah, I think Priest Dispel on Subchris might be exactly what they did.
Yep,
okay,
makes sense.
So MONKA,
What are they doing
they've
here?
sent Maystein up ahead, and they're going to grip him back. He has grabbed the trash after Bone Maw. That's going to be their count. They're going to take this onto boss once they have the pull started. You have to be a little bit careful. You want to make sure you're not getting affected by the first 2 spider casts that happen on the other side of that wall. They're going to go right into a barrier here from Mode.
It's kind of dangerous with these bats. They can rotate AoE CCs here, but so like they'll have melees assigned to kicking the spiders every single time. That should totally be fine. But then outside of that, the bats can get their casts off if you don't assign AoE CCs perfectly. You saw the first one was going to be that AoE Fear from Skylark. I wonder what's going to be next here, or if we're just going to potentially let those Plague Bats spit go on to players. It's not as dangerous right now, but especially whenever they start raging. And on top of that, whenever Bone Maw's the Carrion Worms come back up, if we get comboed by any ambient damage while that's going on, that's a spot where we're in deep trouble if we're on the side of MONKA. Kind of same thing for the side of Thundering. If we look on the right side, they're doing a very similar pull into the boss. Subchris doesn't go into the water this time like we saw last time he was here.
Yeah, you want to try and avoid the water as much as you can in this dungeon.
Cats can't swim, man. It's tough.
Yeah, that's not good. They do not like that one bit. 43% on Bone Maw here after they come out of this submerge phase. This boss is getting melted by MONKA. Crim's doing a lot of damage there on that Fire Mage as well. Maystein actually on top of the meters, though, on that Kitten. Probably a lot of extra AoE at the start of this pull as well.
Yeah. I have a question. Does RX have his pet kick on autocast?
I don't know how I would be expected to know the answer to that question.
Okay, look at it. Whenever the boss goes away, it's going to immediately cast the kick again. Yeah, look at that.
Okay, so yeah, maybe, or maybe
Yeah.
he's just auto pressing it so that it runs at it, right? Because it's a charge as well as a kick,
Oh my god.
right?
Yeah, it's a charge attached to a kick. Maybe he's just the micro. The micro's insane.
Yeah.
From RX.
It's good micro. I mean, it's something that lets you get an extra spider kick as well, right? So having it not
yes.
autocast is in theory good. Speaking of DK things, one thing that
Alex is in the
we
water.
would be remiss to not mention is that RX is playing Summon Gargoyle for a little bit more single target as well. We haven't seen a lot of that in the series so far. I've been checking for it in most games. Usually both DKs have instead just taken an extra point in like morbidity, get a little bit of extra diseased enemies taking extra damage, but yeah, RX has gone and pathed over towards Gargoyle instead. You do have to take... it's kind of a 2-point investment to get to it, but pretty nice to have that single target damage.
Okay, multiple people for Thunder are in the water now.
That's not good. I want to try and avoid that whenever possible. They are going to be able to get out of the water, but at this point, MONKA are nice and far ahead. Even on just one death for Thundered, MONKA have just opened up a lead with how well they're doing their pulls and just how much damage their comp is doing, right? They have Fire Mage and Feral Druid and Unholy DK all just doing so much damage. Mode is supporting with a Power Infusion and doing a lot of damage in his own right. And then, of course, Skylark doing some insane tank damage, too.
This is effectively a perfect run for them. I bet whenever they do practice runs and they're like, oh my god, that was a clean one, I think that this is one of those runs. If you look at it, it's 0 deaths. I don't think they've messed up their thundering timing. They haven't missed any kicks. They are playing perfectly here. And now the only thing that separates them from Cup C champions is Ner'zhul, the last boss of Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, and they'll potentially be able to take this down 3-0, not dropping a map this weekend. That would be wild for our champions.
Yeah, no way they could wipe from here on this boss, Ner'zhul. So surely they will cleanly be able to take it from 100 to 0. One nice thing about their comp
to curse them.
One nice thing about their comp is that Crims is the only eligible target of the Omen of Deaths while he's alive, right? It's always going to prefer to target him as long as he is alive, so they know exactly where those are going. Everybody else in the team gets to play under boss and be pretty safe. If Crims dies, it'll instead target Mode, so he's got to be ready for that eventuality. Thundered, on the other hand, have a similar thing going on. But whenever you have 2 ranged DPS, it can start to get annoying because they can both be eligible targets. Thundered get a Raging Void Pulse, taking out several members of their group here. This doesn't change their win condition too much. They're still in good shape if MONKA wipe, but they need MONKA to wipe at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they needed MONKA to wipe because they're still like, probably, what, 50 seconds behind? A minute behind?
Oh, yeah, maybe at this point it's like a minute and a half, so it's not good for Thundered, but they are still in position to... I mean, they're going to be on the boss at the same time as MONKA, right? They're going to get to Ner'zhul. Okay. MONKA needs to play this cleanly. They need to be able to get this boss taken care of without having a wipe. We've seen teams wipe on this boss before. It's not easy. It's a 23 key. You have Quaking complicating things as well, as you can see here. They're doing a pretty good job, though, of managing their space.
What MONKA just did there is absolutely disgusting. So they popped Lust, and it was right as the wall went out. And so instead of any of their players actively hitting the wall, they just let Crims combust to the boss and drag the boss across the wall permanently and have that bloodlusted ignite and any ambient damage just cleave the wall down as Macedown payphones his way to success.
Big smiles
on his face. Oh my god, that's a winner. Cat champion.
There it is, MONKA 3-0, gonna win the series. Wow, that was impressive. Sub 14 minutes as well in this Shadow Moon Burial Grounds.
Yeah, I mean, the only buddy that could beat MONKA's time, apparently, was MONKA themselves. And honestly, I don't have much notes on this Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, except for how amazingly clean they got through this one. There wasn't even any moment where it felt like, oh, maybe MONKA. No. It was just clean from starting at Sadhana and getting her DPS down before they had to deal with this spirit here. Even rooting it, I thought was so cool, making sure that they will be able to kill it there, not having to deal with anything. And now I just want you to look at that details. Doesn't matter what's on the screen. Look at that details. That's Maystein on a class he has been maining forever. He is the feral OG in Mythic Plus, and honestly, it's so great to see that. I love that for him. And the entire evening I've been looking at like player cams, and he's just so happy to be like with this group pumping on Feral, and it shows. It's amazing and just great. Now, on the side of Thunder, they were close, but then this one was kind of the final nail for them. They only brought the Resto Shaman, so they don't have an AoE soothe. So Subchris ended up soothing the first Void Spawn, second one got Enrage, it didn't have that soothe ready. And unfortunately, those Void Pulses hurt really, really bad. But of course, MONKA in the end getting that win here in the Shadowmoon Burial Grounds, finishing with 3-0, which is honestly an impressive score. I'm just so happy that we're going to see both of these teams one more time in the global finals when they roll around.
Sub 14-minute Shadowmoon. My God, that was a wild one. Missing top damage too. That's so sick.
That is, I mean, that's kind of the Feral, right? He is the Feral. Maycene really showing off. I love it. I think it's amazing.
Yeah, insane. Although, yeah, we'll have to investigate how much of that was funnel and how much of that was pad, because maybe there are a couple of suspicious extra primal wrath casts in there on mobs that didn't need it. I don't know. We'll dig through the logs and get to the bottom of this.
No. Maycene just does the most
So
damage.
rude.
Eats at the chillest restaurants. Hangs out with the hottest fire mages.
Yeah, and does nearly
It's
10k
just a
HPS
casual
as
day.
well. Nearly 10k
It's the
HPS on
first
that
time in
Feral
a long
Druid.
time we are looking at much higher spikes on one team. Like, just comparing that very first one, MONKA going, and it doesn't look like much, but it's over like 500,000, nearly 500,000, that they're doing more damage in that very first spike, which is honestly so crazy. We've seen how much DPS teams can put out, and the fact that there's even like more ceiling to that, apparently.
Dreadnoughts and I were talking about this during the cast. Like, MONKA was able to get the first boss killed off a lot faster because of that larger spike. And we think it's typically going to be due to that Fire Mage just allowing them on that first pull to have slightly better killing power on the first pack of trash. In addition to that, a lot of the damage is going into the boss as well. And so, like, that allows... It also, on top of that, allows Skylark just a bit more damage because he doesn't have to kite, where if you saw, like, Alex on the side of Thunder, he has to, like, leap away from the pack at the last second to not get melee down by the mobs at 5% HP. And so I think that there's just, like, a slight compositional difference, but it does really end up going a long way.
Yeah, especially when you factor in that
Absolutely.
you then have to do one less ad as well, right? And so that means you get out of that boss fight like 30 seconds faster, which that was huge.
Yeah.
That was probably one of the biggest things up until the deaths on the blueberries that actually went MONKA's favor over Thundered, because otherwise Thundered were looking really good in there too, right? That was a clean run out of them up until the blueberries at the end as well.
Mostly, yeah. There was just, in general, it was the same as in the other two dungeons. They were just overall a little bit slower than one or two deaths and then just cost them. But honestly, they're still looking very good. Looking at what other teams qualified for the global finals, I expect Thunder to do really well there. I think they're great, and I'm looking forward to seeing them. You can see all of our teams that have qualified here, of course. From Group A, we have Echo and Sloth. From Group B, it's going to be Donuts and Perplexed. Now, Group C has ended MONKA and Thundered moving on. Now, next weekend, we do have the Last Stand tournament ready for you, but you can mark your calendars already for the global finals that are coming up on March 31st. Here's our Last Stand tournament format. Tattles, why don't you give us a rundown of how that's going to work for the teams?
Dude, the Last Stand is going to be so stacked. So basically how this works is it's similar to like a TGP style format where over 3 days, each team gets like 5 hours a day to play. And then they get 6 keys that are assigned to them like that Friday, right? So like the day of the competition, they get assigned like the affixes and stuff like that. And then the fastest 2 teams from that will then go to the global finals. And then you just like... you start off with like 4 dungeons on day 1, and then 1 gets added on Saturday and 1 gets added on Sunday as well. And so there's some little bit of meta strategy that comes into what's going to go down with just that Last Stand format. And then of course it's like cumulative time for how the teams are going to be weighted against one another. That tournament's going to be so stacked. We have some of the teams that didn't make it into the global finals are going to be returning. I heard there was a rumor of like a bald man and 4 DPS potentially going to make an appearance. And there's going to be a lot of competition. It's going to be so sick.
Look at them here. So if you've been watching the last 3 weeks, these teams might be familiar to you. Out of today, of course, starting on the right side, we have Cheese and Thunderstruck that are probably going to come back. We have Empyrean and Direwolves from Group B. Honestly, I'm so excited for the Direwolves to return. And Group A is going to bring us Team Sui and Legendary. So I'm really excited for those teams. I think that's going to be super, super fun to see them all again and see who gets that final ticket to the global final, Stratnos.
Yeah, and there are some teams, even like Tettles mentioned, that are not in this list and didn't compete in the MDI group stages that are signing up and are trying to compete in the last stand. So we'll see. 6 teams are going to make it out of the time trials that are happening soon for that, and then we will see how those 6 teams do in the actual last stand itself. Those 2 teams will round out our global finals, and like you said, that global finals is coming March 31st through April 2nd. First, though, it is next weekend. Next weekend is Last Stand Tournament. It is one of my favorite tournament formats as well. It combines the static key level, the speed run nature of the MDI with the TGP format that, except the key level doesn't go up, right? It just stays the same, and you just try and run the same key faster and faster and faster. Really cool, and you get to see all that innovation, all of that route development that happens normally off camera during time trials. We basically just get to see that live in a tournament setting, and it's so exciting.
Yeah, and if you really can't wait to see that kind of content, sorry, Tuttles, then you can check out the player streams that are probably going to be happening Monday to Wednesday, because that's when time trials are. So that's the first time teams are going to approach those keys, and we assume some of them will be streaming, so make sure you keep your eyes open for that. But Tuttles, yeah.
Yeah, also a little bit low key. Both of the times that we've ran Last Stand so far, the team has gotten 4th and 3rd place, respectively, in the final 2 times that we ran Last Stand. So the Last Stand teams normally come in a bit hot for global finals, kind of show up with a lot to prove, because it was like Sloth that was Last Stand champion last time, right? And there was Ambition before that. It's just like, all right, this is gonna be a real toughie.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, those are the teams that play amongst the best, and we are looking forward to see them again. But for now, we have our 6 teams locked in for the global finals. Like I said, keep your eyes open for that time trial action that should be happening soon. And then find us here again on Friday next week for the Last Stand tournament itself. We're going to all be there, I think. Maybe minus Nagura? We'll see. But it's been our pleasure. I love being here. Before we end, Dratnos, I'm going to pull a Doa on you and ask you, what have you learned this weekend?
Oh, I was thinking... Okay, so 1 minute ago, I was thinking, oh, Doa's about to ask me, oh, wait, Doa's not here. I don't have to think of something I learned.
Doa's here
doing this
in
to
our
me.
spirit.
Oh, wow. Okay,
you
well... I think I've learned that wolves onto Fenrir is a possibility. To me, that's I think the biggest innovation that we saw here. I also learned that Affliction Warlock's pretty good in this. Algath.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm excited about that. I think in general, I'm also excited about the Disc Priest Fire Mage Unholy combo that MONKA used here. And I think that them at their best is going to be extremely competitive with Echo once we get to Global Finals.
All right, Tuttles, what did you learn from this weekend?
Well, Jarvis just gave you 3 things, and 2 of those were things that I would have previously
You can take one.
said.
You can take one, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna take the Fire Mage thing. So I talked about last weekend with Doa about how we were gonna like Warlock. I thought was gonna be super popular moving forward, but now it's like, oh yeah, both Warlock and Fire Mage are good in specific situations, and it seems like every single weekend we continue to go forward. Not every team is running the exact same DPS compositions. Not everybody has the exact same meta read for all of the dungeons, and I think that's going to continue to evolve into Last Stand and into the global finals. And I don't think it's going to be as clear cut as people kind of make it out to be sometimes. This season of MDI has been electric.
It has been electric. In fact, we had the Thunderdome and all of the fun as well. Now, chat, thank you so much for watching. Thank you to our production, our observers, and of course the MOT team. And thank you guys for being here with me. We hope you have a lovely evening, and we'll see you again next week for the final stand.